almost started speaking before I muted myself there. Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone out there is having a wonderful evening. A special shout out to Piranha Studios for arriving first and claiming the best seat in the house. But of course, hello to everyone out there tonight. Hello to Chris, Yeti Summer and 19, and anyone else that might be lurking out there tonight. Hope you're all having a wonderful evening. And Chris, thank you for your wishes. Hope you enjoy your work. Piranha Studios, hello. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening tonight. I hope everyone's having a good evening. I'm doing alright, I'm doing fine. I've been better. I'm kind of worried that I've injured my back slightly. I'm fine, but I've had 2 days where it's kind of twinged uncomfortably, and I hope I don't need to get it repaired. Hopefully we're fine. Also, something very strange happened when I loaded up Battle Operation 2 today. Steam told me that apparently it doesn't support the DualSense controller, which is very strange because it's always done that in the past. So I swapped over to my Xbox controller and it said it supports this controller, sort of, but you may see incorrect glyphs. But as far as I can tell from just running around in the base camp, the glyphs are fine. So I don't know if Steam's incorrect about something. I don't know if GBO2 itself broke something and maybe they somehow botched it so hard that it no longer supports the PS5 controller. I have no idea what's going on. Lieutenant Limeade Day. It is Lieutenant Limeade Day. Well, I'm not sure if it'll be Lieutenant Limeade. We'll see what we're allowed to play today. So as the title of the stream suggests, this is probably going to be the last of my Ideas game for a little while. I enjoy this game okay, but I think I'm just getting a little bit worn out of it, and I think I want to try something a little different maybe starting next week. I've got some ideas for that. But that's something we can maybe discuss near the end of the stream rather than at the beginning. For now, of course, we're gonna look forward to some Gundam action, and hopefully I can do better than last week's stream. Last week was kind of Helm taking L after L, if I'm entirely honest. I ripped repeatedly in Yu-Gi-Oh! And I did very badly in Gundam, so hopefully, with some luck, we can turn that around a little bit. I like that at least. I mean, I'm not going to be kind of sitting here and, what's the word? I'm not going to be sitting here like, throwing myself against it over and over again with must end on a win, because I'm very aware of how destructive that mentality can be. Back when I used to play the League of Legends, which is a fate I would wish on nobody, I definitely got into that, oh man, I don't want to end losing, I want to win, I want to end the night on a win. So one more game, and that's not good. That's not good. If you ever find yourself playing any video game, or any game at all, it doesn't have to be a video game, it could be Yu-Gi-Oh! Or whatever, and you're just like, okay, had a really bad night of it, I need work, I just want to go to bed on a win, Take yourself out of the situation. Stop playing the game. Do something to unwind. Have a nice bath, have something nice to eat, have a good night's sleep even, but speaking from experience, do not force yourself to play a game when you're on a loss streak, because you're going to be angry at yourself, you're going to be tilted off the face of the world, and you're going to be playing worse, which means you're more likely to keep losing. I'm not having good luck either, because people are talking about I have Pendulum Visions. Oh no! Pendulum Visions are alright actually. I remember getting caught off guard by Purple Poison, triggering its effect when it's destroyed, even when it was a spell at the time. I found the League community toxic for someone that plays once in a while. So yes, definitely. League of Legends is one of those games that has a lot of interesting things in it that I like parts of League of Legends. I like some of the characters in it. I think the lore's kind of interesting. And I think there is merit to the gameplay structure, but I think there's also a lot of problems with that game, even outside of the community, that make the community toxic. Things like the fact that to get into a game, you've got to go through the whole process. You've got to get in the queue, get into the lobby, go through the bans, go through the picks, and hope that nobody rage quits or bans your champion all that while. So even if you have the best case scenario, you're probably looking at least 5 to 10 minutes before you even get into a game. That's assuming then, of course, that everything goes well. You might have someone rage quits in the lobby, or someone bans your pick and you really wanted to play that champ, or maybe that's the only champ you know how to play. And now you've either got to dodge or play something you don't know what to play, or maybe you get auto-filled into a role you don't want to play, so again, maybe you have to dodge the lobby again. that's just before you even get into the game. I understand that they're trying to make the game as more of an organised experience, but I think that definitely contributes towards the league community being quite toxic. Yeah, it's kind of a shame, but I don't miss playing the game. I enjoyed my time with it for what it was, but I won't be going back to the league anytime soon. I was going to have you reroll Morphe's class, but I forgot different game. Yes, that is our Fantasy 3 on, well, we did it on Wednesday, and we'll probably do it on Wednesday again. Wednesday just kind of seems to be a good, comfortable day to do RPGs. I don't know why, I kind of like having that be our little dedicated RPG day for the moment. But don't worry, that Redeem will be back. I am not sure how it's going to go with some of the late game stuff, because we're getting quite near the end of that game, actually. The Fantasy 3 is not particularly difficult. Well, not difficult. Not particularly long game is what I should say. It's a little bit longer than 1 or 2, but I think there's a real possibility we could finish it next week. Failing that, definitely the week after. Like, I can't imagine it's going to be more than 3 streams. So there's a bootable snoots today. Anarchy, welcome in. Have a good evening. So, guys, I'm going to get ourselves into the game, because although this is going to be the last time we play it for a little while, doesn't mean we're going to just completely ignore everything going on. We're going to do our pulls, of course. Play Dr. Man, welcome in. We're having a great evening. So guys, as always, you know the drill. Keep your hands, legs, other body parts clean of the closing doors, and I'll meet you up on the game screen in just a moment. See you guys shortly. Alright guys, here we are, back into base camp. And despite what the Steam font was saying, the glyphs seem fine. Like, you can see the top, top corner there, the top left, where the hurrah menu is. It's showing the Y button, which is correct. I am using an Xbox controller at the moment, so I have no idea what to think. But you know what I do know?
This is crazy. We've got a wild promotional.
We've got a wild promotion going on. Basically, we get some free pulls. Wait.
Ooh, I see you're going for a supply drop.
Did they just forget the banner for this? What is this? This is the most vanilla-looking banner I've ever seen in a gacha game. No details, just supply drop. Check the website. Alright, well, we've got double gacha tonight, because not only are we going to be pulling the gacha, we don't even know what the gacha's doing. That's... Sure, we'll call it a special supply drop that does something. Who knows? Could be literally anything. I have no idea what we're about to get.
Requesting a material drop for the designated point, please.
Alright, what is this drop? Is it just a random single pull, or is it something good? Doesn't look great, but it's something we already have. Okay, sure, why not? Well, that definitely lived up to how special that banner looked. Unfortunately, we are out of tokens. We cannot afford any more pulls. So that was our one pull for the evening. And it was a duplicate. You hate to see it. Oh my. How did you manage to get your eye caught in the door? Do you have eyes on stalks? I guess I didn't explicitly say eye stalks, so I suppose I should have accounted for that. Anyway, let's see what we've got our options for tonight. We've got 500 in space, 600 on the land, 700 for a 2v2. What's the rated matches looking like? 400 in space, 550, 650. Very high rated ones, actually. What's coming up later? We've got, next up, we've got 350 space, 550 ground, 600 ground. The quick matches, 400, 550, 650. Okay. We might be able to get some space matches with the gym cannon in a bit later, actually. My head actually got closed on my... Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, I hope you're okay. That's kind of terrifying. I'm not gonna lie, I don't actually like elevators that much. I'm not like... I'll go on an elevator, I'm not like paralytically afraid of them. But I am every time I go in an elevator, I'm always very conscious of the fact that I am basically getting into a large metal box that I have no control over, and that is inherently scary. I don't think that's an irrational thing to be scared of getting into a large metal box. Let's see what we can do with the ground. So we're on 600. I feel like playing with a 600 cost. The Jester Cannon was going alright for us last week, kind of. You know, always open with something easy, something that doesn't have too much to think about. Yeah, this is pretty straightforward. Actually, this has got the... Hold on, let's build this wrong. We need to put the destruction parts on. Put the ADCS. We'll put the database link level 1 and level 2. We want some leg armor. And... Oh! Failed matchmaking. Well, first time it's happened tonight. First queue and first time we get failed matchmaking. You love to see that. Well, I guess I'll just finish my build real quick. I guess, yeah, I guess that seems okay. Oh, we're gonna get kicked out of the menu here. I'm Metagon! Welcome in! Welcome in, have a great evening tonight.
Good workout.
Isn't Helm a large metal box? Listen, you. Listen, you. Starblind. Starblind. I'm going to assume that you weren't being sassy about that. But no, I'm not a metal box. Okay, let's try and get back in there. Get back in the, see if we can get a room for this one. Unfortunately, this is part of, the final boss of GBO2, the lobby boss, actually getting into the game. With Karsha going around a metal box, sometimes at breakneck speed with idiots on the road, much more scary. Yeah, that is valid. That is very valid. It's very funny, actually. I like to consider, when it comes to cars, could you imagine if... Okay, thought experiment here. Imagine that we lived in a world where cars didn't exist. There's no such thing as an automobile. We have no concept of an automobile. Maybe we have a horse and a car, but there's no actual cars. There's no motorbikes, there's no trucks, no motor vehicles. Gosh dang it. Now I want you to imagine that someone invents a car overnight. Like, literally, boom, he's invented a car. And then he goes to the government with this new invention he's got. And he says, hi there, I've just invented this new thing. And they're like, okay, what is it? Tell us about your invention. Okay, so my invention is a large metal box. We're going to take this metal box, we're going to fill it with highly flammable liquid, and then we're going to let people climb into this box and control it. And this box can move at up to maybe 100 miles an hour, maybe even a bit faster. Can you imagine that ever being legal? There's no way that would ever fly. Helm, what material are you even made of? I'm made of a variety of materials, most of which are classified. I will say, my skin is definitely synthetic. There is nothing suspicious about my skin. It was not grown on anything or anyone. You do not need to worry about my skin. But it is classified, unfortunately. My construction is a closely guarded secret. Grimlock, welcome in! We love Grimlock in this house. Grimlock, definitely my favourite of, well, second favourite Autobot. I mean, Optimus Prime is too much of an amazing... Oh, Grimlock, thank you for the follow. I promise I was not trying to butter you up. But no, I do like Grimlock. Grimlock is my spirit animal. Helm and the Singularity were made together. Hey, do not associate me with the Singularity. That is not even a robot. That is an AI with weird goopy bits. I don't know why it has goopy bits. It's weird. I believe there is a skin for the Singularity that does make it more of an actual robot. And if they had gone with that for the default design, I would have liked it a lot more. If I asked nicely. Unfortunately, Flade, you cannot ask... you cannot physically ask nice enough to access that information. I apologise. I wish Snarl was here. He's my homie. Oh gosh, wow, I am getting tripped up on which one Snarl is. Snarl was the Stegosaurus, I think? It was... Snarl was Stegosaurus, Slag was the Triceratops, Sludge was the Brontosaurus, and Swoop was a pterodactyl, if I remember correctly. I think. I'm going off memory here. I'm going to be honest, it's been a long time since I last watched Transformers. I am a G1 fangirl. It would be a much tougher sell today than the movies. Yes, Mr. Ford, we have taken consideration of your automobile, but due to all the safety concerns its vehicle and skill it operate, we are refusing to support this plan. Exactly, it would never fly. It would never fly in today's society. And it's just kind of funny to me to consider that. Man, this queue is taking its time, isn't it? Can we try our luck? We'll try our luck with a different lobby. Maybe this one isn't the popular one right now. We can always go back to it if need be. Let's try,
Making preparations for sortie.
Let's try this one. Let's try the basic match in the city. We should still use the same Gundam here, I think. Oh, wait, I have to use a 650 for this one. Okay. What do we have that I can do 650 then? Not much, actually. I am very limited on options here. What does this guy have? Beam rifle. Oh, you know what? This looks like my kind of thing. It's got like hardly any weapons. Sure, you know what? You'll do. Are you reloaded ammo? You are reloaded. Actually, my armor seems okay. Actually, it seems alright for a build. Although, no, we need leg armor. We need to have at least some leg armor so we don't do the Ian Pants walk. Durability focus or range focus? Sure. Damn it! Man, I just want to get into a game. Jeez. I'm not gonna lie. This is part of why I am. This is a small part of why this is probably gonna be my last time streaming this again because the matchmaking is very infuriating sometimes. Helm doesn't like the singularity because he's got cool powers, not anything about fleshy biopod things. Speaking of robots, I found this sick Soundwave figurine. Ooh, awesome! We like Soundwave. We found my little paragraph. Trade-off when wins over safety, so cars would likely still become. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. I feel like there'd be a lot more strictly, what's the word like? I guess restricted, I suppose. Like, I feel like if cars were invented today, the driving test would be a lot more difficult to acquire. Like, I feel like it would be, like, on par with maybe having, like, a heavy goods vehicle license where you have to... For goodness sake! Gosh!
Good work out there.
The game is determined to not let me actually play the game today. Gee, alright, one more try on this one, and if this doesn't work, we'll try a different one, I guess. If the game is going to be this determined to not let me play, I might even just pivot to something else tonight, because... Like I said, I was already thinking we're going to stop streaming this game tonight and make this our last one, but if the game is really this determined to not actually be played, then maybe we won't play it. We'll see. We'll see. I know I'm memory of the B1 battle droids. I have to look those up because I'm drawing on those names. B1 battle droid. Is that the Star Wars one? Oh, those guys! Oh, yeah, these guys. These guys are alright. I like them in, I think it was, man, it's been a while since I last saw Star Wars, to be entirely honest. I think these guys were in, like, the Clone Wars one, right? Game being overly fussy. Yeah, it really is. It's really annoying, actually. This game's matchmaking is, oh, for goodness sake. Alright, sure, we'll try a different lobby then. Jeez, let's try going back to the one we were in before. Maybe this one will work. So the reason why this game's matchmaking is so bad is because it is, it's peer-to-peer. There are no dedicated servers for this game. And somehow that means that, for some reason, the matchmaking just fails sometimes, and I don't know why. I never ever had this problem when I used to play this on PlayStation. This is something that seems entirely to just be a result of the PC port, which, I'll be real, they goofed up. They messed up this PC port pretty badly. The launch was dreadful, and while it's better than it was, well, the fact that we've been here for, I don't know, maybe about 10 minutes we've been in the game itself, and we still haven't even had a game yet, somewhat speaks for itself. At least we've got into the lobby now. We just got to wait for it to fill, but this could take a while. I do apologise for the game being fussy, to put it mildly. That's the polite way of putting it. I can think of far worse things I could call the game right now. But I'm not. That language is beneath me. At least on this occasion. I mean, I do swear occasionally, but I like to try and reserve it for when it's warranted. Ah, well, let's have a check out our build at least while we're in queue, because we could be here for a while. Yeah, so we're going to be going here with... We've got 2 database links here, which are going to increase the amount of damage that we do to the enemy's legs. And we've got a bunch of firing programs that are just going to increase our damage, period. And, yeah, essentially we're just going to be aiming to get... We've got a big Gatling gun on our frame launcher here. And we're just going to be looking to shoot people in the legs, and hopefully that will be good enough to stop them from going anywhere. That answers that question. Too many times PC ports get botched anymore for seemingly no reason other than maybe being lazy about doing it. Yeah, it's really weird, because this game is like... It's not a new game. You know what? We're not going anywhere. Let me double check when this game came out originally. Because it's a good couple of years ago, I believe. Release date. This game, wow. Wow, this game is actually a lot older than I realised. This game came out in 2018. on the PlayStation 4. So yeah, quite an old game, to put it mildly. And yeah, it obviously did well. Like, it was doing well on the PS4, otherwise they wouldn't have ported it at all. But for some reason, when they ported it, they just half-assed it, I guess. Which is a shame, because Gundam really is a franchise that gets a real mixed bag when you're talking about Gundam games. 5 years, yeah, right, exactly. Because it's like, when you look at the Gundam games, you've got things like Gundam Extreme Versus, which is really good. Like, genuinely, if you like arena fighters, 2-on-2 arena fighters, something like a bit like the My Hero Academia game. If you like those sort of games and you like Gundams, Gundam Extreme Versus is really good. It's got a decent amount of single-player content, and it's really fun. It's got a lot of Gundams. It does have a bit of DLC, unfortunately, but it's pretty good. But then you have Gundam Versus, which was kind of like... I don't know what the intent was, to be honest. Gundam Versus, by comparison, had barely any single-player content and a metric buttload of DLC. In fact, I'm pretty sure the DLC for that game costs more than the game itself at this point. Then you've got another good game, Gundam Breaker 3 on the PlayStation 4, I think that one was on. Either 4 or 3, one of them. I think it was a PS4. That game, really good. It's a Dynasty Warriors kind of hack and slash-ish kind of game, where you break parts off of other Gundams, and you get to customize your own Gundam. That's super cool, and the customization is really good. You can paint them different colors, you can get different weapons and mix and match, make your own unique thing. Really cool, loads of Gundams to go fight. That's awesome. And then they made New Gundam Breaker, which is absolutely awful. New Gundam Breaker is... Okay, the best way I can explain how bad New Gundam Breaker is, when New Gundam Breaker was released in Japan, within 24 hours of its release, it was 50% off on Amazon JP. That is how bad of a game that is. Oh my gosh, speaking of game, we're actually going to get into one. But anyway, the whole point of this rant, if you will, was Gundam games are a real mixed bag. And it's a real shame that that is the case, because Gundam as a franchise has such potential for good games, and there are good games. But it's a real shame that when it comes to Gundam games, you're kind of flipping a coin as to whether you're going to get something really, really good, or something that's, well, in Japan, they have a term, kusoge, often written Kusoge, which basically literally translates to shit game. And suffice it to say, New Gundam Breaker is a kusoge. Armored Core is consistently pretty good in my opinion. I'm sure it is. I have played exactly one Armored Core game. It was Armored Core 4 Answer. And I'll be honest, I didn't like it. But I don't make it a bad game, it's just not my cup of tea when it comes to mechs. It was a bit too fast-paced, my reactions were not up to snuff with it, and I didn't like certain things like having to buy your own ammo and pay for repairs, because I'm not good at games. As you guys would be aware if you've seen me play this game, I am not good at video games. I am average at best at most video games I play. So having to buy my own repairs and ammo did not work out well for me. But, hey, that's fine. Not everyone has to like every game. I'm sure lots of people don't like... In fact, I know lots of people don't like this game. I showed this game to my bestie Yomi, and she didn't really vibe with it. And you know what? Can't fault her for that. This game has a real learning curve, and it's not for everyone. Especially with the PC port being as bad as it is. Oh, right. Almost forgot the obligatory nice to meet you at the start of the match. Alright, so we're going to be trying to shoot people in the legs and hope that that is good enough to slow them down for the rest of our team to go and punch them in the face. I will say for this game, actually, if you like the look of this game is free to play, so you know, there's no investment, but if you like the look of how this game handles, how the mechs move around, there is a single-player game that uses the exact same engine called Code Fairy. Gundam, I think the full title is Gundam Battle Operation Code Fairy, and it is a single-player game. It's quite short. It's only about like 12 missions long or something. But if you want to, like, you know, if you like the engine and the gameplay, It's one way you can experience that without having to deal with all the janky netcode and the poor matchmaking. Can we shoot someone, please? Ah, dang it. I need to stop green this beam cannon. I also need to remember that I am a long-range suit. One thing I had a problem with when I play this game is I always forget I'm playing a long-range suit, and I always just go in for, like, mid-range plays when I should be putting my range to better use. He's down. There's an Atlas. We can take out the Atlas, maybe? Ah, missed. That's fine. That's not even hitting that. That's too far range. Again, I know we're playing very back right now. We're literally just trying to... We are a support unit. We're trying to support our guys. I know I said I need to go at range to reduce, but I think we're actually outside of my effective range right now, so I need to be a little bit closer. That guy's got broken legs, so we can just make more of him. Shoot this guy a little bit. Get him staggered, maybe. Oh, wrong button! Dang it. I'm not used to the feel of the Xbox controller. Oh dear, oh dear. Dang it, we're gonna die here. Yep. Ah, shit. Far quicker mech games than this one is bad, just honestly. Yeah, that's the thing. No! Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, at the end of the day, different strokes for different folks. I like the idea of fast-paced mech games. I don't have the reflexes or the skills for them. Okay, we want to deploy a bit farther back. That guy's going to fight there. Okay, I think we can get in there. I think we can get in there and give him a hand. Point of fire is going to be right on our face, so I don't want to be anywhere near where we are right now. This guy's coming for us. Alright, we'll take that. Right, he got out of his suit, he's on the floor. Yeah, there we go. Ah, dang it! I'm also really bad at aiming, which does not help help me in this game. There's a reason why when I play shooter games, I normally play weapons that don't require a lot of accuracy, like shotguns. Just treat it as a melee weapon and getting close so you can't miss. That guy is like right in that little gully. I can't really get him, but I can get this guy. Ah, solo kill. I got ejected as well. I'm gonna run into you. Goodbye. You kindly stop that, sir. Thank you. Let's shoot this guy a little bit. I've got a lot of general suits, which is quite nice for me. That means I get damage boost on them. And their rage unit's kind of like playing quite far back, which is very good for me. Oh, dang it. Oh. Ah, wait, he missed. Ah, he missed. Ooh, oh, wait, no, he hit me. Okay. Ah, we're down. Reflexes are insanely fast. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's the thing. If you've got good reflexes, then I'm sure I'm going to cause a great game. I think as well for me, the thing is, I've expressed this before. I don't like difficult games. It's not a very cool opinion to admit to having. I know that, like, you know, it's not exactly a flex to say that you like easy games, but I just like easy games. I'd rather play a game that I can succeed at with only a few tries than a game where I'm gonna kind of throw myself against it over and over and over again and eventually getting a win. In my personal opinion, those sort of games become less of a triumphant victory when you get it. It's less of a, yes, I did it, I'm so good at the game, I finally beat that hard boss. And for me at least, I always feel a bit more of like a, oh, finally, I got past that damn boss. Oh, it's so annoying. It's kind of funny, there's a few games where I've played them recently, or semi-recently, and they're games that I remember liking, but then there's like one or two bits in it where it doesn't make me dislike the whole game, but it's the, oh god, this bit kind of feeling when you get to that moment. I think quite even the games that you like usually have a bit like that, or a character like that, like a character that you really hate fighting, or a boss that's just really annoying to deal with, or just one level with an annoying gimmick. I think no game is perfect, but hey, you know. If there was such thing as a perfect game, then it'd make the rest of the game industry kind of boring, so... And we actually are winning this, despite my best efforts to throw. That's not trashy, I've been doing alright. I think we died twice. That's not too bad. As long as we can just keep ourselves above them, we'll be in good shape. I guess I'm not in a good spot. This is really weird as well. I'm not used to playing this with the Xbox controller. It feels very weird. I don't like the Xbox thumbsticks as much as the PlayStation ones. I grew up with the PlayStation, and the what would that be? Convex buttons on the PlayStation just feel a lot more natural to my thumbs. I can deal with the Xbox controller. It's just not what I prefer to use, given the choice. The game made it seem like I didn't have a choice today. Apparently they no longer support that, somehow. I'm wondering if that's maybe just a bug, but I'm not going to chance it. That's right. It's bad for me if he hits me. Okay, yeah, he's down. We can just pepper him for a little bit, and there we go. If we're games are for everyone, I sometimes struggle with easy games I don't have fun anymore. Play games that are not fun, like it's a fun. But that's the thing. Oh shit! I was not paying attention. I think I used to be the mecha equivalent of texting while driving. But that's the thing. At the end of the day, like, you know, if you enjoy hard games, great. I think, like, if you enjoy hard games, that's wonderful. Play the games that you enjoy. I just think that we kind of, just generally speaking, I think we should normalize enjoying easy games just a little bit more. Oh, well, we did. Actually, look at that. We got top individual score. 4th overall. Damage was terrible, but we got a lot of kills and a lot of... Okay. Okay. We kind of stole... we did not deserve our ranking there. We are 4th overall ranking because we stole a lot of kills. But you know what? We'll take that. We'll take that. It's the closest we got to a dub. I mean, we won the battle, so that's good. Yeah, I can definitely, like, understand not enjoying easy games. I think there's... what's the word? There's, like,
preparations for sortie.
There's, like, different levels of it, I think. So, like, when it comes to, like, say, easy games, I don't really like games that are too easy. For example, I've never played this game. I'll freely admit I've never played it, but I've heard about it. And it was oh gosh, what was the game called now? It was the Kirby game, where everything was like made of yarn. I suddenly can't remember what the game was called now. Was it Kirby's Epic Yarn? I think it was Kirby's Epic Yarn. Or am I thinking of the Yoshi game? Oh wow, we got into a game quickly that time. That's nice. Epic Yarn, yeah. So again, I've not played it. But my understanding is in that game, you literally cannot die. For me, that is a bit too easy. I like the idea of failure, but I'm not opposed to losing a game. But if I'm gonna fail in a game, it needs to feel fair that I lost, and also feel like it's a challenge I can accomplish with just, you know, a bit of concentration, or just a little bit of pattern learning or whatever. You know, I'm not saying that the game has to be so easy that I can't literally lose it. But that being said, I understand that some people do like those sort of games. You know what? More power to you. That's why gaming is so great, because there are games for every kind of person out there.
Very well. Proceeding to the battlefield.
There are games for people that like things super hardcore. There are games that people like. There are games for people that like things to be super easy. You want to feel like you failed and have learned, not you failed to achieve gimmick. Exactly. I think also as well for me, this is maybe a difficulty thing. Maybe you could argue this is more of a design thing. I think that the ability to get to recover the progress that you lose for failing the time that it takes, I think, is important. So, for example, Souls-like games. Helm is well on record as not enjoying Souls-like games. I am not a Souls fan. However, the closest I ever came to enjoying a Souls-like game was Code Vein. I actually got quite far in Code Vein. I wasn't like necessarily near finishing it, but I definitely got like more than halfway through, I believe. And I quite enjoyed that. Now, part of that is the aesthetic. I don't really like the Souls aesthetic very much, and I do like anime stuff. You know, my name is Helm-Chan. Of course, I'm a giant weeaboo. But one thing that Code Vein did that Souls games, at least the Souls games I've tried, did not do, is Code Vein would pretty much give you a checkpoint outside every single boss fight. Like, you might have to walk a little bit, you might have to fight one or two enemies, but getting back to the boss to try again was not a particularly difficult task. It didn't take that long, maybe a couple of minutes if even that. Whereas my experience with Souls-like games, if you get to a boss and you die, well, you've now got two options. Either you ignore every single enemy, beeline it to the boss and just ignore most of the game just to get to the part that you died on, or you fight every single enemy, and it takes you about 15 minutes just to get back to the boss, where you could die in a matter of seconds. Well, personally for me, I don't think that that's really very fun. If Souls games had the option to just try again from right outside the boss room, I maybe would give them another try. And maybe the modern ones do. I don't know, maybe the last Souls game I played was Bloodborne, which again I did not enjoy. I played Bloodborne and I played the original Demon's Souls a little bit. Go get the counter in. But yeah, maybe the more modern ones, maybe like your Elden Rings and whatnot, maybe they do have more frequent checkpoints, but for me personally, the ones I played just had too few checkpoints for it to be an enjoyable experience. Let's see here. Oh, that's one of my guys. Okay, we got this. Almost every Dark Souls game does that. There's a 1 minute walk to most bosses. Well, I'm inclined to say this. I'm just going to say that that is not what my experience was with Bloodborne in particular. Because I remember trying the Cleric Beast, and I went into Bloodborne with an open mind. I did not go into Bloodborne with the mindset of I don't like Souls games. I went because my time with Demon's Souls came so far away that from that I was inclined to give it another chance. But yeah, Cleric Beast. Oh yeah, you called out Punish, yeah. Well, here's the thing from the way I look at that play. If Cleric Beast is kind of like the first real boss in that game, right? If your first boss does not have a checkpoint, which is realistically the one that the players are most likely going to need a checkpoint with, because, at the start of the game, when you start a game, you are the worst you will be at that game. Dang it. Like, if I start a new game, I'm only going to get better at that game the more I play it, yeah? So at that point, that is a point where I need checkpoints the most. Like, when a player will need checkpoints the most, because they are bad at the game. They have no experience with the game. So if what you're saying is true, that they do give you checkpoints for every other boss, it's really good that they do. That's great. But I'm still going to hold on to my belief that that's kind of bad design, that they don't give you checkpoints for the one boss that you're probably most likely going to need one for. But boy, those are not good ones to start with. Well, I mean, again, I'm sure you're right. I don't know. When it comes to Souls games, I don't know what I'm talking about. I have very limited experience with any of them. But again, it's that thing where for any given series, every entry, for someone out there, any entry is going to be their first one. So like Final Fantasy games. Every Final Fantasy game could be someone's first. You could start with Final Fantasy 1, you could start with Final Fantasy 10, you could start with Final Fantasy 16, in which case I feel bad for you. You could even start with the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV as an unlimited free trial to level 70, including A Realm Reborn, the award-winning expansion Heavensward, and second expansion Stormblood with no limitations on playtime. You could start with any of those. So if one of them is bad, it's going to colour your entire perception of the series. So if Demon's Souls or Bloodborne are bad ones to start with, which I'm inclined to believe you, I don't think you would have any reason to lie to me about that. But I still say that makes them bad in some aspects because they're not doing anything to invite you in. If your game is designed in such a way that only people that are already invested in the game are going to have fun with it or are prepared for it, then you've kind of failed at least on some level with your game design. Zordon, welcome in! You're about to be ranting about Souls games. Well, actually, no, that's not fair. I'm ranting about game design tangentially to Souls games. I did Bloodborne after being all Dark Souls game and Bloodborne was still a challenge. Doesn't invalidate your views, and I agree. Yeah, exactly. And I appreciate that you can see my point of view. And I see yours. That's the thing, like, there are definitely Final Fantasy games that I would not recommend to someone new to the series. Like, I would never recommend 2 to someone new to the series. I probably would... Oh, wow. Yeah, that game's just murdered me. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend 2 to anyone new to the series. In fact, probably wouldn't recommend any of the 2D ones to anyone new to the series, just because they've got some jank, they've got some grind to them, they're not the best. I like them, but they're not the greatest. But in the same vein, it's a thing where you've got to bet on, well, there's going to be someone's first entry into it. Funnily enough, my very first entry to Final Fantasy was actually Final Fantasy VIII. And that game's terrible. That is like one of the poopy ones. And yet somehow I enjoyed it enough to stick with it, so you know what? I guess it's not always a lost cause if the first impression's a bad one. Oh gosh, that's a good game. No, Jan, sorry, Yamate, could you stop? Oh no, we're dead. Oh wait, we're not dead, missed. Shoot his legs, shoot the kneecaps. Oh, I can't believe they actually got away with that. No, Lentil, welcome in! Welcome! Good happy upcoming Thanksgiving week. Greetings! Oh right, yeah, of course, it's Thanksgiving over there. It's not something we really do over here, so I kind of forget about it a lot, but yeah, I apologise. I don't know exactly when Thanksgiving is. I just know it's somewhere in November. But happy Thanksgiving to everyone that does it for whenever that actually is. I do apologise for my ignorance. I don't know which has checkpoints outside everything. That is good. That is good. Yeah. And again, so, oh shoot. I should probably pay attention. Yeah, that is great. That is, if that is the case. And again, I'm sure you're correct that that's the case. Oh, I'm burning. That's interesting. I've never seen that debuff before. We are losing currently. We might put it back. Then see it's already over or is in Canada. See, Jack, I genuinely don't even know if you're lying to me is the thing. That's something that I know about Thanksgiving. All I know about Thanksgiving is that it's a holiday with turkey and lots of food and often relatives that you'd rather not spend time with. That's what I've gathered from everyone's experience of Thanksgiving. To be fair, that last part does kind of go for every holiday. Well, a lot of holidays, you know. Having to spend time with relatives that you maybe don't necessarily like that much. We end up pulling us back. Yeah, no chance. No chance. Yeah, we are way too behind. Oh well, that's unfortunate. Can we kick that? Can we... Somebody get a cheeky little kill at the end there. Just some good holiday green. Exactly, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Whatever you are doing for Thanksgiving, whenever it may be, I hope you have a great time with it. It is true, Canadian Thanksgiving is usually early October, as opposed to the US one being the end of November. Ah, I had no idea about that. That's interesting, huh? Well, unfortunately, we did not do too well there. I think I did pretty badly, actually, let's see. Well, we're not on the board. Yeah! Oh gosh, no, we did terrible. We actually ranked down from that. You know what? That's actually kind of fine. I'm actually low-key with losing rating because I'm not that good at this game. I think I'm kind of boosted as heck in my rating. Sith Repo, welcome in. We're having a great evening tonight. We are having some, well, we're one win, one loss so far tonight. Things could be going better, they could be going worse. I think, guys, you know how you guys know I normally like to schedule in the ad breaks so that would avoid the ad jump scares. I think I'm going to not do that tonight, purely because, well, you guys have seen how the matchmaking's been going with this game tonight. It's, we could be waiting for a while, so rather than take a break and risk having to spend even more time with waiting for it, I think we'll just kind of deal with it and kind of hope for the best. You know, apologies for not scheduling the jump scares tonight, but I hope you understand. Maybe we should switch up our mobiles to a little bit, although there's not really anything here I super like playing. Actually, This thing was alright, from what I remember. Oh no, this has got too many weapons now. I'm gonna get confused with that. I would definitely not do well with that one. I don't know what I want to use for these suits actually. What's this thing? Oh wait, this guy! Yeah, I like this guy. This guy's good. The Jagan heavy equipment type. Like someone hit my back with an iron base, but oh no! Oh dear, I hope you're doing alright over there. Matchmaking's been nothing short of spectacularly bad. Yeah, you are right. You are definitely right. It's so bad. So bad. Oh, we're getting in though. This seems to be the popular room tonight. Again, I'm actually perfectly fine with if I do end up losing some ranking here, just because I was in A rank and I don't know how I got into A rank, if I'm entirely honest. I don't think I'm terrible at this game, but I'm definitely not good. So, however we got into A rank, that will be a mystery for the ages, I suppose. I think it might have been just a string of good luck where the rooms were all low-cost rooms where I actually do kind of okay. Like if I'm playing in like my trusted gym cannon or something, I can usually do alright in lows. When we get to things like, you know what? I think I've kind of put my finger on it actually. The game has been power crept to a point where I as a player am having trouble with it. Because as they've released more and more mobile suits, the average cost of the rooms has increased. So at the moment, every room is like 500-ish. When I played a lot, when I was like really playing this game heavily, the average room cost was kind of around like 300 or something.
Very well.
And I think that's the thing. I do okay in those sort of mobile suits. I'm just not good enough to pilot the fast, higher level ones. I think I was telling people about souls. You don't necessarily be good, just stubborn. That's fair. I can see that. One thing that I do wish, and you know, hashtag not all souls bros, but one thing that I do find very funny is, okay, again, not every, this, I am deliberately stereotyping here. I am not saying everyone that likes Souls games is like this. But I do find it very funny that, with some games when you'll try and get into them and you don't like them, you bounce off of them, some people will say, you know, that's fair. I can understand why you might not like this game. For example, me with this game, I can understand why people would not like this game. The matchmaking is garbage. There's a heck of a learning curve. Some of the mechanics are not very intuitive. Sometimes it just feels like you're getting stun-locked to death. If I'm entirely honest, I would not even play this game if it wasn't a Gundam game. I play this game because I like Gundam. To be fair, it's still fun, but I would not have picked this game up in the first place if it was not a Gundam game, 100%. But I've never heard Souls players say that. I've never heard, and when I say a Souls player, I'm not just talking like someone that enjoys Souls games. I'm talking like a full-on Souls fanboy. Yeah? We're talking the kind of person whose response to I don't like Souls games is get good. It's just very funny to me that a lot of the time, the default response from these people to I don't like Souls games because I find them too difficult isn't, you know what, that's fair, they're not for everyone. It's, oh, they're not that hard. They're really not that hard, guy. You know, you just have to get better at them. Like, just play them a few times, they're not even that hard. And it's like, can we, you know, maybe consider that, you know, your experience is not universal, your skill level is not universal. Now, there are definitely some games where that are not that hard where you can explain to someone how to do them very easily. Souls games are not one of those. I genuinely don't think they are. There is one game that I actually am kind of like that with. It is Final Fantasy XIV. Some people say, oh, I don't like tanking in Final Fantasy XIV, it's too difficult. And I say to them, okay, genuinely, what part of it is difficult? Because I will say to you guys now, I can teach any of you in chat, anybody in chat right now, no matter whether you've ever played an MMO before, whether you've ever played Final Fantasy XIV before, I guarantee you, I can teach you in less than 10 minutes how to tank in Final Fantasy XIV. Because it's literally, you put on your tank stance, you spam your AoE buttons, that is it. Like, there are some nuances to it like that, you can get better at it, but to be competent at it, that is literally all there is. Actually, I'm sure this is the same Gundam game I'm thinking of. Which one is... This is Gundam Battle Operation 2, available on PC and also on PlayStation 4 and 5. Yeah, it's free to play game. I can tell people Yu-Gi-Oh! Isn't that hard, but oh no, that Zordon, if you tell people Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not hard, you are just factually lying to them. I like Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a heckin' hard game to understand. And even harder to play well. Like, I can explain to someone the rules of Yu-Gi-Oh! But teaching someone to play Yu-Gi-Oh! That is a very different thing. And I think that's true of basically every multiplayer game. Like, I can tell you the rules of League of Legends. I can tell you how to win League of Legends, how, you know, what your abilities do in League of Legends. I cannot easily convey to you the macro to League of Legends, or, you know, the matchup knowledge, or whatever. That sort of stuff is really hard to convey. For any game. Oh yeah, FPS, that one is, you're thinking of, Gundam Evolution, which unfortunately is shutting down at the end of the month, I believe. Which is a shame. Real shame. What game I have that for? Monster Hunter World. Isn't that hard? And I can explain to someone how to easily take meals in the game. But opinions exist. You know what? That's fair. Funny enough, I did not like Monster Hunter on my very first playthrough. My first experience with Monster Hunter was, Monster Hunter Tri, actually. I played Monster Hunter Tri, and I played it on the Wii first. And I really didn't like it. I was like, I don't like how slow the combat is. I don't like how clunky the weapons feel. Granted, admittedly, I did not make it easy for myself because I decided I wanted to start with the Lance, which I found out, sorry, the Gun Lance, which I found out later is like one of the slowest weapons in the game. So, you know, I wasn't exactly doing myself any favours with my choice of weapon. I then eventually, I think it was because someone I know did it, played it. I picked up the 3DS port, and you know what? I was actually kind of enjoying it. It wasn't like my favourite game of all time, but I put a good like maybe 20, 30 hours into it. What ultimately turned me off Monster Hunter wasn't actually the difficulty. I just didn't really vibe with the grind. Because I actually did buy, oh shit. I actually did buy World. I bought Monster Hunter World because someone I know was very into it. And I put a good amount of time into that. I beat like the quote-unquote main story of it. You know, like fighting the big lava guy, you know. But I just did not really enjoy having to keep fighting the same monsters just to get the materials, just to get new gear. And to be fair, that's something that is by no means unique to Monster Hunter. But that just turned me off it. If Monster Hunter was just kind of more about just hunting the monsters, I'd probably enjoy it a bit more. Ah, dang it. I don't know what this thing is with this weird box head. Oh, he's strange looking. Can I hit this guy perhaps? That'd be nice. Just one shot? There we go. Yeah, we got a good juggle going here. Nice, nice, nice. I'm looking for a mech-based tabletop RPG. Quite a few, but hoping to find one that's Gundam themed with customization. Well, Sim, you came to the right robot. I know, okay. I'm going to recommend you a system. However, I will recommend you the system with the caveat that it is A, extremely old and you will probably struggle to find physical copies of the book, and B, very complicated. It's not explicitly Gundam themed, but it is so customizable that you could easily make this Gundam thing. The system in question is called Mekton Zeta. M-E-K-T-O-N, Mekton Zeta. It's a very old system. I have the physical books from it, and they are so, oh, hold on. They're so old that the paper it's printed on is that kind of very old, like, rough, scratchy paper. But the kind of paper, oh shit, the kind of paper where you could honestly write on it in crayon, you know, as opposed to being nicely laminated. It's a very complicated system in terms of making the mechs. Yes, Mekton Zeta Plus. So that is an expansion book for it, which has that is the one you do want that, because that has the increased, the expanded mecha customization rules. Dang it. And that book will allow you to make pretty much any mech you can imagine. I literally, when I got the book, spent an evening just going through trying to think of the weirdest mechs I could imagine to make, and I could do them. You can do combiners in that. You could do like Megazords. You can do like G Gundam style mechs where you control them by punching. You can even do chibi mechs in that system. It is just a lot of fun. Again, very complicated, but a lot of fun. If you can find a group that's willing to put the time in to really invest into customizing their mechs. I'll add time, my bad. That's fine, I'll go on about that after. Thank you for pointing that out for me, though. I appreciate that. I'm actually winning this one somehow. I've not been paying too close into how the score's been going, but we're kind of getting away with this. Do you know what? I'll take that. Even if we die right now, it doesn't even matter, I don't think. Oh, hello there. Did not see you there. Right in the smoke. Yeah, there we go. Good work. Yeah, this is pretty good actually. I quite like this guy. This one works out for me. Actually, are we about to roll over to the next one? We might be about to roll over, actually. Yeah, top assist score, let's go. Second overall? Heck yeah, we'll take that. Take that all day. Back into A-, unfortunately, but... Well, I wanted to tell you, my Dungeon Master is making me a customizable robot race for my D&D game while I'm playing some Ancient Guardian robot. Oh, awesome! That's great. Yeah, so I was saying that you can do like G-Gundam style mechs, where you kind of... You pilot them by, you know... It copies your movement. You can do things like Combiners, you can do Megazords, you can even do super deformed chibi mechs. And the rules they have for the chibi mechs are hilarious. You cannot destroy a chibi mech. Instead, if it would be destroyed, it just runs around crying for a few rounds with a giant swollen like bump on its head. It's called getting bonked, like bonk on the head. Very funny. But yeah, it's a very complicated system. There's a lot to read through, and the mecha creation process is very lengthy. If I remember correctly, it's something like, I think it's like 30 steps to make your mech in total, some of which make you go back to previous steps to recalculate things. So it is a lot of work. But if you do want like a hyper-customizable mecha system, I cannot think of a better one. But again, it's a very particular flavor that it goes with. Like it's a very particular brand of ultra crunchy mechanics. A D&D mech game would be awesome. So, funny story about that one, Zordon. For Dungeons and Dragons 3rd edition, that version, which is my favorite D&D version, there was an awful lot of support for that. They had a lot of official books, as well as a lot of third-party books. One of these third-party books was a book called Dragon Mech. And, well, you can guess from the name, it is literally about putting mechs into Dungeons and Dragons. They're not like hyper sci-fi mechs. They are a lot more, a lot more. How do I put this? I don't want to call them grounded because, okay, so we're not talking about like mechs with beam weapons and nuclear reactors powering them. We're talking about mechs that might be like magical. Like you've got this giant animated golem, or some of them are even like manually powered. Like you're in a mech, and there's just like a bunch of goblins that are working the joints, doing all levers and things. It's a pretty interesting book, and I technically own a copy of it. The reason why I say I technically own a copy of it is because I own a copy of it. Dragon Mech, yeah, one word I believe it is. I own a copy of it because I bought it, but it's not here. It was very hard. You own oh, there you go, yeah, so you know that one, yeah. Veilok, yeah, it's a really interesting book, isn't it? So I own a copy of it, but it's not here because the only copy I could find of Dragon Mech for a reasonable price was in America, where I don't live. I live in England, if the accent doesn't make it clear. But my best friend Yomi does live in America. So whenever I want to buy something from America, or something that's just like very expensive over here, but I can find it in America cheaper, I will often say to Yomi, hey Yomi, I'll give you the money. Can you buy this and then mail it to me? And we did this. Yomi bought the book from eBay and was going to send it to me. Then Yomi got to the post office and found out, actually, this is going to be like $50 to mail it for some reason. I don't know why it's so expensive. We've sent things back and forth before and it's never been that expensive. I don't know it's been a while since then, I suppose, but yeah, it's gone right up. So Yomi currently has my copy of Dragon Mech, And whenever we eventually get to meet each other again, she's going to give me it. You live in England, as someone who lives there, I offer my condolences. It is pretty rough. It is pretty rough. But you know what? I can think of worse places to be. Not many worse places, but I can think of them. I was in a TTRPG group on Discord where they gave a type of grade and what type of combat the mech is made for. And I'm making a dragon mech that used mainly energy weapons. Its ultimate was called Mega Flare Zeta. Nice. First time I used it, I shut down a starship and grazed the main party ships that came out of warp shop and whoops. That's awesome though. We're gonna give this lobby like 2 more minutes to fill, because if this lobby does not fill in 2 minutes, the sorties will change, and so we'll just be going to a different one. Yeah, I do love me some tabletop RPGs. I haven't had a chance to play it in a while, unfortunately. I had to check. Give the main book, Second Age of Walkers, Mech Menu, and Steamworks. So funny enough, actually, give me a second here. I'm gonna bug out for a second here. I have one thing over here. Give me a sec. 1 sec. Chouto amate kudasai. As I find this thing that I have. Here it is. Here it is. So, I have this book here. When I was trying to get hold of... Oh, we're in. Oh no, the sortie time ended. Okay, that's fine. Let me just get myself recalibrated here. There we go. So, when I was trying to get hold of a copy of Dragon Mech, I found exactly one website that was either in Europe or that was shipping to Europe that was doing it for a decent price. Now, this was not a good experience I had. This is actually genuinely about the worst online shopping experience I think I've ever had. On the plus side, we can go to space. We're going to bring out the gym cannon. So, I cannot remember what company this was, unfortunately, because I would honestly be willing to name and shame them for this one, because this was awful. It was not a single user. It was a company. They had a website. It looked very professional. And in fact, I've used... Again, I forget what company it was called, but I have used them before. Definitely have used them before. 100%. And I had no bad experiences with them. So I ordered a copy of Dragon Mech. It was a decent price. And, you know, it's a kind of an old book now. It's out of print. So obviously, I knew it was going to be a little bit pricey. I think, if I remember correctly, I bought it for like 25. Which actually is not a bad price. Like, I've seen it going for a lot higher than that. I think the one that we eventually bought in America, after exchange rate, was about 30. So, pretty good price. Anyways, I order the book, and I wait. And I wait. And I wait. Now, don't get me wrong, I know that when you order things online, sometimes things go awry, sometimes you're waiting for a while. But the tracking for this book, I think we're talking a few years now, so my memory is not quite as perfect as I would like it to be. But the tracking for this book showed it going all over the place. So it arrived to England, then it went to Scotland, and it was in Scotland for like quite a while, like about a week. Then it came back to England, and then I eventually got it. This whole process took about 2 weeks in total, which for an online purchase I think is unusually long. Unless you know you're ordering from somewhere very far away, which this was not advertised as being. This was not advertised as coming from outside the country, as far as I know. That seems like an extremely long time. I think it did turn out that it was coming from America, and I think how it transpired, if I remember correctly, was that they only shipped books from America like once a week or something. I don't know why that made it go to Scotland for a while. Anyways. No, this was not eBay. This was a company. This was an actual company. But here's the absolute punchline. The book that arrived was not even the correct book. The book that was advertised on their website, and I made sure of this because whenever I buy obscure books or books that could be, you know, old or out of print or easily confused with other things, I always look at the ISBN, because especially when it comes to like RPG books, some people just do not know what they have. They might see something like Pathfinder at the top and think, okay, this book is a Pathfinder book, it's just Pathfinder. You know, they might not realize the book's actual title is Bestiary 3 or whatever. What I received, and I'm going to shake it here, you might not have heard that, what I received was a tiny little splat book for Dragon Mech, something called Rumours and Lies. which is it is not a hardback book. It is not the core rule book. This thing is 32 pages long, I think this is. Yeah, 32 pages long. And it requires the core book. And honestly, from looking at this, it's not even good. It's not even a good splat book. It's got like a couple of adventure hooks and a couple of maps, but like, I would not purchase this product intentionally. Suffice it to say, the company received a very, very unhappy email, and I did get my money back in full, as so I should. But yeah, it's just very funny to me that this one book has been such a trial to get hold of, and I still do not physically have it in my hands. And the funny thing is, I don't really have a group right now to even play it. So yeah, even if I did get hold of my Dragon Mech copy right now, I currently am without a regular group, so I wouldn't even have a use for it right now, so you hate to see it. Honestly, a pretty bad stuff. I can believe it. Wyatt, welcome in. You're allowed to be complaining about a poor online purchase. Hope you're doing well this evening. You know, I have to be careful here. These guys are... What are these guys? Is you a support? There's a general. Okay, we can take a general. Oh, shoot. There we go. Cut you off. That's a mess. Oh yeah, well, I did, but here's the thing. Helm is not an angry person. You may occasionally hear me get angry, but when I get angry, I don't get angry at people very often. You have to have done something pretty heinous as a person for me to actually yell at you or get mad at you as a person. I get mad at things very often. Like, I'll get mad at a video game quite often. Not like super mad, but like frustrated or tilted or whatever. I'm dying here. Or maybe not. We got the raid. We read the melee attack. Unfortunately, I've got like no HP, but if I can get him with the cannon as soon as he fires, I can maybe turn this around. Dang it! Oh well. Do a battle. But yeah, it's fine. I have several books on the videos. Yeah, that's a mood. I actually have 2 books that I love this system, and I've never played it, which is a bit strange, right? Saying that you love the system though you've never played it, but everything I've read of the system I love. And I've shielded this system on stream before. I am not sponsored by the author of this book. They probably don't even know I exist. But if you like tabletop RPGs, and if you like old school JRPGs like Final Fantasy, do yourself a favor. At least look into Fabula Ultima. I love that system so much. The rules, it's the perfect blend of being rules light for out of combat and rules, not necessarily rules heavy, but like for combat, the rules are engaging enough that combat is fun, as opposed to some systems where combat is just, I will attack, okay, I will roll defense. I beat your defense, okay, I'll take some damage, you know? Like, I like systems where combat you have a lot of options for. It's a really great system. They actually came dang it. They actually came out with the first expansion book as well, which has a few more classes in. Like, really recommend it. I do genuinely recommend it. The artwork is gorgeous, and the system just seems a lot of fun. Yeah, can't recommend it strongly enough. But yeah, it's I unfortunately haven't had a chance to play tabletop games for a while. Partially because, well, between the streaming, between you know, my obligations during the day, my day work, and something else that me and my friends have been working on, which I've mentioned a few times. Me and my friends are working on a board game, and that is something that takes up usually takes up at least one of my evenings, so it's one less day available for doing things. Though we did take a day off this week, but our board game that we've been working on is a cooperative board game that I will be sharing with you guys once we're ready to. We're very close to being ready to share, but we want to add just a little bit more polish before we share it with the public. And when we are ready to share it, I want to get some VTuber friends of mine together and do a on-stream playthrough of one of our bosses before we release it to the... well, let's say before, around the time we release it to the public for play tests. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Oh shit, didn't you guys open a new behind me? I haven't played D&D for a few months, because a few months of my TFI group on Ground Restoration and a big dispute. Oof. I can see that'd be bad if that happens, yeah. It's always that unfortunate thing where it's like, couples or polycules always want to play together. That's fine, it's understandable, but at the same time, does make it awkward if there's a breakup that happens, yeah. We had that, in my previous group, we kind of had something like that happen. Kind of, it's not quite the same. There was one person in the friend group who, okay, this person kind of rubbed me the wrong way for a while. I'm not going to name names or anything, but I do need some context for this, I think, to really explain how the situation. So, my previous tabletop group was actually my first tabletop group. They actually introduced me to Dungeons and Dragons and role-playing games in general. Like, I would not have played them. Well, I'm not going to say I would never have played them, but they were the ones that gave me the chance to actually play them and learn I love them. And I'm not playing to my flying right now. Anyways, in this group, one of the players was a real power game. Now, let me make myself perfectly clear here. I do not, these days, I do not consider power gaming to be like a big sin of gaming. This is important, if everyone is on the same page. Now, these days, I do consider myself to be a power gamer. But now, that does not mean that I make stat sticks with no personality. It means I make characters that are effective at what they do, and the job that I want them to do, they will do that job very well. If I'm playing a tank, I will make sure that my tank has a lot of hit points and a very high armor class so that they can be an effective tank. If I want to play a rogue, I will, have a very high dexterity and buff out my stealth or my deception skills so that I can be very good at doing that. However, I do also acknowledge it is important that you tailor that around the group you are in. If you are in a group of players that do not power game, then there's one of two options for you. Well, three options actually. If you are a power gamer in a group of non-power gamers, your three options are either you leave the group, that's fine, there's nothing wrong with that. Not every group is for every player. There's nothing wrong with saying, okay, you guys, I don't really vibe with how you guys play, have fun, I'm gonna bow out. There's nothing wrong with that. Second option, you rate yourself in. You go to you realize, okay, these guys don't like to power game as much. That's fine. I'll make a character that's a bit less suboptimal. Maybe I'll do something a bit more wacky. Maybe I'll do that strength-based wizard idea I've had knocking around for a bit of fun, Or, option 3, which, in my personal opinion, which is not by any means, this is not word of God, you haven't got to agree with me on this, but my personal opinion for what I think is the best situation there is help the other players. Help the other players to make characters that can be, they haven't got to be like hyper-optimized, but help them to make characters that are, use your system mastery to aid them. Now, to bring this back to the story that I was originally telling, this other player who was a massive power gamer did neither of these things. He power gamed, and he would power game regardless of how the rest of the party were playing. Myself in particular, I was new to the game, and if you've played 3rd edition D&D, you know that it's not a system that is, that system is one that takes a lot of learning to understand properly. Dang it, we're losing this one. There's a lot of things in that system that are not intuitive. There's a lot of things that you could argue are kind of beginner's traps. It's hard to build a very powerful, effective character in that system if you do not already have a lot of knowledge of it. And the situation we ran into in this group was that this guy always built these hyper-optimized characters. Which, again, fine. But he then would do nothing to help the rest of the group to also build hyper-optimized characters. Which meant that we would frequently be in a situation where we'd get into a battle or a social situation or whatever, and the rest of us were basically just there to be cheerleaders because he would just take care of every encounter. What are we there for, So, the reason why I'm telling you this is because that was what made me dislike this guy. That was the reason why I originally disliked this guy. He rubbed me the wrong way. I wasn't like, his best friend outside of that. I didn't know him before I met the group. And certain other things he said and did just kind of put me off him a little bit, but that was the big thing that kind of initially turned me off of him. That was the bad first impression, if you will. Anyway, over the course of months, maybe a year or two, the guy proceeded to annoy other people in the group for different reasons. And it eventually got to the point where the group was about 4 or 5 players, including this guy. Everyone in the group, apart from one other player, would not really give the guy the time of day. It's a thing of, yeah, we're going to play the game, we're not inviting this guy. But the one guy that did like him was brothers with one of the friend group. And so it's that awkward thing where it's like, well, they're coming together. He's going to invite him. We can't stop it from happening. So that was that awkward situation where almost everyone at the table is either obviously or implicitly not wanting the one guy at the table, but because he's friends with the one person in the group, he kind of stuck around. Anyway, that was my long-winded story about how I can relate to having a breakup in the party. I know it's not quite the same, but it has that same awkwardness. There was a happy ending, though, if you can, well, happy question mark ending, because eventually the one guy did eventually piss off everyone in the group. He pissed off the one guy in the group who did want him around. It was actually a kind of a pretty rough thing, actually. I heard the story secondhand, but the one guy said something along the lines of, I think I should get better friends, when the one person who did want him in the group said, I can't join you for an activity right now because he had something else going on. I forget what it was, like a family thing or something. And he's like, oh, well, I should get better friends then. To which he said, yeah, I think you better had, and walked off. And anyways, that was the happy ending, I suppose, because no one else had to deal with him anymore, so... What were we saying about power gaming? Plague? Power gaming is fine. The Curse of Strahd group I'm joining are super powerful. But if I joined a funny, wacky hijinks group off Philip as a character and attempt to destroy every enemy without helping others, I'd be an asshole. Exactly. I think there is no wrong way to play a tabletop game. As long as everybody involved is having fun at the table, you are doing the job correctly. The DM is doing his job, the players are doing his job. As long as everyone's having a good time, then you know what? Go ham, my brother. If you want to say you're playing Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition and you don't even roll the dice, you just kind of decide what you want to happen and you make up races and nothing is out of the book, sure. I would not enjoy that, but as long as you and your table are having fun with it, great, that is wonderful. Yeah, he was a jerk. He also, it's actually kind of funny actually, the jerk cat guy in question, we kind of looked to him as kind of this authority figure. He was a couple of years older than us. And we kind of, I joined the group late, so I didn't really have like the backstory so much, but he was kind of the de facto rules guy in our group. Whenever a ruling needed to be like came up, he always had all the knowledge. You know how like there's a great quote about rules in games, which is every group that cares a lot about the rules will have one guy in the group, or will have that one friend rather, that one friend who knows all of the rules and can just pull them out of thin air to give you a correct ruling. Everyone has that friend, and if you don't have that friend, you are possibly that friend. Now, these days, I am that friend when it comes to Pathfinder. Back then, however, the jerk guy in our group was that guy. He was the guy that we all considered to be correct for rulings. Unfortunately for him, I like reading, and I was reading the books, and I called him out because he was not always correct. We took him at his word, but there were at least 2 times where I caught him being like incorrect and leveraging the rules to his advantage slightly. I can't remember all of them, but I know for a fact one of them was he lied about how darkness works. To be entirely fair, darkness rules in 3rd edition are not very obvious. Oh god, I'm gonna die here. Yeah, okay. To be entirely fair, darkness rules in 3rd edition are not very clear because you have things like bright light, shadowy illumination, darkness, and supernatural darkness, and it's not very clear what those mean. But he basically said that the darkness spell makes it so it's just dark, you can't see anything. And that's not how it works. I won't go into a huge diatribe about how it does work, but yeah. Joining a D&D group in the West is rough. It can be rough. I mean, it depends. You know, depends on the group. That being said, like that group, my previous group that I mentioned, I'm still in contact with those guys. They're all still good friends. We don't see each other super often just because of scheduling and whatnot, but, you know, I saw some of them back at Comic-Con at the end of October. Like, they're still good guys, but it definitely can be rough. And it depends on how good the group itself is about getting you in on things. It's definitely possible to run into groups that are very cliquey and have no interest in getting an outsider into the group, and that can be very rough. That was my experience when I actually briefly attempted to do a bit of LARPing. Has anyone in chat ever done live-action roleplay or LARP? That is its own special thing right there. That isn't true about the Darkness spell. Yeah, I believe that, yeah, so Darkness, as I recall correctly, in 3rd edition, lowers the Darkness level by 1 level. So it goes from, like, bright light to dim light to darkness, and it cannot lower it below darkness. You need a high-level Darkness spell for that. But he was just like, yeah, I'm just going to cast Darkness. You know, you can't say. I was like, no, that's not how it works. Just read your own spell, my guy. But yeah, when it comes to live-action roleplay, so for those of you in chat that don't know, that have no idea what I'm talking about when I say live-action roleplay, live-action roleplay is like... Okay, you've probably seen videos of... There's that one famous one where you've got the guy playing a mage, throwing beanbags and like yelling, lightning bolt, lightning bolt. I have not, but there was a post-apocalyptic LARP I wanted to join that's more focused scheduling using gas fair. So, now here's the thing. Again, my experience is not universal. What I'm about to say does not apply to all LARPs. I'm sure that there are plenty of people that go to LARP and have fun with it. And if you do go to LARP and have fun with it, then do not let some silly little robot made on the internet tell you that you are incorrect for doing so. However, my personal experience with LARP is that... Okay, we just said it can be very rough to get into a group for a tabletop game. In my opinion, it is infinitely harder for a LARP group. Damn, I missed every shot there, that was terrible. I went to a LARP for... Not very often. Not very much. I went for maybe about 6 or so sessions. I was invited by my tabletop group. They had a lot of fun, and in fact, they still do it. They are actually still part of that same group. And you know what? More power to them. I hope they have a lot of fun with it. Well, I know they have a lot of fun with it, because half of them are refs for that LARP nowadays. But my experience with LARP was... It's omega clicky. It is extremely clicky. Like, if you are not if you're not part of the in crowd, then good luck getting any plots, good luck getting any adventure. The one experience I will remember the most from LARP, it was the one time I went to a weekend-long event. So you arrive on the Friday, you stay there all night on the Saturday, and then you kind of... I forget whether we actually did anything on the Sunday morning, or if we pack up, like, on the Sunday. It's been a while, but... Anyways, suffice to say, long event. You know, you're in character all day on Saturday, for the most part. Unless you're, like, you know, going to a toilet or something. Anyways, my character was new. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not stupid. I know that as a new character, I'm not expecting to get tons of exciting plot for myself. I'm not that naive. I arrive and I decide, you know what, I'll do guard duty. It's gonna be boring, but you know what? Hey, doing guard duty, I'll get to see people coming and going. Maybe I'll get to make some strike up some conversations. Maybe I'll get to, you know, find some people to spend time with. No, that didn't happen. My experience with that was everyone was a jerk to you because you were a guard, and your job was to stop everyone at the gates and make sure that they are doing nothing suspicious and that they are who they say they are. And everyone got annoyed at you for it, for no reason. I'm like, in character, there was some sort of plot going on involving, like, clones or something, and my job as a guard was that I had to check everyone at the gate. Again, we're going back like some several years now, so I don't remember the full details, but from what I recall, I had to make sure, I had to ask everyone at the gate, do you bleed? Because the clones, I guess, didn't bleed, or maybe they had a different colour, I don't know. But basically my job was I had to ask everyone to, essentially, in character, prick their finger on a sword or a dagger or whatever, and, you know, ask them, do you bleed? If they bleed, in you come. If they don't bleed, then they're a clone, and we get to. I guess in that situation we would stab them or something. I don't know. It never happened. Anyways, so that was my job, and every single person, bearing in mind, in character, they knew the reason why I was doing this. In character, got annoyed at me for doing the job I was tasked to do by making sure they bled. I was like, okay, whatever, sure, they're being jerked, but that's fine. Maybe something will happen. Maybe we'll get like an attack at the gate and I can fight something. That'd be exciting, right? Get to do a bit of combat. My character was just like a person with a sword. Like, I didn't have any special abilities. My special ability was I was kind of strong, so my sword did 2 damage instead of 1. Very exciting. I didn't have any like spells or anything like that. Anyways, throughout the entire event, there were exactly 2 times where something did happen. Something did attack the gate. And I was like, oh, excellent, something's attacking. I can do my job as a guard. I can guard people. Except, I couldn't. Because in both of the times when something attacked the gate, it was some sort of incorporeal monster, some sort of ghosty thing. And as playing the exciting class of person with sword, I cannot damage incorporeal creatures. I have no physical means of doing so. And the funny thing is, the creature itself was just kind of like shambling very slowly. I don't quite know what it was. I didn't really care. I was kind of checking out at this point a little bit, to be honest. But the problem is that I can't damage this. The other guard couldn't damage this. So we, the guards, now had to go... Dang it. I'm doing really badly, but I don't care. I'm having fun telling these stories. We had to then go to the tent where... Oh, I'm talking about live-action roleplay, Shiro. Welcome in. I'm having a little rant about my experience doing live-action roleplay. Anyways, so we had to then go to the tent where the people who we were guarding were, which in character was like the king and his like knights or whatever. I don't know. It's been a while. Yeah, we did pretty badly there actually. That's fine. We had to go to the tent and say, yeah, so there's this weird spooky ghost thing here. We can't damage it. Our swords kind of go through it. So can you guys like come and deal with it? I'm kind of sitting there thinking, why are we here? We literally, like, they know we're guarding the gate. Everyone that we've stopped going through the gate, which is our job, mind you, that is the job of the guard. Everyone that we've stopped has been a jerk to them today. And the 2 times that something has arrived that, you know, might be something a guard would be invested in stopping, I literally couldn't. Through no fault of my own, just, I guess, the fault of not being part of the system for 3 years and having the ability to hit incorporeal creatures. So yeah, that was my big LARP story. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Now again, I am not so naive. I am sure that my experience is not indicative of every experience with LARP. You know, I'm sure there are, you know, people that do live action roleplay that can be good. However, afterwards, I had this thought about Marvel after I'd already quit. And admittedly, I was a little bit salty, admittedly. I had this realization about live action roleplay, which is, what is the appeal? Now, I'm not saying this sarcastically. I'm not saying this facetiously. Hear me out on this, right? Oh my god, you played a guard and it was post-apocalyptic the full... Oh my gosh, wow. Oh man, that definitely sounds very hot. Yeah, so hear me out on this, right? If I play a tabletop game, if I'm playing any tabletop game, say I'm playing Pathfinder, say I'm playing World of Darkness, say I'm playing Made RPG. Actually, Made RPG is a bad example for what I'm about to say, but bear with me on this. I can play whatever I like, and there's nothing stopping me from doing that. If I decide, so I mean, you look, you can see me, I am by no means large, I am by no means muscular. I am not a very intimidating individual. I mean, I guess maybe if you've got a bit of a thing about masks, you might think me a bit scary, but I am not an intimidating individual. I do not shout at people. I do not get scary. That's not who I am. I physically cannot do that. However, if I decide I want to play Thank you. If I decide I want to play an orc, say I'm playing Pathfinder or Dungeons and Dragons, if I say, you know what, I want to play an orc, I want to play a great big 7-foot-tall orc bastard who's built like an absolute truck. He's so wide that he has to go through doors sideways because he's so muscular. And he's got a giant axe that's like as tall as the average person is. I can do that. And that's fine. No one will think twice about that. If I go to a live-action roleplay, that doesn't really work because I'm not 8 foot tall. I'm not massively muscular. I'm not scary. And at that point, the only thing that enforces me being the idea that I am tall and scary is everyone pretending that I'm tall and scary. But that really doesn't work if, you know, if I'm shorter than someone, and I'm at average height, but there are definitely people who are taller than me. If I'm shorter than someone and they have to look down at me to talk to me, it's not exactly going to really sell the idea that I'm this tall orc guy. Similarly, let's do another example. Let's say, okay, you know what? I'll play something more reasonable. I'll play something a bit more reasonable. Oh, Post! Post, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I'm Helm-Chan, the perfect normal robot maid. We're just stuck in the sides of a raid. We're just stuck in the hellscape that is the queue for Gundam Operation 2. Post, thank you for your community over. I'm gonna give you a shout out. Hope you're having a great time with your own stream. There we go. Waifu Laboratory, that is a fantastic name. I love that name. Thank you for the follow. You guys arrived to me ranting about live action roleplay. So if you guys like a bit of ranting, then Strackling will be here for a bit because this lobby is taking forever to fill. So I was saying with live action roleplay, we're comparing to tabletop games. If I want to play let's say I want to play like an elf. Let's say I want to play a graceful elf, and I'm a master archer. You know, I've got a bow and I can shoot the fly off a horse's ass at 12 paces. You know. I now need to back that up. I now need to, not just in character. I need to Helm-Chan, the individual. I need to be able to use a bow and arrow to fire accurately. I was doing Sephi runs in Monster Hunter World with Wi-Fi. Oh, awesome! Awesome. Hope it was going well for you. Yeah, so that's my big thing with it. This is my real big problem when it comes to live action roleplay. Just I need to be able to do skills to back it up, and I don't like that. I was like, oh, awesome! I hope it went well for you guys. It seems like you guys had a lot of fun. Thank you for bringing your community over. Hope you had a lot of fun with it. I can't believe on my first office visit I wasn't just a sleeping guest on foot, but I was asleep for 5 hours of midday. I was bored as hell. Ah, I see. Yeah, so similar experience to mine then. Yeah, that's just the thing that I don't get it. This is not even like me. Okay, this part is genuinely not me dunking on LARP. Because again, if you like LARP, great. You have fun. Whatever. If I don't like something, you're still allowed to like it. Do not let some silly little robot maid on the internet tell you can't enjoy something. But I don't understand the appeal of LARP compared to tabletop games. I genuinely do not. It's more expensive. It's more restrictive in the characters that you can play because, again, you need to have the skills to back up your character's abilities. Hey, we finally got cute. It's also more expensive. You've got to drive out to a field, put a tent up, buy costumes, buy expensive foam weapons to bonk each other over the head with. And I just don't get it. It's literally, honestly, one of those things I don't, it's not even that I just dislike it. I just don't get it. Don't get it. I'm sure that there's people out there that would be like, oh, no, it's great. But, and again, that's great. You enjoy your thing. It's not me. Me and my friend were playing cards after, and the supervisor's supposed to get back to guard, and then we bullied him for being an expensive uniform in the post-apocalypse. Okay, that's pretty funny. That is pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. I think if I was going to do... Because my friends have tried to talk me into doing LARP a few times. And honestly, I mean, I have a genuine reason why I can't. My schedule just does not work with it. But even if I didn't have that excuse, I think if they were going to ever talk me into it, I think something more like post-apocalyptic or futuristic compared to a fantasy one would be a bit better. Even if just because shooting Nerf guns is more fun than running around with foam swords. Or just as we did it as kids, run out into the woods, steal family members' clothes for gear, and use sticks and rocks instead of foam, right? Maxis, welcome in. Yeah, I don't know. When it comes to the old LARP stuff, again, as you said, Dawn, there's a certain level of realism that's needed for it, and it's just, I don't get it. I like doing tabletop games and role playing to be someone I'm not. You know, I don't want to be Helm-Chan when I'm doing a tabletop game. I'm Helm-Chan every single day. You know, I know what it is to be Helm-Chan. I want to be someone else. In a Final Fantasy themed D&D game, the DM gives me shit. He thinks I made my character too tanky. Then again, he's the guy that made the gear that made my character so tanky. Is it me, or do you? I want to sound like a human underneath that weird ass suit. Well, actually, I'm not wearing a suit. This is me. This is my head. What you are seeing here is not a helmet. I'm named because it looks like I'm wearing a helmet. But thank you for the compliment. That means that my vocal synthesizers are working very well. Video games and tabletops where you can give more freedom or whatever. Exactly, Zon. That's exactly it. Like, if I decide I want to play Pathfinder and I want to play a centaur, no one's going to, well, I was going to say no one's going to bat an eyelid at it. They might think twice about it, admittedly. They might be like, well, that's a bit strange of a character, but I can play a centaur without anyone without it being weird. If you were playing a centaur in a LARP, I don't really know how that would work. Let's see here. I'm going to try and pay just a slightly more attention, but I mean, this is my comfort pick of a suit. Even when I do badly in this thing, I'm having fun. Just FNAF, no, I can assure you, it definitely is not. There is no flesh and blood in this body. Two-person hero, right? That could work. Funnily enough, actually, okay. You know what? You say that the two-person horse costumes. That reminds me of the one thing I did do in LARP that was fun. This was during an event where I was not playing. I was playing, but I was playing as a monster. So when you do your LARPs, you often have a group of people that are, you know, quote unquote playing. They are their actual characters, and then you have people that have to what they call monster for you. You know, these are the people that have to be the NPCs, the guys that you're going to beat up with the foam swords. In other words, you know. Now this was during a session where I was monstering, and this was in a very short-lived LARP. It wasn't even the main LARP that my friends went to. This was during a LARP that was very loosely based around, at the time, 3rd edition Dungeons and Dragons. It was a mess. It was not balanced at all, because due to the way that saves were calculated in it, you would be in a situation where you would either always fail or always pass against any given save. So, for example, say you got targeted with, say, I don't know, Power Word Kill doesn't have a save. Say you got targeted by, like, Fireball, and they would say, like, Reflex Save 2. Well, if your Reflex is 2, you pass. If your Reflex is not 2, you fail. There's no dice rolls involved, it's just a flat value. Anyways, I'm meandering. The reason why it's important to know it's Dungeons and Dragons based is because while we were monstering, the session that we were going through was not very well planned out. I'm pretty sure the main ref on the day was kind of just pulling ideas out of his butt. And here's my proof of that. I said to them, hey guys, I've got a really funny idea. Why don't we throw a gelatinous cube at them? Like, everyone loves gelatinous cubes. And they're like, how are we going to do a gelatinous cube? Like, how can we like have a representation of that? And I was like, I have an idea. So the idea was, we had 4 of our monster players stand in a square. We each put our arms out and put our hands on the shoulders of the 2 people next to us, thereby forming a very rough cube shape. And then we would just slowly, like stagger our way towards the players while we've got our arms extended like this on each other to try and engulf a player. It was not good, like, because obviously trying to coordinate 4 people, 2 of whom are walking backwards, whilst trying to keep hands on each other's shoulders is not easy. But it was very funny, and it was one of the few things I do remember from that being memorable. I have to do bottom half of my center. Oh my gosh. How good is it going to be back? It's going alright. I'll be honest, I've been talking a lot. I've just been kind of sharing stories about tabletop and LARP, and I'll be entirely honest, I don't even remember how the last 2 matches went. They kind of were a bit of a blur. I've definitely not been paying much attention to the game itself. Where are the enemies, actually? I couldn't think of it. Where are they? I don't know. My favourite part was definitely me and my friend McFly supervisor. That definitely does sound fun. I could definitely imagine the guy taking it in good humour as well. But I can also imagine him being, like, really serious and butthurt about it as well, so it's kind of funny. People people that take things too seriously can be fun. Again, I think that's sort of that thing where it's like, you need to know your audience, you need to know your group. If everyone's taking everything seriously, great. If one guy's taking it seriously, it can be frustrating for him, obviously, you know. Like, if I was playing like a serious D&D game, and then you want to play Min-Max a Barbarian, whose only personality is me Barbarian, me hit good, you know, might be a bit frustrating. And D&D something from Genshin. Oh, interesting. I don't know an awful lot about Genshin. I played it a little bit. So I had a weird experience with Genshin. My experience with Genshin was I played it on Better. Oh, maybe not. No, yeah, Better. Okay. I played Genshin on PS4 because I looked at the gameplay and I'm like, okay, looking at this sort of game, this doesn't seem like something I'd enjoy at a PC. Because I like for very like relaxed, laid-back games or for very long JRPGs. If I'm playing them on my own, I like to play them in bed when my PS4 is, or my PS5 is these days. So I like to just, you know, lay down, relax, take it easy, and Genshin looked like that kind of game. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna play Genshin on my PS4. Well, yeah, PS4 at the time. And Yomi was also playing Genshin at the time. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. Yeah, we'll play Genshin together. That's great. Turns out Genshin has region-locked servers. So after I put like several hours into the game, I discovered actually I can't play with Yomi because if I play with Yomi, because I'm on a European PlayStation account, I can't play on the American Genshin servers. Which on the somehow off chance there's anyone in chat that's doing game dev, do not do this. Do not region lock your servers. No one likes region lock servers. In fact, that's happened to me a couple of times with Yomi, where we've wanted to play a game and then found out, oh, region lock servers, can't do it. There was a game, an MMORPG called WildStar. I remember that one. It was like a sci-fi Wild West game with some pretty cool designs. It had like Wild West, like sci-fi robots, very cool. And me and Yomi were both really excited about it, and then we found out, oh, region lock servers. In that case, it kind of turned out we got lucky, kind of dodged a bullet, because apparently the game wasn't actually very good, but still annoying. Guys, what should I get, Zaku 2 or the Gundam Ground Type? Well, I'm very biased, because I love my Federation suits, so I'm going to say the Gundam Ground Type. Of course, depending on what context you're talking. If you're talking for, like, in this game, the Ground Type's not that great. It's up to you, you're cool. If you're talking for kits, though, I would say the Ground Type's pretty good. And then again, I am well on record of thinking that Zaku's are kind of mid at best. Not a Zaku enjoyer, unfortunately. What's my favourite Gundam? My favourite mobile suit is the Gundam. Is the Gym Cannon. Just my favourite mobile suit. If we're talking actual Gundams, probably Heavy Arms is one of my favourite actual Gundam. If we're allowed to cheat a little bit and extend it to Mobile Fighter G Gundam, my answer might change a little bit depending on what time of day you ask me, because I love everything in that series, but yeah. Heavy Arms as a general rule, but if we're just talking mobile suits, Gym Cannon for sure. In fact, funny enough, the Gym Cannon, the suit I'm in right now is technically not called the Gym Cannon. This mobile suit I am currently piloting is officially known as the Gym Cannon Space Assault Type. The distinction is the lower legs. The lower legs on this thing are very slender, and you can see it's got like 2 thrusters in the calves. The standard issue Gym Cannon is a suit with much larger legs. It's got very chunky calves. We just called him Gym. Exactly, yeah. So the standard Gym Cannon is actually my favourite, but for fighting in space, this thing is just objectively better. But funnily enough, this mobile suit has a high-grade kit available for it. A Gunpla, that is to say. But the standard Gym Cannon does not. There is only... Oh, I don't have that one. That's neat. There's only there's 2 model kits that I know of for the Gym Cannon. Good question. Who actually remembers Gundam Age? This is good. Right? There's one thing I will say for Gundam Age, which is the closest I will get to a compliment, which is their grunt units look alright. They're not my favourite, but they're okay. I don't even remember what they're called, though. I just know they have like a big blue visor for a whole face. Can't remember what they're called though. But yeah, by comparison, in fact, while we're waiting, I'll just show you. So you can see how this thing has got quite skinny legs, whereas if I go to the standard gym cannon, which is... Oh, here we go, perfect. Back to side, you can see. The top half is basically the exact same. Actually, no, I never noticed. The waist is actually slightly different. But yeah, the main difference is the calves here. The gym cannon has those big, chunky calves. I really like this just because I always think it looks like it's wearing leg warmers, which I just think is kind of cute. Actually, yeah, they've actually got a very slightly different cannon as well. Oh, I mean, it did be kind of thick. It did be kind of thick. I don't think I've ever seen anyone make a, so you guys know about, like, mecha musume? You know, be like anime girls that are wearing, like, you know, mecha armor? You see a lot of those for Gundam girls. I've seen ones for the standard gym. But I've never seen a gym cannon anime girl. Maybe I'll have to take that task upon myself. But the question is, what do you do with the cannon? Right? Because, like, if there's no cannon, it's not a gym cannon. Well, I guess you could just give her a cannon, but... I guess it comes down to, do you make it a mecha musume where it's, like, armored, or do you make it just a girl that's, like, themed around it, you know? Both valid approaches, in my opinion. Thinking of designing a Gundam based on a mix of Barbatos and Exia. Ooh! I'll be honest, I'll be entirely real. I don't like Barbatos that much. And it comes down to one very, very small design thing about the Barbatos that I don't like. And it's the waist. I don't like how Barbatos' waist is so skinny. It looks very fragile. And it looks like one solid melee hit would just snap it in half. That part really hurts the design, in my opinion. If you had a normal, like, Gundam waist that was a bit more built, I'd like it a lot more. But hey, you know, that's a great thing. At the end of the day, there's so many mobile suits, you can like the ones you like, and I can like the ones I like. We'll see if anime girls haven't been photoshopped on Plague. I have something to show you after this. Remind me afterwards, if I don't remember it in this battle, say to me, Helm, you had something to show me. Because I have something to show you that you might get a chuckle about. And we'll elaborate no further until we get there. Barbatos was supposed to gain parts. Yeah, I remember that. They kind of, yeah, because that concept seemed kind of neat, and then they kind of just didn't do it. Huh. Because if they had gone with that might have been a cool idea. I do quite like the, what's that one called? Is it called, okay, I'm gonna butcher the name because it's been again, IBO is not my favourite series. So again, I'm not that familiar with names. Is it the Gundam Rebake? Is that what it's called? It's like a very beige one with 4 arms. That one's pretty cool. Mostly because of the 4 arms. Like, the 4 arms do a lot of heavy lifting for that design. Okay, that's actually going alright so far. Nice. He's my favourite gun because I think it's pretty... I like the gym. I like the gyms. I like the grunt suits, you know, because, you know, in a quote-unquote realistic situation, you know, you're not going to be the pro tag. You're going to be the guy stuck in the grunt suit. So I want the grunt suit that's cool as heck. Dang it. And also, not only that, but what makes for a better story? Okay? Situation A. We've given this guy a top-of-the-range, state-of-the-art mobile suit that is faster, better, tougher, stronger than any other mobile suit available. And he destroyed an entire army. Or, this guy, we gave him a bog-standard mobile suit and he took out an entire army. I feel like the second one is just more of a better story, personally. It's like, well, yeah, you gave the guy a better mobile suit, of course he's going to do really well with it. It's like Yu-Gi-Oh, you know. If I go into a tournament and I'm playing, like, I don't know, Hurley or Kashtira or Vanquish Soul, yeah, I'm probably going to do pretty well with that. If I enter with, like, I don't know, Blue Eyes or Dark Magician, yeah, I'm not going to do as well with that. But I'll tell you what, if I win, it's going to be a much better story, and I like those sort of stories. That's why I like playing bad decks. Because, like, if I'm playing a really good deck and I win, that's kind of expected. If I'm playing a really bad deck and I somehow win whilst playing the bad deck, not only is that really funny, but also the other guy will possibly never emotionally recover from that. Oh, dang it. The floatiness of space can be a bit of a disorienting sometimes. We're gonna die here. We're down. Yeah, we're down. I feel like I like the Zaku because they remind me of Stormtroopers, where they just these common grunties. Yeah, that, you know, that's the exact same, yeah, same philosophy. I like that aspect of the Zaku. The only reason why I don't like the Zaku is I don't like the design that much. That's all it is. But the Zaku and the Jin both have that same sort of energy where they're just the guy. They're just the grunt that is out there, you know. This isn't Amuro Ray and his fancy pants Gundam. This isn't, you know, Hero Yui with his you know, double buster rifle. No, this is Bob. You know, he wanted to be an accountant, but he kind of got drafted into the army, so we put him in a Zaku, and he killed 3 guys. That's pretty good, you know. That's a much more interesting story, I think. It's kind of why I like 8th MS Team. You know, 8th MS Team, like, Shu is just a guy. He's not in like some ultra top-end Gundam. In fact, the Easy 8 is kind of arguably worse than a ground-type Gundam, because it's just a ground-type Gundam that got blown to shit, you know? And yet he still beats the Goof custom with it, you know? That's awesome. That's a great story. Galaxy has a decent deck that wins and loses depending on enemy deck at the same time, surprisingly can win to decks battles. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, Galaxy Eyes is one of those decks that, like, I don't think most people these days would consider Galaxy Eyes a contender, but I can definitely, you know, I've definitely lost to it plenty of times. I'm a super heavy deck, so I'm too just. It's really sad, super heavies, because super heavies were meta for like 1 weekend, funnily enough. Sergeant Sov, thank you for the raid! Oh my gosh, thank you for the follow as well! Welcome, raiders! I'm Helm-Chan, the perfect little robot maid, and tonight we are in space getting blown up in the gym cannon. Thank you so much for the follow in the raid. I'll give you a shout out as soon as I'm able to take my hands away from the controller. But thank you for the raid, Sergeant. What were you up to before you came in, if you don't mind my asking? Hope your stream went well. But I thought it was mid-van. Oh no! Space Marines! Well, no Space Marines here, just gyms. Welcome in. We've been having, I've been just doing a lot of storytelling tonight, honestly, so... We've been doing alright though with our games. Raid enjoy detected. No, that's valid. You are valid. I play supports because I am too stupid to play raids. And also I also don't have the best ping a lot of the time. Damn, we're down. Space! Yes! I'll give you a shout out, son. Thank you for your raid. Let me just make sure I'm reading this correctly. Sergeant Sov. Yes, that's correct, I believe. Hopefully I got the right one there. Thank you again for your raid, though. Yeah, play. I will show you that after this. We're on PC. We're on PC players. I used to play it on PlayStation, but I don't have any means of streaming PlayStation, unfortunately. Raids are dumb. I disagree. I find Raid really hard to play. It might be because being in Europe, I tend to get a bit of bad ping on my matchmaking, but I don't know how you guys do it. Every time... you know what? It reminds me of when I used to play, again, I briefly used to play League of Legends. When I used to play League of Legends, I'd go against characters like Akali, and it would be like, oh wow, that champ is so busted, I just, like, you know, go crazy, what the heck? And then I try to play Akali, I'm like, how does anyone play this champion? I literally can't do anything. That's how I felt playing a raid. Keep sweet and lazy, fighting favors them. You know what? Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. I will admit, I do occasionally get favoured on my counters when it comes to battling into the raids. I'm actually kind of tired here. I might actually win this one. Raity's target not dead, Bonkada. my issue I just have is the approach. It might just be because I'm not... Again, I'll fully admit, I will be the first to say I am not good at this game. I like the game, but I am not good at it. And maybe I just don't read my skills well enough, or maybe I just don't understand how stagger works in this game well enough, but I feel like whenever I'm playing against a raid, they take 5 bazooka shots to the face and just don't get affected by it. And then as soon as I play a raid, the enemy looks at me funny, and my raid is just immediately like slower than a snail with a broken foot. We're gonna lose one. That's unfortunate. Oh well. I feel like we did okay there. Secret GPO might is that nobody's truly good at this game. You know what? That's valid. That's a valid take. I feel like we did okay that match. I mean, we lost, but I feel like I wasn't the reason we lost necessarily. We'll see. You know what? I'll take that. Top damage dealt, top score. Third overall. Yeah. Alright, I'll take that performance. Not awful, not great, but acceptable. BD, thank you for the follow. I'm glad that you didn't bother to by a terrible performance. So, okay, before we go to the next source, actually, I'll get into the next lobby, and I will show you the thing, Plague, while we're in the queue. No, we won't rated, I think. Yeah, we'll go back to space. Alright, so, Plague, you said you'd like to see like an anime girl that just had the gym head on it, right? Well, I have something to show you regarding that. So, quite a lot. Oh, Pi, thank you for the follow. Thank you for getting our follow goal. 420 follow goal, guys. Make your own weed jokes in the chat. Okay, so I have a thing I want to show you real quick. A very silly image. I want to. Phoenix as well. Thank you for the follow. Glad you're enjoying yourself here. All right, let me find this image real quick. It's a little tucked away, so I need to find it really quickly. Oh gosh, where is it in my folder? Lazy boy as well. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate all the follows, guys. Thank you so much. Oh, where is it saved? My directory is kind of a mess. It's under this one, I think. Under this one. Oh, why are my old files not organized better? This one. I think it's this one. This one? Somewhere in here. Hold on. I know how to find this. We'll do a search. That'll be there. Okay, I found it. Open containing folder. Open file location. Okay, I found. Okay, so, all right. I hope this was worthwhile. So, okay. As I was saying, you had said, Play, that you wanted to see an anime girl that had just a gym helmet for a head. Some years ago, some friends of mine were going to do a Gundam Builders roleplay. You know, a text-based roleplay, you know. We made characters for it, and I made custom gunpla for my characters. One of my characters had two identities. One of these identities was that of someone who was a big Xeon enthusiast, and his whole family were Xeon enthusiasts. In fact, let me show you those first real quick. So this was the family, real quick. Artwork's a little bit old here, not my best by any means. I definitely rushed some of this, so... you know, bear with me on the quality of this. Wow, this is a large image. So, this was a family, you know. I forget their exact names. I think the guy in the middle was called Sho. He was like the character I was playing as. I can't remember the rest of their names, but obviously the older brother is obviously designed to look a bit like Dozel and a bit like Shah, and that was deliberate. Anyways, so my character Sho, his main Gundam was a Master Gundam crossed with the Goof, the Master Goof. Full disclosure, I did not draw this. This is 100% traced. I am nowhere near this talented. This was a traced edit, but I wanted it to look on model, so I traced it, okay? That is my disclaimer. I did not draw this. This was 100% traced. Anyways, so the whole plot of my character was that his entire family were like big Xeon enthusiasts, right? So he had his Xeon gimmick, the Master Goof. However, that was just one of his identities. His other identity was as I don't like this image, admittedly. I could draw it a lot better. But Sho was into a bit of the cross-dressing. Oh, that's a large image. Transform, fit to screen. There we go. So Sho is Sho's other identity was called Kyoko, and she was a Federation-themed idol. And being a Federation-themed idol, she had to have a appropriate gunpla. And that brings us to what I wanted to show you. Jim-chan. Literally just Jim's head stuck on a Nobel Gundam with a few extra beam sabers slotted in for good measure. It's very silly, but I do kind of love it. My one regret with this, though, unfortunately, this roleplay never really went anywhere. We made the characters and whatnot, but we never actually even started it. We kind of did that a lot back in the day. We would have always fun ideas for roleplays. We'd make the framework for them and never actually put them together. But my one regret about the fact we never actually started this was, okay, I had a really dumb idea for an upgrade for the Gym-Chan here, right? Hear me out, hear me out. We put a mega particle beam cannon on the Gym-Chan. However, we put the mega particle beam cannon up the skirt, right? So that when the beam cannon is fired, it looks like the skirt is blowing up, and she, you know, is a robot. She holds her skirt down in that very anime girl style and goes Kia, you know, like the anime girls often do. And then instead of it being Gym Cannon, it's Gym Cannon, like Gym Cannon, like this. That is it. That's it. It's a terrible pun, but I wanted to make that happen. You're honestly bad for hating that. I do not even blame you. Actually, there was one small thing actually with this that is not quite small edit. The head is actually not technically Jim. This is actually based more on the Gym Cannon itself because you can see it's got the two antennae at the back. Anyway, that's just me being a gym nerd. You know, I realised it as soon as I said it. Gym nerd means something very differently when you're talking about Gundams. Gym is almost as beautiful as animal. That's normal gym. I would make a gym artillery suit and call it the Gym Cannon. Well, this is there is a Gym Cannon. There is a Gym Cannon. That's what I'm piloting right now in game. And unless you're doing another pun that I'm missing on. Oh, true Gym artillery suit cannon. Right, okay, I'll follow you. I'm with you. It took me a moment. I will try my best on this. Anmitu Dikungo. I gave that a try. I apologize if I butchered your name, but thank you for the follow either way. Are you familiar with the Zeonic Carrion Core? Sounds familiar, but I cannot place it. Pepsi Space, good night everyone. Thanks for the stream, help me. No worries, you have yourself a great night's sleep. Thank you for being here, I had a great time. To the catch yourself. Well, that's the awkward part. I hadn't put that much thought into it. In my mind, it would be kind of attached to the underside of the front skirt. So it would kind of look like that, but you know, I didn't want to have you know, actual vag cannon going on, you know. That's a bit much, a bit too sussy. Not that I'm a prude, you know, but Lucifer! It's been a while. I'm doing well. I hope you are as well. I've been doing alright tonight, actually. My iconic Malin mode. That also works as well, yeah. Could give it like a longer skirt to resell that idea. Where are we going? Let's go this way. Damn. I'm so bad at aiming. Not that I need an excuse to be bad at games, but in my defense, I am using a controller I'm not familiar with. So you're on top of my go, yeah, it's good to see you as well. I hope you've been doing well. Oh, hey, wait. Oh, we got the shield. That's okay. Pop the shield. Pop the head. Get our stun lock going. This man's having a very interactive gameplay experience right now. Hey guys, check it out. I'm playing Runic. Interactive gameplay experience, right? You feeling well? I am feeling well, yeah. I actually was, funny enough, I was saying earlier, I am slightly worried I may have slightly damaged my back just because, kind of twice, 2 days in a row, my back has had a bit of a twinge. But I'll be fine. I'm very good at taking care of myself. If there's one thing you can allow me to do is to be lazy and sit around the house doing nothing. I require no additional encouragement to do that. I really probably shouldn't be fighting this guy. I should probably try and find a general to bully, but he kind of just want to pick a fight with me, so I guess I'll return the favour. Oh, general. Oh, it's this guy. I hate these things. These things are really annoying to hit. But we got it. Okay, we'll take it. Ah, shoot. Oh, God. Oh, no, I'm at the edge. Oh, there's map. Ah, shoot. Ah, and no bonus tonight. That's honestly better than Gundam and Mechwell. We've been a tie first to the gym. Ah, yeah, the adverts, sorry. I said I do normally like to schedule a break around my adverts, but because this game's matchmaking is a bit of a pain and sometimes you can be in matchmaking for a while, I didn't want to have to do it. Yeah, my apologies, guys, for those of you getting adverts. Although, if you'd like ad-free viewing, you can subscribe to Helm-Chan's Twitch page. I'm joking. Do not feel obligated by any means. I appreciate everyone that follows, likes, subscribes, whatever you do, but do not feel obligated by any means. And that would just say, I can't remember what I said 5 seconds ago. I think I was just really that high, but no awareness that I'm doing badly tonight. Oh, hello, sir. Okay. Oh my god, I did, okay. Oh, I missed that. Oh, the damn shield. Oh, dang it. Okay, we can maybe get this guy. Yeah, take that. Should we get this guy with the... Yeah, oh, okay, good enough. I mean, get more games of like Helm-Chan would play. There are, it's funny, there aren't many games that have like, I don't know, I feel like Robot Girls are kind of a bit of a, I don't know, a bit of a dying breed, I feel, I don't know. I can't remember the last, like, new game I played that had a really good Robot Girl in it. I know that in Genshin there is, like a boss that's like a pair of dancing robots, but that's not really quite the same, I don't think. Good, how you don't look at that. I won't then, fair enough. On the plus side, this guy is fast, but he's also a big target, so we'll shoot his stupid backpack off. Or try to, I mean. The trying is the important part. Oh man, you guys have got me concerned. Ah, shoot. Robot Girls are awesome. Some of the Robot Guys are sort of... You know, funnily enough, although I think Robot Girls are kind of a bit of a dying breed, I do think that Robot Guys are maybe a little bit more so. I can only think of one game that had like a really good robot guy in it. And it was, very Danganronpa fans in the chat. Danganronpa V3 specifically had a character who was a robot. And he was a pretty good robot guy. Admittedly, for my personal taste, he did look a little bit more, I don't really like, I like mature-looking characters. I don't like characters that look like, you know, too young, you know. And the robot character that had a bit more of a younger-looking construction, but I like the design for what it was. I like that, you know, you can like a design even if you don't find it necessarily, you know, attractive.
An ally unit has been destroyed.
Hey, awesome. I like Danganronpa a lot. My best friend Yomi got me into the series, and I'm a big fan of it. I only played like 2 of them. I haven't played Danganronpa. I never played Danganronpa 2. I played 1 and I played the 3rd one. But apparently the second one's alright. I kind of missed it because it was on the PSP, and I do not like the PSP. My PSP I had like 3 games on it. I just did not enjoy the. I don't like the PSP's feel in my hands. I feel like my hands are too large for the PSP. I feel like you need to have quite small hands to enjoy how that thing feels in the hands because the buttons are so tiny. But maybe I'm the strange one here. I don't know. I will say though that of Danganronpa, Kirumi Tojo from V3 is my absolute favourite character. In fact, her design actually was a little bit of an inspiration for my dress. Not terribly so, but I like more modest dresses for maid characters. Like, you know, you see a lot of maid characters where they've got like, you know, skimpy little French maid outfit, and you know, I'm sure there's a market for that for sure. But I like a maid that is a bit more modest, a bit more, you know, just a bit more reserved looking. It's what you don't see. Do you rig yourself? Oh no, I'm not that. I'm nowhere near that talented. I designed myself, but I did not draw or rig myself. I'm gonna 3DS go. Yes, 3DS. 3DS is honestly probably my favorite handheld of all time. If it's not the 3DS, it would be the standard DS. Yeah, bounces so you can go to people and kick them. No, I can. I actually don't have my melee set on the gym cannon mode just because it's kind of bad. I feel like with the gym cannon in most situations, if I'm in a position where I'm able to melee someone, I'm probably in trouble. If they let me melee them, then that's them messing up rather than me outplaying them. That's how I look at it anyway. Turn down Gothic with interest? A little bit. Like, not even necessarily Gothic, more just kind of like the Victorian made, you know? I like that look. I do go for the kits when I'm on my, oh gosh, what's it called? I always get this Mobile Suit's name wrong. The yellow gun cannon. It's like gun cannon type D or something. Hey, look at that! That's the first overall ranking, we'll take that.
Here are your rewards from this battle.
Told you guys, I'm not good at this game, but gym cannon, I can always do okay in my gym cannon, my trusty gym cannon. Think you've hanged down to Tours Gundam 1 to 3. Ooh, good choice. Those are good games. Those are very good games. Let me even check what this thing's called, because there is one of where I do like to go a bit ham with the melee attacks. Even though it's not built for it. But yeah, this guy. Yeah, gun cannon heavy type D. This thing, people don't expect you to punch them in the face with this thing. It's always very funny when you manage to pull it off. Okay, I could have sworn that those guys were T-posing for a second there when I loaded in. I don't know if you guys saw that. I really did not have no T-posing. T-pose are fun design, but I want to see some robot boys with screens for faces. True! Screen faces are very good designs. I really enjoy screen faces. Totally not biased. Totally not biased. Funnily enough, I actually own a figurine of an anime character. I don't even know her name. Hold on, let me see if I can find her real quick while we're in the lobby here, real quick. See if I can find what she's called. Can you get Pale Rider? Yeah, Pale Rider's in this game. What's this thing called? What's this character called? It's not showing up with that. Oh, it's because I typed screen wrong. Let's try screen correctly. Oh, failed matchmaking. Color me surprised.
Good work out there.
Let me just get back in the queue while I go back to my searches here. What is this character called? Because I found the search. Here we go. Okay, so there's this one character. I know nothing about the source material for this. Right? Full disclosure, I have no idea what kind of anime this is. I'm assuming it's something vaguely wholesome, but if it's not, then I do apologize for sharing it, but I think it is. So I own a figurine of this one character who, my understanding is that she is not a robot, but she has this visor that has the screen face going on. And I love this design. And it does actually like animate. Her face does change with different expressions. I believe, apparently her name is Rina Tenoji from Love Live School Idol Festival 2 Miracle Live. That might be the game name. I'm not sure if that's the series name. But yeah, I saw a figurine of this girl when I was at Forbidden Planet once. And I was like, I have no idea who this character is, but she's adorable and I need to own this. It also helps that she has pink hair. I do like pink hair a lot. Pink and white hair are like my two favorite colors for anime characters. You know what? Ah, there you go, yeah. Actually, now that I remember, as a robot I should have included in your tier list. Do you remember Weebo? Oh my gosh, wow, Weebo from Flubber. I do, Zordon, that's a blast from the past. Oh, that's a really good one. She would have probably ranked quite highly, actually, because I really liked that character. Oh, cancel? I've never seen that error before. That's a bit of a scary one. Are we good? Game bug? Okay, we're good. Everything's fine. Game's not about to fall apart. But yeah, I do remember Weebo from Flubber. Flubber was actually one of my favourite movies when I was very young. I used to have, so a funny story about Helm. Helm cannot go to sleep when it is quiet.
Begin the mission.
Like, if it's very quiet, I will... It kind of... I don't know how to say this without sounding dramatic, because it's not dramatic, it's not a huge deal. If I'm trying to go to bed and it's very quiet, I tend to get a little bit anxious. It's not a huge deal. It's more just that thing where it's kind of like... every single noise in the house puts me on edge and kind of stirs me from my sleep. So ever since I was very young, I've always had something in my room that can play video. When I was very young, I had a VHS player and a very old, like, portable CRT, and I would just put on a random movie and fall asleep watching it. And Flubber was one that I used to do quite a lot to.
An allied unit has been destroyed.
That's how I learned quite a lot of Disney songs, funnily enough, just by watching the same movies over and over again, just learning them by osmosis. Disney's Hercules is the best Disney movie, do not at me. I swear, if Disney announced they're going to do a live-action Hercules, I will be angry, because it will be bad, and I do not want them to ruin Hercules like that. They butchered Aladdin, and they butchered Beauty and the Beast. Like, Disney must be stopped, no matter the cost. Their live-action remakes cannot continue.
Minor damage. No need for concern.
That guy's nipping about. Oh, it's the funny Zaku with, like, the, I forget what this thing's called, but it's like an extra arm attached to its chest. Very silly. I do like how I do appreciate how the Xeon suits are just kind of whatever. Like, all of the Federation suits, for the most part, look like, you know, a guy, you know. But, like, the Xeon suits, especially the aquatic ones, are just like, yeah, we'll shove an arm on its chest. Maybe we'll make one that's, like, got drills for arms. Maybe this one's got, like, extender arms. You know, just, what are we gonna call it? I don't know, call it, like, Ag? Sure, we'll call it Ag. No, I mean, Drago? Sure, yeah, that'll do. I'm convinced that the Xeon Nautical Department just named all of their amphibious mobile suits after baby talk. Like, some guy just had a kid and was just naming all their new developments after the noises their baby made. In fact, if Notre Dame was your favorite, oh, that's a good one. That's a very good one. I think Hellfire is definitely a very good contender for one of, if not the best, Disney villain songs. Kondo Hurling! Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. It's a great evening tonight. I might have to do some repairs. I could just go out there, but I mean, I'm at half health. I'm winning. I don't need to go aggro here. I think I'm probably just better off repairing here and just, you know, making sure I don't feed. Sounds like people make when drowning. Yeah, yeah. We named it. Yeah, you're going to be piloting the oh god no blah blah blah. But it's named after the sounds that the pilot of the previous prototype made when we lost contact. We're still winning at least, so that's pretty good. We'll take a bit of that. So it's funny. I had a really rough run of this last week when we were playing in the desert. You know, we were doing the high cost rooms. As soon as we get into a suit that I like on a cost I like, suddenly I know what I'm doing. Unfortunately, I think the game has just power crept itself to the point where I struggle to keep up with it, as I said earlier. Give me a 350 or 300 cost suit and I'm laughing. Any higher than that, it starts getting a bit sus. I mean, admittedly, this is not exactly skilled gameplay here. I'm just going to play point-and-click adventure with my cannon right now, but hey, you know. Well, it works, right? Oh, missed. Okay, that's fine. I succeeded the point-and-click adventure. You know, come to think of it, actually, this game doesn't really have... Okay, so I know there are sniper rifles in this game. I know there are plenty of sniper suits in this game. This game doesn't really have, like, the archetypal annoying sniper. Like, you think of most shooter games, you've got the one sniper weapon that will just, like, kill you from across the map before you can do anything. Like, yeah, there's very powerful sniper weapons in this game, but I think even the most powerful ones will usually only do, like, what, 60, maybe 80% of your health if they get lucky. Or they've, like, tap advantage or something. I don't know, I feel like snipers in games are just inherently bad balance. It never feels fair to be on the receiving end of them. Just a team B is annoying for those. I don't think I thought that one. Admittedly, as I said, I do mostly stick to the Given the choice, I like to stick to the lower cost rooms. I'm just not very good at the higher cost rooms. I was playing last week and someone was, rightfully so, mind you. I do not mind critique or criticism of my gameplay, especially when I know I'm not good at it. And someone was pointing out that I was playing the Jester Cannon and I was only using like 2 of my weapons. And you should use the grenade. Like, use the grenade, use the missile pods. I'm like, oh, okay. And I just have trouble when a mobile suit has more weapons than I can assign to face buttons easily. I just struggle with it. When I first came out of the gym, so I got 2 shredding kneecaps in a single reload. Really? I never used it. I never liked the gym sniper 2, funnily enough. Maybe I just wasn't using it right. There are definitely suits that I have been using long. I know that for a fact.
Requesting to sortie.
But again, this is good. I think that kind of comes down to this game has the same issue that every single multiplayer-focused game ever has. It can teach you the rules of the game, but it cannot teach you how to play the game. Like, the game will teach you, like, okay, the right trigger fires, left trigger crouches, B to reload. But it doesn't teach you when you should reload. It doesn't teach you how to combo, you know. It also doesn't prepare you for the fact that a lot of this game is just kind of stagger the game. I should not be going in here, should I? Oh, maybe I can. We can have a little bit of an aggro here. Isaac doesn't do that much damage, but does a heavy stagger. Yeah, exactly, yeah. But the thing is, though, is I don't mind that as much because that's then... Oh, shit. That is then, like, rewarding team play, right? So, like, if a Isaac staggers you, and then, I don't know, say like some sort of dom or whatever comes in and starts beating the crap out of you with his sword, damn. Like that, for example, I got staggered there. Yeah, it's annoying when you're getting staggered to death, but it's a team game. Can't be mad at them for doing teamwork in a team game. Compare that to something like, say, I don't know, any shooter, you know. Pick your favourite modern military shooter, or even go back old school, you know, old school Unreal tournaments, where the old, the sniper rifle in that game would literally one-shot kill you if it headshot, didn't even need to scope in, never needed to reload. Like, that just doesn't feel fair. That just feels cheesy. It just feels unfair. Or even an antagonist for your friends. Have not, no. I feel like that's something that you can do that. That can be done well. I feel like it requires a lot of maturity on everyone involved. Otherwise, there's a very big risk of it being a feels bad moment. Also supposed to make opportunities. Yeah. That is the thing, isn't it? I mean, I've had games before where I'll be playing support. I'm hiding in the back trying to set up opportunities, and the front line just does not exist. The generals aren't pushing forward. I'm stuck on par with them because they're not pushing forward. So I can't make opportunities. It's like, it's frustrating. It is, admittedly, why I don't play a lot of these sort of games, because I did okay, I didn't do great, didn't do alright. Fourth is fine. Like, I do tend to admittedly get frustrated if I'm playing a team game and my team is not holding up. In fact, I've told you guys this story before, but I'll tell you again. I used to play Final Fantasy 14. Well, I still do play Final Fantasy 14. But I'm going to change my suit up for a little bit. I like the gym cannon, but I want to mix it up. We're going to go for the Zaku sniper. There it is. But yeah, I used to play Final Fantasy 14 very hardcore. Final Fantasy 14 for about 3, maybe 4 years was basically the only video game I played. Which I don't regret. I had a great time with it. The thing to bear in mind with that, though, is, you know, the benefit of that is, if you're only playing one game, you save a lot of money because you're not buying the other games. Now, I used to do the hardcore raiding in that game. And although we were doing the hardcore raiding, I wasn't really like, we weren't, how do I put this? Me and my group that we raided with, which was a group of friends, we were not like top-end players. We were good at the game, we were good enough. But we were not like the best of the best. There were far, far, far better players in the world than us. That's not like me dunking on us, it's just objective fact. And one of the things that I got very frustrated with during that is, so for anyone that's never done raiding in Final Fantasy 14, it basically comes down to a dance. The boss does their mechanics and you have to dance around the mechanics. It might mean you've got to go to a certain point like on the map. Maybe like the boss will put a circle and you've got to go into that circle. Or maybe the boss will put down like a big AoE that will knock you away from it, and you've got to make sure you're not getting knocked into a hole or something. It ultimately comes down to learning the dance and doing the dance. And I like that. I found learning the dances to be very fun. The problem, though, is, and again, this is not a reflection on these people as people. They're great people, and I'm still friends with a lot of them. And after no worries, Jason, I have yourself a great night's sleep. Thank you for being here. Hope you had a great time. But yeah, so when you're doing the dances, you're doing it in a group of 8. And the problem, I say problem, quote unquote problem, it depends on whether you view it as that or not. The issue is that everyone needs to do the dances. And everyone needs to do the dances perfectly. And when I say that, I mean, like, say you've got 8 people in the party, 7 of them do the dance correctly, 1 of them does the dance ever so slightly wrong, that's it, it's over. You lose. Everyone dies. You must now start from the beginning and begin the entire dance from the start. Now, I'm not going to say I was perfect at the game, because I definitely wasn't. That would be disingenuous. But it would also be, but it is fact, and again, I do not hold it against people. This is not a problem. This is just the situation. Some of the members of our group were a little slower to learn the dance than others. And I'm not going to lie, after a while, that becomes very frustrating. It's that thing where it's like, everyone learns at a different pace. But when you've learned your part of the dance first, and maybe 2 or 3 people in the group are taking significantly longer to learn theirs, it does become very frustrating when you're dying and failing through no fault of your own. And this is for any team-based game. If you lose a team-based game through no fault of your own, it's just frustrating, you know? So that's why I don't... This has been a long diatribe for going on about how team games can be frustrating, but yeah. Used to play tons of FF14, was more of a social player. I did some raids for LC, was more about big chilling together and actually doing content. Honestly, personally, that's the way to do it. I went back to 14. I still play 14, but I play extremely casually these days. Sometimes I don't even log in for like over a week. My free company these days is very casual. I think 2 of the people that I used to raid with do still have a raid group together. And, you know, good luck to them. I hope they're doing well with it. But, you know, these days I pretty much log in maybe once a week. Maybe I'll do my 24-man raid roulette with my FC or whatever. And, you know, that'll be it. But I honestly am a lot happier that way. Not having to worry about, I must log in, I must do my dailies, I must get my tomestones, I must make sure I'm geared for raid, I must make sure I have my food for raid, I must make sure I have repaired for raid, I must make sure I'm on time for raid. Like, there is definitely a risk of anything, whether it's a hobby or whatever, anything that becomes a regularly scheduled activity does always run that risk of starting to feel like work. And in my personal opinion, if that ever becomes the case for something you are doing as a hobby, that is a sign that you need to take a step back, reassess why you're doing it, and ask yourself, am I still having fun with this? If you are still having fun with this, great. Maybe it just means you need to change a different approach to how you're doing it. But something you are doing for fun, a hobby, should never feel like work. And more importantly, this is what happened to me by the end of it, it should never feel like something you are dreading. Because by the end of my raiding experience, I was so burnt out of raiding because, not shaming anyone, I think, but because some people in my group could not consistently do the mechanics, do the dance, we were still failing on a fight that we had been working on for 3 months. And that's disheartening, you know? It is that situation where it's like, if I had a whole team of Helm-Chans, if I could clone myself 7 times and have every party member be played by someone that is as competent at the dance as I am, we would have cleared this months ago. It's impossible to not be frustrated by that. Oh, Plague, you are fine. I'll authorize that in a sec. Yeah, I see why it's blocked there. It's fine, yeah. I know why you mean that. Yeah, I'll just let me duck behind this rock real quick. Yeah, just the auto mod doing its thing. Fury took the burst of blood vessel. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I try to distance myself when I do get if I know I'm getting frustrated or angry at a game, I do try to distance myself, because I've had it before where I haven't, and it's been bad for me. Like I remember very clearly I had one night when I played League of Legends, which, you know, League of Legends itself is a bad idea, but when I was still under the illusion that I enjoyed League of Legends, I remember one night I was on an absolute loss streak. And I remember I got destroyed by a Cogmore in that game. This guy seemed absolutely unkillable, like he could do no wrong. And I was so tilted, I'm like, wow, this champion is such bullshit. This champion is just like absolutely so free, what the heck? I'm gonna play this champion just to prove how busted it is. But here's the thing about this chat. Helm is not an ADC player. Helm does not play bottom lane. Helm plays top lane, because Helm is stupid, and that's where the stupid people go. I'm joking. This is a joke. But, Cogmore is an ADC. I know nothing about playing ADC, and what followed was easily the worst game of League of Legends I have ever played. And you know what? That genuinely, my mental was so shot. I was feeling like genuinely upset with myself the whole night. I went to bed feeling like I personally was garbage, all because I can't play the funniest pukey monster in the silly League of Legends mobile game. That ain't good for you. Don't let yourself get to that situation. You deserve better than that. Oh, what were you saying, sorry, 19? Let me ask you a question there. You go for the tutorial games. Oh, yeah, it does go to more. There is a if you're talking about Yomi's Discord, it would be more of a there is a card channel for that. I did accidentally post a Yu-Gi-Oh thing in tabletop by mistake the other day. It was my fault. Under the illusion, lol. Played a few years ago, so much I don't like the league. Good. You know what, Veilog, good on you, my friend. I'm happy that you were able to pull yourself away, because I have a friend, he's a very good friend. He's actually one of the friends that is working on the tabletop, the board game with me. He's actually doing the artwork for all of it, and he's doing a fantastic job. He's a great guy. But he plays League of Legends. And I don't mean that like as a he'd be a great guy if he didn't play League of Legends. No. I mean, he plays League of Legends, and I don't know why he does it to himself, genuinely. Like, he plays League of Legends, and he's good at the game. He plays Zyra, and he's good at the game. Like, I would routinely see him top his leaderboard, like, do the most damage of his entire team. But that's the problem. He's a support doing the most damage on his entire team. And he reasonably gets tilted about it. And I'm just like, dude, you need to stop playing this game. It's not good for you. At the end of the day, I'm not going to force him to stop it, but I do wonder why people play games that make them genuinely upset and mad. It's not good for you. You deserve better. There's a lot of fun experiences out there. You do not deserve, and life's too short for you to spend it on things that just make you unhappy. And that applies to anything, Whether it's, games, work, friendships, anything,
An allied unit has been destroyed.
You deserve to treat yourself to things, you deserve to not treat yourself, you deserve to give yourself things that make you happy and surround yourself with people that do so as well. We have a lot of time, 30 to 50 minutes. Yes, Veilok, that is part of why I think League is a bad game, and part of why I think the community is so toxic. Because when you sit down, one does not simply sit down and play a game of League of Legends. So, in fact, this game is kind of the same, but let me give you another example. I play Yu-Gi-Oh! I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. And that game, if I want to play a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, I load it up. It loads up in about maybe 30 seconds. I go to the queue for a duel. I'm in a duel in maybe like 10 seconds tops. Absolutely. Maybe a bit longer if it's a bit laggy that night. And I'm in. That's it. Game started. And if I realise that I'm screwed because I bricked on my opening hand and the opponent's playing, I don't know, branded and they're going full combo, you know what? I just hit the menu and I click surrender. The whole game maybe took less than 30 seconds if I had a bad hand and I know I can't win this. But you know what? That's fine. As soon as I'm back into it, as soon as I'm done, I get back into it. And just, play it again. Whereas League, if I want to play League of Legends, I have to load up the League of Legends client, which, let's be honest, we all know, well, anyone that's played it knows the League of Legends client is not good. It's very slow to open up and it's very laggy and very bad. You've got to load it up, you've got to get in queue.
2 minutes.
You've got to hope that when the queue pops, that someone doesn't back out of queue. You've got to hope that during champ select that someone on your team doesn't feel like being funny that evening by banning your champion. You've got to hope that your champion doesn't get banned by someone else. You've got to hope that you don't get auto-filled into a role that you don't know how to play. You've then got to... even if best case scenario, if all of the stars align and you get into League of Legends with none of that going wrong, you've still probably spent like 5 minutes just to get into the game. Best case scenario. Then you unload, which, to be fair, to be entirely fair, League of Legends does load fairly quickly as long as everyone in the lobby is playing on a decent computer. But then just think about it. League of Legends itself, if you want to surrender League of Legends, you have to wait 15 minutes and it has to be unanimous. And if one person says no, you're there for another 5 minutes easy. There's a long amount of time to wait on a game that sometimes it's very obvious when you do. I think that by comparison, I played a very brief bit of Pokemon Unite. I do think that game does it better, partially because the queue is quicker, but partially because the games are time-based rather than objective-based, you know. So, like, Pokemon Unite, you know when you go into a game of Pokemon Unite, it's 8 minutes long, or I think it's 8 minutes, they might have changed it, but when I played, I think it was 8 minutes. You know, no matter what, the game will end in 8 minutes. This is non-negotiable. Whereas in League of Legends, how long are you going to be there? Good question. Could be as short as 10 minutes, could be there for as long as 12 hours. Like, I know that obviously the 12-hour game was just people memeing and forcing the game to be delayed, but you can't tell me that a game that could conceivably last till you die of old age is a good designed game. Fun fact, cricket, the real-life sport, is actually the same. Now, what do I play in Yu-Gi-Oh? So I like playing bad decks. I'll preface by saying that. My main deck is I like to play Live Twin Sprite. That's my favourite deck. That's probably my best deck right now. I also like playing Trap Tricks, and I am hoping to build Vanquish Soul very soon. Unfortunately, I don't have the gems for it. I also have in Pennyper a really, really bad deck, which is the new Gate Guardian support, which is absolutely terrible. It's an awful deck, but I want to play it because I can't help it. I'm a Yugi boomer. I have nostalgia for the Gate Guardians. I remember back in the day when we called him Frog the Jam instead of Slime Toad. In this house, we accept Frog the Jam. We do not accept Frog the Jam. Bad but funny and somehow still good. They're okay. They're all right. I'm under no impressions otherwise. What? You're just so good to give yourself bad text. So you're not insulting Prince of... Oh no, Prince of Bugs. Prince of Bugs is cool. I'm looking forward to using that. But no, I like to play decks that aren't the super sweaty meta decks, although I guess you could argue Vanquish Soul is a very good deck. I just like it because it's fun. When it comes to me in card games, I like to pick decks based off of what they look like. So I like the Live Twins because they're cute girls. I like Trap Tricks because they're cute girls. I like Gate Guardian because I'm a sucker for nostalgia. I like Vanquish Soul because I like the cool fighting game archetype, and also Dr. Madlove is a cute girl. So I actually know it's a theme, actually. After stream I sent you a pic. Oh yeah, I'll take a look after. Yeah. I may actually, how are we doing on time? So I said before that I'm not going to schedule out breaks around the advert break, but I might do one the next one. So probably about 25 minutes we'll have an ad break because I need to hydrate myself a little bit. But we'll do that. We'll do that. We'll run this lobby down. We'll wait until we can't go into space any longer. Oh, it's the best Yu-Gi-Oh player I've ever seen, and I've seen 2 Yu-Gi-Oh players. How do you feel about Kaiju decks? Pure Kaiju is kind of based. I tried playing Pure Kaiju once, but it didn't feel very good. I'm going to be real. I feel like it doesn't really hold up very well these days, but it's very funny. I think it's something I could try for Master at some point, actually. I like copies because hot pages and bird women. You're allowed, Zordon. You're allowed. It's very funny, actually. There is a very funny artist. I always forget this guy's name. I should look him up because he does really good artwork. There's this fantastic Japanese artist who does a lot of artwork of Eldritch and Laundry Dragon Maid. There's quite a bit. There's a little bit of a Labyrinth as well. He does, but he draws Laundry Dragon Maid so cute. Every time I see it, it's just like, this is so cute. I need this. And he did a little sketch page comparing censored cards from the TCG to the OCG. And it's very funny how he compared the Harpy Lady one. So for those that don't know, Harpy Lady's in the Japanese version of the game, the OCG. wear significantly less clothing. In the TCG, they censored the Harpy ladies by giving them like an all-over skin-type bodysuit. And it's kind of funny, like, the Japanese artist says, like, it's more erotic because they're wearing the bodysuits. And just like, Konami, you failed. You've gone to, you made it worse. And Gem Knight, because they look cool. Gem Knights do look cool. I do like the Gem Knight looks a lot. I've never played Gem Knights. They were kind of, I only got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Recently. Like last year was when I got back into Yu-Gi-Oh! I played it when it very first came out, and playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a strong word. Like, I had a deck, but it was not a strategy. It was just, here's a pile of cards that I got from booster packs. So coming back to it a year ago was kind of a massive culture shock, to put it mildly. Like, learning Link summoning and, I didn't even know what Synchro Summon was, you know. Back in my day, we called it the Fusion deck. And we also didn't call it a Fusion deck, because no one read the rulebook, so we put our Fusion monsters in our main deck. And then wondered why our hands were so bad, and we kept picking on Fusion monsters. Those were the good old days, back when Yu-Gi-Oh! Just did whatever you thought it did, because you just used the anime as your source for the rulebook. Oh, how did I miss that shot? There we go. Didn't miss that one. Just play Horse Lockdown. Oh, nice. Gem Knight Master Diamond. He is a very handsome card. He is. A lot of Gem Knights are very good looking, actually. There's when people knew what pot of greed. No, come on. Let's calm down now. Calm down. Let's not get crazy. No one knows what pot of greed does. That's just, you know, it's lost to the sound of time. Punch. Ah, that's longer range than I thought. I was going to try and counter you. Fine. Oh no, he read me! Dang! That's fine. That's fine, I'm goofing up a little bit here. Goof boy to Zaku! This is no goof boy! Oh damn! Back in my day, Fusion 2 was to make an 1800 attack beats. True, well? Kind of true, Zordon. Kind of true. We did get La Jin. We did have La Jin in I think La Jin was in Star Trek Kaiba. I believe he was an 1800 beater, but you're not far wrong. Back in our day, you had to fuse 2 monsters to get 1 monster that was worse than one of the materials. Good old fusionists. Yeah, fusionists were one of them. And was that one? Mystical Sheep number 2, I think it was. Where it's actually got less stats than one of its own materials. Back in the days where you could just go magical scientist and Cyberstein. It was wild to me when I found out that Cyberstein actually was made illegal for a while. Like, I can't believe anyone ever thought that would be a good idea. But it's still legal in Master Duel, I think, which is crazy to me. Like, I feel like Cyberstein is just one of those cards. Whenever it hits the field, you know that nothing fair or fun is about to happen. It's only ever used for absolute nonsense. Never went to Yu-Gi-Oh! Myself, I was playing TCG Wars Pokemon. That's fair, honestly. At the end of the day, like, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! Itself is... Oof, that's bad. Oh, I'll put it now. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game that is one of those ones that's like, I like Yu-Gi-Oh! Don't get me wrong, I have a lot of fun playing Yu-Gi-Oh! But I would never recommend it to someone unless they really like card games. Oh, I did bet it wasn't good. I mean, why was he armband? Freaking Yu-Gi-Oh! PS1. Oh, you're talking about, It's about Forbidden Memories. I have that game. It is not good. It is nostalgic, but it is not good. Back in the day when you got a zombie deck and you're surprised Pumpkin didn't bring all cards. Yeah, right? So my favourite Yu-Gi-Oh! Story about back in the day is Relinquished. So I cheated when I was a kid, when I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I had a Relinquished deck. Again, deck is a strong word, but I had Relinquished and its ritual in my deck. So I called it a Relinquished deck, but it didn't really do much. But here's the thing. So if you've ever seen the anime of Yu-Gi-Oh! When Relinquished uses his effect, to equip a monster to himself, he just eats the monster. You know, he just absorbs the monster, he gains the attack and defense values, and that's what he does. Right? Now, here's the thing. I told my friends when I was playing that when I use the effect of Relinquished, you lose your monster. Because that's what happens in the anime, right? He eats the monster, so the monster's just gone. What I actually... Now, here's the funny part. That's what I told them, but I did not believe that. I thought I was telling them a lie at the time. What I thought happened was, it says you equip a monster to the relinquished. I thought the equipped monster stayed on the field as a monster card. But the funniest part was that's not true. The actual thing that happens is it turns them into a spell card, so they do lose their monster. So I thought I was cheating, but in a roundabout way, I was actually not. I guess you could. That's one of those. Oh my gosh, this guy's. I can't get a beat on him. Okay, that's one of those task failed successfully moments. He goes Kirby. Oh yeah, it's fine. Goes Kirby and sucks him up. Yeah. What about you, good? Dual Stasis relinquished Kaiju? That's pretty based. I can get behind that.
2 minutes.
I like relinquished. It's like he's not the greatest card these days, but even when you lose to relinquished, it's hard not to feel like it's, you know, it never feels unfair to lose to relinquished because there's plenty of ways you're out. Lying about relinquished for shame. Well, here's the thing, Plague. The real part where I was cheating was the part where I stacked my deck to make sure I always opened relinquished and the fusion and the ritual. I only ever doing it with my friends, like at lunchtime. It wasn't anything serious, but yeah, I don't cheat these days. Not in like multiplayer games. You know, I'll start with something about playing anymore. Oh gosh. Well, if you would like to do some duels, plug. I do play Master Duel pretty much weekly. And I always take on, I do viewer duels. If you'd like to take me on and show me some fun decks, I'd love to see what kind of things you're cooking up. We've had all kinds of things. We had people playing Vanquish Soul this week. We had someone playing just a 60 card pile of hand traps just to be annoying, which is just very funny. That's what I love about Yu-Gi-Oh! Just you can see all kinds of weird and wonderful things, and if you want to play like hardcore meta, you know, you want to play like Hurley or you want to play Cash, great. You want to play something goofy, go for it. Stacking Sonic Bird to draw the ritual. I don't think I even had Sonic Bird. I just had the ritual spell. I think I think I might have bought the starter deck Pegasus, because I think he was in that. The only time I load that card is when I use combination just when I learned into Magic. Ah, fair. I never got into Magic. I have a friend who's big into Magic, and I've shown him Yu-Gi-Oh! And he kind of knows Yu-Gi-Oh! Now. He has shown me a bit of Magic, but it doesn't really seem my thing. But for me with Magic, this is an extremely petty reason to not play a game. I will freely admit that, but you know what? That's my reason. I just don't like Magic's aesthetics. I don't like the Western fantasy look. I like the over-the-top anime nonsense. Hey, Magic Semi-Pro, awesome! That's great. I am bad at Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh no, that's not fair. That's not fair. I am not bad at Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm alright at Yu-Gi-Oh!
Here are your rewards from this battle.
Part of my thing that I think holds me back a little bit, which is something I am low-key looking to change a little bit, is I do play bad decks. I will free that. I play bad decks. I do like playing bad decks. But I am looking into learning better decks just so that I can improve my ability as a player. Because I had a moment a little while ago where I had a bit of the mental got shot a little bit here. I'll admit, man. I do tilt occasionally, and I had a moment where I was on a real loss streak. Like I was on a 6-game loss streak, and it was really, you know, it was starting to tilt me a little bit. And it was that moment of, am I bad at this game, or is it just the decks that I'm playing are bad, and that's making me be bad and do worse at the game, yeah? Because there's definitely, you know, they're definitely not separate things. Like, you know, you could take the best Yu-Gi-Oh! Players in the world, you know. You can take your Joshua Schmitz or whatnot and give them a 60-card Earth Machine pile with a load of garnets or whatever. They're probably not going to do too great with it, you know. So I do want to learn some stronger decks, and that is part of why I want to build Vanquish Soul. I actually did play. I was playing a bit of Dueling Book yesterday against a friend of mine, and I actually beat him while I was playing Vanquish Soul. He was playing. I played against two friends of mine. One of them was playing Earth Machine, and that is like his main deck. Like I know when he plays Earth Machine, I need to be on the top of my game because his Earth Machine deck, he beats me with it consistently. And then another friend of mine was playing the new Unchained cards, which I don't really know much about, other than that they're apparently really good and it's been topping like events. And I managed to beat both of them with Vanquish Star. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to say that was pure skill. One of those games I definitely won because I drew There Can Be Only One in the opening hand, you know, kind of shuts down Unchained pretty well, but, you know, it felt very different playing with a deck that has the gas. Mind you, game one I opened absolute garbage and couldn't do anything, so, you know, I guess even the best of decks are going to break from time to time. My favourite card is Barrel Dragon. My sister gave me their limited edition Barrel Dragon. I love the card from them. That's awesome. I love when you've got like a favourite card, you know, that you can have like association with. You're amazing. You're just hurry. I'm not amazing. I am objectively not amazing at Yu-Gi-Oh, but I am. It's weird. I don't like saying I'm good at things. I like to be humble about things. You know, I like to say that I'm okay at things. That I'm decent at things. I'm all right. I don't like saying I'm outright good at things, especially when I feel like there are people that are much better than me. I guess if I had to say, I'm like a 6 out of 10, maybe. I'm 6 out of 10 good. I'm above average. And to be fair, my record at locals does kind of show that. You know, whenever I go to locals, I usually finish kind of 7 out of 15 or 16. So kind of just in the upper end of the middle of the pack. I don't like being humble, so I can back for you. That is fair. I feel like that's all for normals are called Fairy Dragon, but so there's no deck that uses it. Well, it's not quite the same 19, but there is a synchro monster called Ancient Fairy Dragon, which is quite playable. I think some of the problem is that sometimes you go on a loss streak to bad hands, or your opponent being able to set up they went first, something like that. Which unfortunately is a best of 1 in Master Duel. Best of 3 how the game is played, and Master Duel is designed for that as quicker between games. Correct. Master Duel, unfortunately, is the best way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! In terms of it being very accessible and very flashy as well. Let's be honest, playing Yu-Gi-Oh! On a stream, you want it to look nice for the viewers, and Master Duel does look and sound very nice. But Master Duel also does have the best of 1 format, which unfortunately does kind of disproportionately reward decks that are able to cheese out wins and close out games very quickly. And decks that lose to siding very easily. For example, Runic. I really don't like Runic in Master Duel. I feel like Runic in Master Duel, they have hit it quite a bit, admittedly, but I feel like Runic in Master Duel is kind of unfair, because when you play against a Runic deck, my comparison I like to say when you play against Runic is, imagine you sit down to play a game of chess, right? You're setting the board up, you know, you put down your knights, you put down your bishops, you put down your pawns, you put them in all the usual spots that they go on the chessboard. You're ready to have a nice, relaxing game of chess. And then you look across at your opponent, and your opponent's setting up his side of the board. And he puts down some Space Marines, he puts down a Rhino tank, he puts down a Space Marine Dreadnought, and it's just like, so we're playing chess. Those are not the piece, that's not how you play chess. That's how I feel when you play against Runic. It just feels bad because Runic is not playing the same game you are, and in order to deal with the way that Runic's game plan, you need to side in cards that you would otherwise never think of playing. Like main deck Galaxy Cyclone, you know, just to deal with Runic. Well, it's like you can do that, but what if you're not going against Runic? Then you've got a card that's kind of bad in a lot of matchups, you know? Or like, I don't know, maybe Duster? Like, I guess a lot of people in Master Duel run Duster, but I feel like if you're playing in the TCG, you don't normally main Duster unless you're in a format where there's a lot of back row going around. Like maybe if Labyrinth is really popular at your locals, you might main Duster, you know? Whereas Master Duel is just like, get a win and cheese it any way you can. That's why you see things like Numeron used to be very popular, like the Numeron OTK.
An allied unit has been destroyed.
And of course, there is, of course, the bigger elephant in the room, or rather the smaller insect in the room, which is the fact that Master Duel has level 2 Earth Insect Max C at 3 because the OCG have no idea how to balance a card game, I suppose. If you think you like Max C, I will tell you why you are incorrect. Please tell me we do not have any Max C enjoyers in chat tonight. There are a few things I will tell you are wrong to enjoy. Maxi is one of them. Oh, I'm not paying attention. We're going to destroy this match, actually. Jeez.
operation. An ally has marked the enemy.
Eh. My awareness isn't not good tonight. Ah, shoot. I see that I'm in contact. Contact C is based. I respect contact C. If you want to play like another C card, go for it. I actually pulled a what's it called? Confronting the Sea, which I don't think it's very good. I think it's probably pretty bad, but it's very funny. It's like me playing Cash Tier and running Lava Gun to deal with other Cash players and World Degree Flapping. Do you go Lava Gun these days? I'll be honest, I don't know what you do to deal with Cash these days. All I know about Cash Tier is that it dies to Nibiru and Book of Moon. Well, mind you, I think Cash Tier is pretty dead these days, what with Arise Heart and Zero in the TCG. Like, what does it even do these days? Like, are there any other rank 7s worth making for it? I guess you could still make, I guess you could still go Shangri-La, but is that even really worth at that point? I feel like at that point you're better off just playing a different strategy. This guy with the beam has been doing a lot of flying around, but I don't think he's actually been doing an awful lot I see him dashing around a lot. I don't think he's getting many hits, unfortunately. I feel bad for him. Oh, shoot. Dang it. Pajor don't make do Pally. True. Pally's pretty scary in Master Duel, not gonna lie. I've played against Pally once in TCG. We tied in the best of 3. It went to time and needed for 7 edge, so. But it's a pretty annoying deck. The fact that what's it called, Ex-Pearly Noir is pretty strong. Watching Helm at 3 AM church. Oh my goodness, well played. If you need to get yourself some sleep, you don't feel like you have to start on my part. I wouldn't want to see you suffer in the morning, but I appreciate you being here. I'm glad you're having a good enough time being here and listening to me just talk nonsense. That you're enjoying that you're enjoying being here and you want to be out here just like. As I always say, I just stream because I enjoy doing it. And if you guys are having fun being here and enjoying hearing me talk nonsense, then you know, that's the greatest compliment you guys can give me. I don't need to see Helm's with an I'll play, just wait. This is a little robot. You ain't gonna hurt yourself on my part, but you know. Streamer self-care is important. A lot of streamers will talk about streamer self-care, you know, hydrate, stretches, and posture and all that. She says that she realizes that she was slouching just then, just sat up straight up. But viewer self-care is also important, you know, guys. Remember to get your own drinks, snacks, you know. Your favourite streamer loves having you there, but they do not want you to suffer just so you can stay there.
2 minutes left in the mission.
Unemployed and sleep till late in the morning. So, okay, well, fair enough, but at the same time, you know. Don't ruin your sleep schedule like mine. My sleep schedule works out because I work late. Oh, I am missing a lot of these shots suddenly. I feel bad for this high-speed gym guy. He's kind of doing... He's having a bad time of it. I feel like he's the main reason we're not getting completely rolled. Oh, that guy has low HP. We pick him off. Where'd he go? He was like right there. Where'd he go? Dang it. We need like one more kill to equalize this, and then we need one to take it, so... Okay, this guy's pretty haggard. We don't see every day, so we're going to make an R.
1 minute left in the mission. Don't give up.
Unfortunately, my schedule is kind of rough for me to stream it much more than I do. But when I have the chance to, I definitely will. But on the occasion that I'm available longer, I might try and squeeze some more streams in. I will say, as a small thing in advance, that there is a chance that around the Christmas period I may be less available due to my other obligations, but I think that's probably true for a lot of us. I feel like most of us probably are going to be busy around Christmas time. I'm going to get around to redecorating the place for Christmas time. We had our Halloween decorations. I want to go a little bit more all out with our Christmas decorations, because Christmas is one of my favourite holidays, so I want to make sure that we go all out with it.
Ally has destroyed an enemy mobile suit.
I do nothing at Christmas, nothing. Well, I will be around at Christmas. Just I just mean that more so in like the week leading up to Christmas, I may not be able to stream as much as I usually do, but we'll see. We'll see.
We won.
I have to finish my racing sim. Oh, what, are you making one, or you're playing it, you mean playing? Either way, that's awesome. I made fourth, that's okay.
Here are your rewards from this battle.
Two of your friends, yeah, that's the thing in it. Christmas hasn't got to necessarily be some great big blowout affair. You haven't got to necessarily, you know... Oh, building one, that's awesome. That's great. What was I saying? Yeah, Christmas hasn't got to be like a great big blowout affair. You haven't got to, like, you know... You haven't got to have, like, every single family member around and a great big party, you know? Sometimes it's just nice to just take advantage of the fact that you've got nothing else going on and just, you know...
What is it?
Have a bit of quiet time, you know? Spend a bit of time at home, put your feet up, you know, bundle up all nice and warm and just, you know, just taking it easy. One thing that I actually thought of doing is like a very chilled stream. No, maybe, I don't know how well this would go down. But it's an idea I had for the stream at Christmas time is, so as I've said before, I play Fantasy 14. And one thing, Fantasy 14 has, they do like decorate all the towns and whatnot for Christmas, but one thing I sometimes like to do in 14 is just go for a walk. Like, just walk around and look at the environments, and I don't know. I feel like that might make a nice little backdrop for a just chatting stream for just hanging out at Christmas. Just taking a walk around the land and looking at all the scenery, and maybe if we find some other players walking around, maybe we can just like give them some treats or something as a little early Christmas present. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a bit sappy and sentimental around Christmas, but I think that might be quite a nice idea. Let me have a quick look at the lobbies, guys, see what's coming up, just so I can plan ahead. We've got, very high cost. That's unfortunate. Okay, 300 cost basic on the Arctic base. That's perfect. That's my exact level I like. So, guys, the sorties are going to roll over shortly, and I do need to take a few moments for myself to refresh myself. So, this time's out perfectly, actually. I'm gonna take a little break. I'm gonna go BRB just a few minutes. We'll take the opportunity to dismiss the advert boogeyman while we're doing it. So if you need to get a drink for yourself, or a snack, or stretch your legs, or go to the bathroom, or whatever you need to do, now'd be a great time to do so. So I'm gonna step away for just a few minutes, just run a little ad, and when we get back, we'll get back into it for a few more battles. Yeah, I guess battles is the word. Yeah, I'll catch you guys in a few minutes, okay? See you guys shortly. Oh, sure, I put myself on mute again. One of these days, I will get the hang of this. We're back. Yeah, Helm forgot to mute again. I seem to have the opposite problem that a lot of streamers do. I've seen a lot of memes about streamers that forget to unmute themselves. I seem to have the opposite problem. I forget to mute myself in the first place a lot of the time. I'm usually pretty decent about unmuting, but yeah.
Making preparations for sortie.
Righty! 300 on the ground! This is my ideal environment. This is exactly what I want to be. This is exactly my favourite level. Because now we can run the standard gym cannon. Oh yeah. Look at this thing. Look at this clunky, slow, plodding thing. Heck yes. I think we'll actually modify this a bit. We can set up a database link in this, can't we? We got room for that? Oh, we haven't. You know what? Screw it. We'll take out that and put these in. I want to break some knees. We'll do that. And then I guess we'll just go range focus. Yeah, seems alright. That'll do. I heard Furious. You had the dueling housing. Oh yeah, my chair is suffering. So my chair, I've had it for quite a while. I need to get a new one. Well, I don't need to get a new one. My chair is fine. It's fit for purpose. But part of why I've put off buying a new chair is because my chair does do something that not many chairs, well, not necessarily, but not a lot of chairs do. My chair tilts back, right? And when I say it tilts back, I mean the whole seat tilts back. It's not just the back of it. And I like that. I like to recline in my chair like that. The problem is I don't want to get like a gamer chair because I'm going to be honest, gamer chairs are kind of a little bit of a scam. They're very overpriced for what they are, and they don't last as long as a good solid office chair, which is why I have currently. I've had this chair for I don't even know how many years. Hold on, let me backtrack real quick with my thought here. I had this chair when I was playing for 14. I've been playing it for 14 for at least 7 years. So this chair's at least 7 years old. Anyway. Point being, it's the tilt that makes it squeak. If I just lean forward and back, you can probably hear that squeaking out noise. It does. I can put a bit of oil in it, but a bit of WD-40 or something, and it does take care of the squeak for a little while, but it always comes back. Yeah, I do need to get a new chair at some point soon, but the awkward thing is I want to try it before I buy one. I don't want to just buy one blindly on the internet. I want to make sure it's comfortable, you know, but because my schedule is night-based, it's very hard to find the time to do so. Because all the shops are closed when I'm asleep, when I'm awake, and they're open when I'm asleep. Oh yeah. Now we're talking. Gym cannon gaming hours. Let's go. If you want to know why I like this thing, I can't give you a good answer. I just think it's neat. I just like the design. It's just cool. Just take a gym, slap a cannon on the side of it. Job's good. You don't need new types. You don't need beam rifles. You just need a gun. Big old cannon on the shoulder. Get a prime the chair. I mean, that's what I want. Because this chair does do that. It's just, again, the hard part is finding one that I can try before I buy it near me. I'm quite limited in terms of the furniture shops that are like within travel distance of where I am. Oh shit.
Success!
Success! Well, not quite yet, but hopefully soon. I mean, it's always a good day when you're in a gym cannon. I could be losing this game handily and still be having fun because I'm playing my beloved. Hey, there we go. There we go. That guy's in a Zaku tank. You know what? I respect that. That is based. Anyone in a tank, whether it's Zaku or gun tank, that is based. I'll hear no slander to the contrary. Yeah, massive beanbag. I don't like beanbags. I don't like the lack of support that they give compared to a proper office chair, unfortunately. I used to have a beanbag when I was like quite young, but I don't know. I just can't quite get comfortable enough. Oh shoot! Disastrous. Oh well. That's called Transformers Reactivate. I'm not familiar with that. Is that a new series or a new game? I admit, although I like Transformers, I'm not really super well versed in a lot of the modern stuff. I'm much more kind of G1. That's where my nostalgia is. I did like the what's the game called? Was it called Transformers Devastator or Devastation? It was by Platinum Games. It was like a really good action game with like the G1 models. That was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that. Not quite sure why they turned Grimlock into like a Grat model. That was a bit peculiar. Devastation, thank you. Yeah, that game was really good. I enjoyed that a lot. Kind of sad I never did a sequel, honestly. That gave it a lot of potential, but I could have like expanded on it or whatever. But yeah, it was pretty short. I got it from like the PSN, the PSN Plus when they gave out the free games. That's how I played it. So like, you know, even though it was short, I didn't mind that it was short because it didn't really cost me anything effectively. But I can imagine why it might be like some people might have been at this point if they paid that full price for it. Oh, Beast Wars. Melody! Welcome, Melody! You're doing well! You're doing well this evening. We're in the boy! I'm finally in the gym cannon, the actual gym cannon, not the space one. It's been going, oh dang it. We're going well, we're going well. We actually had some pretty good games tonight. I've been doing a lot of talking and getting distracted a lot, but that's great. Is it weird that I like Soundwave? Absolutely not, 19. Soundwave is the best Decepticon. Absolutely. I'm doing good. Abyss was more kind to me past 2 streams. Awesome! That's good to hear. It's very good to hear. I genuinely am hopeful that that means that the errors are behind you. Whatever may have been causing them. Maybe you can suffer voodoo ghost or something. I don't know. But either way, I'm glad that it's sorted. I'm doing good. I'm doing very good. We've had a lot of just fun chats about all kinds of things. We talked tabletop. We talked LARP. We've talked bit of everything, honestly. And I'm happy because I'm in my gym cannon, so even if we lose this match, I don't care. We get to stomp around and shoot a cannon and doesn't afraid of anything. And we stole that guy's kill. He didn't need it. He wasn't using it. Didn't see his name on it. Be like, oh, Skylings is pretty cool, yeah. I think that Skylings was like, he had like a very well-spoken voice in the dub. Oh shit. As I said earlier though, I want to ask chat if any of you, I don't really look at which gameplay on which I just like chatting to people. That's fair as well! But at the end of the day, I hope you enjoy being here, that is perfectly valid. As long as you're having a good time, that's all that matters.
An allied unit has been destroyed. Ally has destroyed.
Did you see the Japanese opening? I did not actually, huh? I know that there's a lot of weird changes that they made with some of the Transformers stuff. Like how in Beast Wars, what's the name of it? There's 2 Autobots in well, not Autobots, what are they called? Right, I suddenly can't remember what the good guys are called in Beast Wars. Maximals? Is that it? They're Maximals. Anyways, there's 2 characters on that faction that's in the English dub. They are Maximals. Yeah, I'm not going crazy. Yeah, so there's 2 Maximals that in the English dub are kind of showed as just like best friends and have kind of like a sort of samurai and his ward kind of relationship. But in the Japanese version, they were like, into each other. And then apparently they retconned it in the English version where they made one of them into a... I may be remembering some or all of this wrong, it's been a while, but if I remember correctly, they retconned one of the two into being female for the English dub, like season 2 or 3, because it became so blatantly obvious that they were like a couple that they couldn't hide it anymore, and heaven forbid the children be exposed to the gay. They're robots! They don't even have gender! Technically I don't! Air Razor and Tiger Tron, that's it, yeah. Oh, it's the opposite, really? I thought there were a couple in both of them. But in the Japanese version, Air Razor was a dude. I thought that's how it was. But I might be wrong, I'll be wrong. Sorry, I spaced out the conversation about homophobia or something. It's a silly thing, just a silly thing to do with a change in Beast Wars. Robot homophobia, that sounds like something that you would see on a Cards Against Humanity card, like one of the white cards, robot homophobia.
Requesting to sortie. An allied unit has been destroyed.
I'm gonna gender, I feel like to... No, I am a female robot, but technically speaking, it's not quite the same as, biological, With reproduction with robots, it's far less enjoyable than humans seem to think it is. I'll just say that. Bald! No, not the bald! I put a thing up on my Twitter yesterday about how I am technically bald because my hair is not actually hair, it's metal. So that means I have no actual hair, so I'm technically bald. Shit. We're talking about villain couples in the Japanese version of Power Rangers. Golda and Scorpio, were married, were together. I'm like, good for them. Good for them. And good for us, I think we won that one, didn't we? Yeah. I felt like we were doing pretty good that game, actually. Yeah, I'll take that. Top score, top assists, top diversions. Full on damage, that's not too bad. Yeah, we'll take it. And they have a kid, oh wow. Huh. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of have a bit of a soft spot for villains, kind of just... What's the word I'm looking for? Like, having a happy ending, I guess? Like, I don't know, the idea of a villain, like, getting married, having a kid, maybe redeeming themselves at the end. I don't know, I'm a little bit of a sucker for that. I think that's quite nice. I know I've seen that there's no shortage of it on the internet, of, like, people making kind of what-if scenarios for, like, Jesse and James from Pokemon, for example, where they, like, settle down, have some kids, That's just very wholesome. And were you telling me that the robot production takes place at a factory? False. Well, it depends. Not necessarily a factory. Sometimes you do it at home. You can, like, order a kit. But I don't know why humans enjoy it so much, like, reproduction, to be honest. It's clearly a very different experience because, I mean, when robots reproduce, you got to bust out the soldering iron, you got to get yourself a very good welder. You need a welder on hand, that's basically mandatory. You got to spend quite a while in programming as well, like debugging a new robot. That is not a fun process at all. Not to mention like the finishes as well, like if you want to go for like a polished finish or paint jobs, like it's a lot more work. It's a lot more work than humans seem to make it out to be. I'll just say that. I kind of wish it was just as simple as, plugging a USB cable and taking it out and then, 9 months later, a new robot happens. That sounds so easy by comparison. I mean, I don't know how easy, but it certainly sounds like a lot less work, I'll put it that way. Maybe robots lied to me about how baby robots are made. Yeah, it's one of those weird things that it's different for every robot, I'll say that. Like, how we do things here at the Helm Manor does not speak for everyone. Our robots, the way we are made is we begin as very small robots. In fact, you may even have seen one of them in Yomi's ending screen, sitting on top of her bookshelf, little Visor-chan there. So we begin as very small robots, and as we have our own learning algorithms, kind of much like you would say for, let's say like schools. We like children learn through schools. We have learning algorithms, and we go to school facilities to learn. As we learn and mature as our personality develops more. Eventually, we get upgraded to more mature-looking bodies, for example. So like when I was younger, my body looked nothing like this. I was much smaller, much more childish. For all intents and purposes, I was a child robot. That's how it works. And what about recreational reproduction? Do robots partake in that? We don't tend to around here. I guess you could in theory, but I think you would have to be a very big fan of welding and soldering to do so recreationally. On the plus side, though, the one good thing is, of course, that robots are able to reproduce on their own. So, hey, you need to be the only person around that does enjoy it. The internet told me a different way that robots reproduce. Well, they might be correct. Again, every robot's work not all robots work the same. You have to remember this. Just because we're robots, that doesn't mean that we have the same internals. Doesn't mean that we have the same development cycles. Don't make assumptions about your local robots just because of what I'm telling you. Because what I'm telling you is how we do things here at the Helm Manor. Other robots may do things differently. I'm not saying they're right or wrong to do so, but different things. Transformers are born when you harvest their sparks from Cybertron ground. There. They're called hotspots. Aha. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not that particularly familiar with like the deep lore of Transformers. When I used to watch it, I watched G1, so I used to watch back before they really put a lot of thought into the lore, and they would just kind of throw things at the wall and see what sticks. Like, hey, here's an idea. We'll have a robot that's just Weird Al Yankovic. Sure, why not? That seems like a reasonable idea. This is why we must respectfully ask questions. You may certainly respectfully ask questions. Exactly. I'm happy to enlighten you. I'm not offended. At the end of the day, if you don't ask questions, this is where you never learn anything. As my friend Yomi often says, intentions matter. That's the important thing. Asking questions respectfully, perfectly valid, perfectly fine. Meanwhile, this Jim Cannon over here, this guy was made in a factory. Thank God I'm an AI, we can just copy and paste our code into a new file and the system pick and choose what makes it go. Fair! Absolutely, there you go. Over here, our algorithms are typically made very basic to begin with. We like to allow the new bots to kind of develop a personality for themselves rather than be prescribed one. So we allow them to, much like children, we allow them to experience a variety of different situations and stimuli, encourage them to experiment. We try to make them, still be somewhat useful around the house, even if it's just something very basic like, a bit of hoovering here or there or whatever, but yeah, we let them do it themselves. But yeah, welcome in, we're doing well. I'm doing well myself. We've been doing some Gundams and I'm in my favourite mobile suit, so even if we lose, we're still winners. Oh, that's not good. Someone's behind me. Oh, the dodge. What an upper gem. That's harpoon, bro. Yeah, you didn't like that, did you? Okay, that was a terrible shot. 81st, do not face any void girls. Good advice for life. Good advice for life. I will confirm. I will neither confirm nor deny anything regarding my structure, my what's the word I'm looking for here? My construction in that regard. But I will just say, good advice for life. What about Apple girls? My gosh. I don't know did you guys hear about this? Apparently Apple got in trouble in Europe. And I don't know if this is going to extend to everywhere else, but if it is, it's very funny. So Apple actually got in trouble in Europe because of their proprietary lightning cables. They're actually no longer going to be able to use them. Because I think it's part of like, I don't know whether it's part of like an eco thing, or if it's part of like a, what's the word? Anti-monopoly thing. But basically, Europe has said to Apple, you are not allowed to keep making people buy lightning cables. You must make your stuff compatible with USB. Which I just think is very funny. Oh no. Oh, okay. If I transfer my consciousness to a robot, then am I then a robot? It depends on how you have done it. If you're just doing your pure consciousness, then yes, you are a robot. If it is your brain inside of a robot's body, which is how I believe most of the cyborgs are in Metal Gear Rising, those are, that would make you a cyborg, because a cyborg is just any amount of fleshiness. It was going to move for the proprietary app store. Oh, I didn't know about that one. That one I didn't know about. I just did about the USB thing. That's very funny. I don't know. I'm sure there are advantages to Apple. I know a lot of creative types, like artists, tend to swear by MacBooks and whatnot. But I have used a MacBook. No, it wasn't even a MacBook. It was just a regular Mac. I have used a Mac exactly one time in my life, and I hated every moment of it. It definitely was one of those things where it's just I don't know what I'm doing. It didn't feel familiar, but as someone that is familiar with Windows, it just felt so bizarre to use. I just did not like it. I guess it'd probably be a bit like if I took an American and asked them to drive a English car where the steering wheel is on the right-hand side instead of the left-hand side. Oh, okay. Get to bed out. No worries, nice to you. I'll go to the Discord. Yeah, I will make sure I do so. If I forget, then Hook then at me tomorrow. But I will do my best to remember to check it tonight. You guys have a great night's sleep. It's been a pleasure to have you here. Okay, yeah. No, we don't need to go into too deep with the details here. We're not like a super PG stream here, don't know. Keep it classy. A lady does not kiss and tell. Yeah, appreciate it. Oh, these damn gym guards, I hate these things with their massive shields. But the gym guard custom in this game actually, I looked this up because I had one match where I got absolutely demolished by one of them. And I looked up to see how much HP the shield has. Their shield has more HP than the unit itself. So if you want to try and just force it through the shield, then you really need to effectively just fight two robots at once. It's insane. It's supposed to be a robot when you've had back guns for so long. Look, I'm just saying, when you get given the option of robot parts, why would you say no? Ask your local tech priest about getting your disgusting human parts replaced with superior machines today. He will thank you for that. I don't see any speakers on your head. Oh, it's so at the bottom of my head are my vents. My speech is synthesized and comes out through vents. They double up as both speakers and as cooling. Sorry. Get distracted by this jerk here. Ow. Dang it. Yeah, exactly. From the moment I knew the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I craved the strength and certainty of steel. Your kind cling to your flesh, as though it will not decay and betray you. I can't remember how the end of that goes, but I just like making funny innuendos and then someone should me say innuendo. Got him.
2 minutes left in the mission. Bases are now more valuable for this.
I actually don't really care for Warhammer, if I'm entirely honest. I like bits of it, but I feel like Warhammer is one of those franchises that okay, hear me out here. I feel like Warhammer is one of those franchises that is inherently quite silly, and yet a lot of its fan base like to take it extremely seriously, even though it is kind of very silly. That's how I feel about Warhammer. And it's by no means unique to Warhammer. Like, I think there's some Metal Gear fans that are the same about that. But that's how I feel about Warhammer. Like, don't get me wrong, there are parts of it that are unironically pretty cool, but like, come on, guys. We're talking about a setting with orcs that grow from space fungus and have psychic powers to make their weapons work. Like, come on, we can afford to poke fun at it a bit more than not take it quite as seriously. If you read your advice on Facebook, you have a robot version of a human skull. No, actually, my internal below my head casing is actually completely. It doesn't really look much like a human head at all. So the whole reason why my head looks the way it does is because in order to avoid the uncanny valley effect, which I'm sure you may be aware of, it's caused when you make a human face that does not properly articulate in the way that a human head would. We here at the Helm Manor do not have the appropriate means of doing it, of making a authentic looking human head without parts. So as a result, rather than make a attempt at a human head that would be failing to be passable, we make all our heads are designed to just be aesthetically pleasing without necessarily being mistakable for a human. So that's what you would find beneath the head. Okay, it's a little goofy, yes, we do, yes. Rectum Blaster, a heck of a name. Welcome in. Having a great evening. Do you think a fungal infection could take over a robot body? That would depend upon the construction. Oh, I didn't do very good there. Oh well, not very good in that first, Jim Cameron, if I'm entirely honest. Yeah, that would depend entirely on the construction. Rectum Blaster, thank you for the follow. We appreciate that. Hope you have a great evening tonight. Yeah, so depending on the construction, that would be what would matter.
Making preparations for sortie.
It would also depend on the fungus, I suppose. If you're because some funguses can grow on just anywhere that's damp. So in theory, if your robot was kept in a damp place, mold could probably grow on it, and that would pass as a fungus. I don't think it would be able to. Oh my goodness, Fairy Dunny. I apologize for mispronouncing your name. Welcome, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I'm Helm-Chan, the perfectly normal robot maid. Tonight we are playing some Gundam Battle Operation 2. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for bringing your community over, Fairy. Let me give you a shout out. Welcome in. I hope your stream was going well. Read the Small Mouse. Thank you for the follow as well. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. What were you up to before you raided, if you don't mind my asking? Were you also playing some Gundam, or were you up to something else? Oh my goodness. Platystev, raiding with 43 viewers. Welcome. Let me do my thing again. Viewers, those raiders, welcome in. I'm Helm-Chan, the perfectly normal robot maid. We're playing some Gundam Battle Operation 2 tonight. Or we will be as soon as we get through the final boss of Gundam Battle Operation 2, which is the Q system. Welcome in. Thank you for bringing your community over. Hope you're all having a wonderful evening tonight. You're just chatting. That's awesome. 6-hour documentary raid. Oh my gosh. I take it you were doing some sort of documentary then. That sounds awesome. What was the documentary about, if you don't mind my asking? I will give you a shout in just a moment, as soon as we just had another one a minute before you, so I just want to wait for the old, what's the word? Cooldown. But I will definitely give you a shout in just a moment. I think we've got another minute or so. Yeah, 43 seconds. Having my AI VTuber watch the EVE Online down the rabbit hole. Oh! I need to watch that video. That's been in my watch later for ages. Dapper Sapper, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Well, thank you for the raid, you two. Wow. Oh man, you guys tried to join just as we're going into a lobby. That is not what I feel. Can we give you a shout out now? No, 25 seconds. Unfortunately, this game's, while I love this game, and I do love my Gundams, this game is unfortunately very notorious for its matchmaking, sometimes taking quite a while. Hopefully we won't be here too long. Let me try it again. No, 5 seconds. Okay, one more. Any second now. There we go, shout out given. There you go. Thank you for the raid. Really do appreciate it. Oh, I can't remember what we were talking about before the raid happened. I was talking all over the place. Oh, you started... Oh, I was about the sentence of the fungus. Yeah, so that is the one thing to consider. If a fungus did take over a robot, the thing that I think would be dependent on a lot of things is if it would be able to manipulate it, because you see, you have The Last of Us, the zombies that are cordyceps fungus. Those work by taking control of the central nervous system and the brain of their host. I'm not sure how a fungus would be able to do on a robot in that regard, because I don't think the fungus would reasonably be able to interact with the robot's limbs to manipulate it. So, yeah, you guys joined as we were discussing fungus affecting robots. We were weird. Oh, and we're getting some people join. Excellent. Bring out hours later, SpongeBob cards. I'm sorry, Taco-kun. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that one, I'm afraid. Hopefully we'll get into another match pretty soon here. I want to get back in my camp. Oops, I accidentally pinned that. Whoops, misclick there. How do I unpin that? Already pinned. How do I unpin? Unpin, there we go. There we go, misclick. Oh man, we're not going to get in the match, come on. I think I'm gonna re-instance the lobby. Maybe this one is cursed.
Come back in one
Try it
piece,
again.
okay? Please begin preparations for sortie.
You're strong enough to pull the metal around like a body. Well, that's the thing, because the fungus don't typically have the means of manipulating things. Funguses are typically like, well, they're very static, you know, they just kind of sit on things and just kind of absorb the nutrients, and they don't really do a lot on their own, so... If it was super cool, I'm gonna sell... Oh, I missed that part. Good at sales goes, oh my gosh. That's gonna be the new thing, we're just gonna... I can't wait for someone to make the YouTube video. Can you beat Dark Souls if you are just a fungus? Fungus and robots will depend on how well particular rig is. Quite hard at making my rig fully... Oh, now matchmaking. Wonderful! Wonderful! Oh, I heckin' love this game's matchmaking, you guys. Try it again. Well, I've got to make my rig as fully environment has as possible. Good to hear! I am pretty resilient to most environments. I have enough water protection that I am able to go swimming. Though not... I'm much like a human, and I can't keep my head below water for an extended period amount of time because... Well, I am water protected, I am not waterproof. I can't just go walking along the bottom of the lake, unfortunately. That is kind of my biggest, I guess you could say, weakness in that regard. My events for my calling and my speech are also probably about my close to a vulnerable spot, I would say, but, you know, everything's got its weaknesses. It's mostly... Oh my gosh, it's matchmaking! Jeez, come on, guys, we had like 3 back-to-back, and now we can't find a game at all. Come on. It's more possible for a spirit to take over a robot. That definitely makes sense, yeah. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to ghosts, I mean, all bets are off. Like, I've met ghosts that can't move things, I've seen ghosts that can move things, I've seen ghosts that can take control of people's bodies, I've seen ghosts that can take control of objects and they can fly about the room, like... You should be a lot more specific at that point. Xander and T, thank you for the follow, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoy yourself here tonight, despite the fact that the matchmaking is still being mean to me. So this game's matchmaking is what's the word I'm looking for here? Peer-to-peer, which unfortunately means that, there's like a good 50% chance that when you try and get in a game, you just keep getting the failed matchmaking error. Case in point. Thank you for the demonstration game. I really could have done without it though. Maybe I'll try a different lobby. Let's see. Is there any other good lobbies going right now? 450. Could be alright. I do want to go back in the ground though. Can I try this again? It appears very funny. Yeah. So this game was originally a PS4 game, and it came out in 2018, which I did not realize it was that old. They localized this game, ported this game rather, to PC this year. It came out in like April, I think, or around April, maybe a little later, like in May, June, around there-ish. Anyway, the port's not good. They half-assed this port. They don't even really acknowledge this port. There's another VTuber who plays this game quite a bit, Sylvie Close, and she's often like complaining at their Twitter for just ignoring this version of the game. The Twitter will post about the game, but only the PS4, but for goodness sake. Alright, so we'll go into a different lobby. Clearly we're not allowed to go into that lobby anymore, so we'll try... Actually, hold on, was that a mix-up lobby I saw? That was 600, never mind. We'll try our luck on this one. Oh, Yomi! You can shout out Sylvie for us, Yomi. Yeah. We like Sylvie. Sylvie's another robot mech. She's more of a mecha girl VTuber. And she has a lot of Gundam content. She does Gundam building. She does... she's a big fan of Gundam Evolution, which is unfortunately shutting down this end of the month. So I know she's been getting quite a lot of that in as well. I'll prepare for this one, but I might pivot this to a different suit. But welcome in, Yomi. Yomi, as soon as the cooldown for it ends, give yourself a shout out as well, nerd, because you deserve it. I'm coming down from the ASMR stream that I've been the lurkiest. I hope your ASMR stream went really well, Yomi. We've been doing good here tonight. Unfortunately, we kind of just got slapped with the lobby error repeatedly, but Matchmaking's not been too bad just tonight. No, you, no, you, Yomi, you deserve it. You deserve a shout out. Anyone in chat that does not know of and is not following my best friend Yomi Quinley, make sure you do. She's a wonderful tiefling alchemist. As she would say, she's not a mad scientist, she's a glad scientist. And she does all kinds of content. She does ASMR, she does video games, and she is also starting her partner push with her fancy new 1.5 model. So if you can, please give her all your love, because she deserves it, and she is the reason why I'm even doing this in the first place. Deal with it, Yomi, you're loved. You can't avoid it. Actually, wait, I want to change my build just a little bit here. We're going to take all this off because this is garbage. We're going to go for the knee breaker build. We'll grab the ADC, grab the database link. We'll go double database link here, and then we'll just shove the rest of this as far as we can with range boosts, and that should be pretty good. We're gonna go this. Nope, can't do that. Movement speed seems okay. And reload, if we can fit it, we can't fit the reload in. That's fine, we'll go for this. And I guess Bustard's shot. Right, that'll do. There we go. Oh boy, I didn't expect to be drinking tears or something. Oh, yeah, mate. Seriously, though, Yomi, you. Thank you, there you go. I was about to do it myself if you didn't. Seriously, though, Yomi, you have been an inspiration for not just myself, but I know plenty of other people. And as I've always said, Yomi, you are the hardest worker I've ever met. I do not know anyone that works themselves so hard, and I'm so glad that all your hard work is paying off and that you are getting everything you deserve for it. You're a love nerd, deal with it.
Catapult deck is open. Mobile suit team, move out.
Alright, let's start. I forgot to adjust the paint job on this thing. I want it to be shiny. It's okay. It's okay. It's kind of shiny. Anyway, so this thing has just got bazookas and cannons, so we're literally just going to be shooting their ankles out and hoping that we can just stop them. That's basically it. Things are going well, yeah. We've had some good games, some bad games, but honestly, even the games that went, oh shoot, this is not configured correctly. It's fine. I like to have my cannons on B. For some reason they're on A. That's going to throw me slightly. It's fine. I need to adjust that after this match though. Dom! Take that! Bloody Doms, I hate the Doms. The mobile suits. I'm sure the people are lovely. Oh, how did that not hit? I just like hit you and vanished into the ether, what the heck? In the actual heck? Okay, you know what, that guy's on his own. I'm gonna go and hang out with my buddies and we're just gonna kind of like corner him. I kind of stole that guy's kill. That's okay. He didn't need it. He needs to learn to share, you know? It's not your kill, it's our kill. In the Earth Federation, we do not believe in my kill, it's our kill. What even damaged me there, what the heck? I'm pretty sure I was clean outside. Alright, whatever. See if we can get a sneaky little coach here. Dash! Shoot! Oh no! Dang it! I knew that was good for me. Oh, that wasn't even the B button, that was the A button, whoops. This is not a good place to be. Actually, no, I'll be right back. You guys don't do anything that I wouldn't. Oh shoot, legs up. Okay, that's just emergency leg repairs. Don't mind me, just fixing up our legs. No stun lock is just my gun do PSD from yeah, this is kind of what this game is. This game is a lot of the strategy in this game is about stagger locking people. Which is not for everyone. I can you could argue that that's not a very fun style of gameplay, and I wouldn't even necessarily argue with you, but yeah, it is what it is. Right, almost got that guy. Oh, they're gonna get caught by it. Okay, these two guys below me are pretty low. I can probably. Ah, shit. Dang it. What on earth was that guy? Hello? That guy had like beam shields. I haven't seen that guy before. He's just got a ghoul, really? Okay, sure. Then I found out about a new mobile suit. The ghoul. He's just a ghoul. Everyone stop complimenting everyone. Too bad, Plague. You're all getting complimented, even you. Deal with it. You're loved and appreciated. Deal with it. This is not optional. Aesthetic silliness. Okay. Well, actually not doing very well. Still winnable, but take that view. If that guy behind that wall there is pretty low, we can maybe snipe that guy. Dang it. Again, that's annoying because I'm pretty sure that was latency that saved that guy from getting hit by those rockets. Maybe, I might be wrong. He might have the one that, he might have the add-on that makes it so that he comes from stagger quicker. That could have been it as well, I suppose. Ooh. He read me like a book. Okay, I'll just take the high ground. Go, Radican, I have the high ground. Oh, they're waiting for me up there. I might go for a silly play here, chat. We're gonna go for it. Oh, I got the back double beam size, what the heck? That's awesome. And now he's dead. It's a goof, it's goofy time. Oh, we're gonna escape. We're gonna just get back here. We're gonna go for the risky play here, chat. We're gonna go for the base bombing. I don't normally do this because it doesn't normally work out. I have bad luck with base bombing, but you know what? If we can get in their base and we can get the bomb off, that's 27-30 points for us right there. Which is what we kind of need to get in this game right now. Oh god, he sees me, oh no, he got me. Well, okay, that's fine. That's why I don't normally go for base bombings, because it doesn't work for me. On the plus side, I guess I kept him away from the rest of the party for a little bit, so that's something. He's gonna have like a railgun type of shot that causes enemies to build up heat.
Not looking good.
Wait, is this... Wait a second, is this Lancer? Because I feel like this sounds like Lancer, and a friend of mine told me something about this. It sounds like that anyway. I might be thinking of something different, but it sounds like something a friend told me from Lancer. I've never played Lancer, but I am interested in it. Unfortunately, I have a lot of systems. Oh, I'm in a bad spot. I have a lot of tabletop systems I want to play, but unfortunately don't have the time or people to play with. We really need to equalise this. I might go for the basement again. Okay, that guy's that's definitely the fast recovery. That's not the that was not latency, that one. Oh right! I'm thinking that I'm playing in a support suit. This is not a support suit, this is a general suit. Which means I actually have advantage over things like this goof here. Right, you know what? I'm gonna peace out. I'm gonna try for that base. If I don't go for it now, I probably don't get the chance to later. Because we need to have 1 minute to the bomb takes a minute to explode. And we still need to actually deploy it. Oh shit, they know I'm here. Go for it anyway. Go for it anyway. Hope for the best. Ooh! It's like, oh no! Damn it. Damn it. Oh, and we equalise as well, and I won't pay attention. Damn. I prefer Mechton Zeta. Oh my gosh, Pi, you know Mechton Zeta? Ah! Good taste detected. I own Mechton Zeta and Mechton Zeta Plus. I've always wanted to play it, but the problem is I want to play it. I don't want to DM it, and nobody I know is interested in DMing it. I'd love to play it one day, but unfortunately, yeah. I have too many systems that I want to play in and not run. Friend of well, thank that friend, because it's a good system. I said earlier in the stream actually, I literally, when I got Mechton Zeta, when I got the book for it, I literally set myself a challenge, which was I was going, oh shoot. I looked through the mecha rules, and I tried to, oh shoot, dang it. I tried to find a way to make a mech that I couldn't make. But oh shoot, yeah, we are. Yeah, we're screwed here. Oh yeah, I get it right there. Yeah, so yeah, I tried to find a mech that I couldn't make, but I couldn't. I could not think of any mechs I couldn't make with mech translator. Thank you for the offer, Fight. I will be passive just because I am currently got a lot on my plate. It's not just the lack of people; it's also the lack of time. And oh wow, yeah, I did garbage there. That was awful.
Here are your rewards from this.
That was dreadful. Alright, maybe we can get back. Maybe we can get into the lower quality one. We went to a sleeping. Oh, you saw? Yeah. You know what? We're bringing it back. We're bringing it back. So I said earlier to everyone, I made me and my friends I'll chat again. I don't care. It's fine. Some years ago, me and some friends were doing a role play, not like a board, not like a tabletop game, just a forum role play. We were going to do a forum role play that was based around Gundam build fighters, and oh man, I still don't remember where this is. Let's do this. There we go. Open the training folder, and yeah, one of my characters had a few Gunpla. This was one of their Gunpla. Jim-chan. Literally just take the Nobel Gundam, slap a Jim head on it, a couple of extra beam sabers for good measure, jobs are good and smash. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's very silly. The other one that he had was, this one actually, I genuinely think is a good design, is this one, the Master Goof. Full transparency. I did not draw either of these. These were traced using reference images because I wanted to make sure that they were extremely on model. That was very important to me. So I did not draw these. There's some minor edits here and there, but these were traced and edited together. So I am not this good of an artist. But anyways, let's get back in. Let's see if we can get into the ground up in the 300 again. We smashed both. Let's see if we can get back in. Can we do the cold? We can. Let's do cold districts. I like this guy. I haven't had a chance to use him in a little while either. Database link. Can we squeeze a level 2 database link in? A level 1 database link in as well? We can. Let's go for that. Oh, it's about it though if we do. Okay. No, Mum. Put this in instead. This seems okay. Hey, lobby's filling up. Let's go. I can actually play this thing. I need to do some more art actually. It's been a while since I've done any serious art. Most of the art that I used to do was for tabletop games, which we haven't done much of recently because me and I have both been streaming. Yeah, it's been a while since I last did anything. You know what? I'm going to show you guys some art while we're waiting because why not? I don't show my art to enough people, and I don't think it could hurt to show you guys something else. Oh my gosh, I forgot I made this. Okay, so bit of context for this one. A little bit ago, I forget when it was actually now, Yomi, so do correct me because I can't remember. Yomi did a subathon. I think it was due in September, and one of the subathon things was Yomi has to change her Twitter picture to whatever the people say. Oh, it was August, okay, yeah. So Yomi had to change her Twitter picture. So I was inspired. I had a moment of madness, and this was what I created. I don't know what inspired this. I have no idea what encouraged me to do this, but it was so silly. I love it. There's, yeah, you gotta remember this. It's back now, Yomi. Oh, I'm starting to get watery eyes and get a headache, so yeah, hey, Plague! Thank you for being here. It's been a pleasure to have you as always. But yeah, get yourself a good night's sleep. You deserve it. Have a great night. Let's see here. Oh, actually, I can show you something interesting, actually. Hold on. Who wants to see some old Helm-Chan? Who wants to see my old body? People, welcome back! Alright. Here we go. I'm finding it. is... This was my old body. This was the one that I had before I started VTubing. This was my old body. It's quite similar, as you can see. But we changed some of the features up because we wanted to make the head a little bit more human-like in its style. The old head is fine, but it kind of read a little bit too childish in some aspects. It was a little bit too cute. So yeah, well, not quite version 1 per se, because I had bodies before this, but this was my most recent body. Oh, we're actually getting in. Let's go. Yeah, we changed the dress up a little bit to get some. I actually requested the glows myself for the new dress. It was a little bit of pain to get them wired into my own lighting system, admittedly, but I think the results are worth it. It occurs to me that I haven't actually ever shared with you guys some of the other inhabitants of the manor. Because I'm a maid, but I do serve a master and a lady. It's a slightly strange relationship. It might not be one that's particularly easy to relate to for humans, because the Lord and Lady Helm are both... Well, I say both. They are our relationship, although I serve them. There's also a sort of parental angle to it. It's a bit strange, I can assure you. It's not like... There's nothing sinister about it. It's just a relationship doesn't really have a human equivalent, I suppose, of being a boy. I guess in a weird way, it's kind of maybe like the equivalent of, say, if you were a wizard and you made a homunculus in some aspects, you could say. Please share with us. I will share. I unfortunately do not have any good images of them right now. The only images I have right now are quite low quality, and I don't think that they would enjoy me sharing them. But I definitely will share them with you at some point. I might do it. So when I started up, I always said I didn't want to do like a huge deal of the debut. I just kind of debuted by just starting streaming, just hit the button and start doing the thing, But like some other VTubers, like Yomi and some of my other VTubers I've seen, they'll have like their big debut, like a flashy video. I was kind of nervous about the idea of doing that. I do not know much about video editing, and what I do know, I'm very bad at. I was worried that it would look bad if I did. But after seeing some other VTubers do their debuts, like another friend of ours, ID10, Yomi, can you shout out ID10 for me? Because I can never remember where the underscore is in ID10's name. If you wouldn't mind, thank you. He recently did a kind of re-debut with a new model. Very nice new model, very handsome. And like seeing him, like his one, what I'm about to say, this is not a knock, this is not an insult at all, this was actually quite a relief. He didn't have like necessarily a huge flashy video like Yomi's, but it was still really good and really enjoyable. So I might do like a kind of soft re-debut at some point, just like a kind of here's everything about Helm kind of video. What's that video, kind of stream? Maybe do like a PowerPoint rather than a fancy video. Yeah, ID's great. He's been very supportive for both me and Yomi, and he's just a genuinely great guy. If you're not already following him, check him out. Oh, I hit the shield, okay. This is a bad place to be, though. Yeah, painful. Oh shoot, I missed. Well, I didn't miss, it hit his iframes. Shoot the legs! Okay, shot, that works, I guess. Nice. Well, it doesn't have to be a video. Can we just play like you get me to? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, more like a kind of split, like PowerPoint or something. That I do know how to do. Yeah, it's not like my laws ever a secret. As I've always said, if anyone has questions about me, I'm more than happy to answer them. That's my ability. Or I keep it some sort of secret thing or something. This is not going well. I'm kind of moshing a bit, which this suit does not really want to do. Maybe I can pick off that guy. Ah, shoot. Oh. Minor warning for you guys as well. I'm sorry, I lost track of it again, but well, I haven't been too much about doing it this stream because, again, the matchmaking makes it a bit unpredictable, but we will be getting the ad jump scare in a few minutes, so I do apologise for that. Oh, shoot. Oh, his legs are broken! Get destroyed! Literally, get destroyed. You know what, we'll take the trade. We'll take the trade. Red and green. We're going unicorn tonight.
Select where and how to sortie again.
Helm destroy mode.
Ally has destroyed an enemy mobile suit.
We're gonna just drop in, I think. Yeah.
Requesting to sortie.
Actually doing alright. I'm not sure how well I'm doing, but we're doing alright. It's a team game, so hey, we'll take it. No I in team. But there isn't me. Do you guys ever notice that? I never liked that saying of there's no I in team because there isn't an I, but there is a me. You ever notice that? Don't get me wrong, I like the sentiment, but it just kind of seems a bit of a obvious missed thing that they missed with that sentence, you know? Oh, this is a dreadful position for him. Yeah, we're good here. Yeah. I mean, there's 4 guys around, so we ain't doing anything there. Just like faceplant, well, faceplant like pulled over backwards.
Long-range supporting fire incoming. Ally has destroyed an enemy mobile suit. Firing has ceased.
Going to bed, faceplant and explode.
Requesting to sortie.
That's because you overwork yourself, you know what I mean? You need to learn to rest. It's been almost all my service tickets changed the country if I have an accident. When I have service tickets because stop it. Yeah, feel free to play with those things as much as you like. In fact, on Wednesday, so Wednesday is kind of our de facto RPG day. It was never something that was like a conscious decision, but it's just kind of how it's ended up being. So on Wednesday, we play RPGs. And currently we are playing Final Fantasy III, the Pixel Remaster. And if you'd like to join us on Wednesday, one of the things you can do with the service tickets is force me to change my party's classes to make the game easier or harder for me. It's been a lot of fun with people doing that. We've had a few moments where it's been really bad and a few moments where chat has been merciful and giving me exactly what I needed. I'm slightly worried how the end game's going to go, but we'll see how it ends up. Oh, that was a terrible jump. Funnily enough, the last boss we actually beat with the help of the Scholar class, which was very funny because the Scholar class is genuinely regarded as one of the worst in that game, but it actually ended up being exactly what we needed for that particular boss. Very funny. Oh, we're winning, so we can, and these guys are kind of low. Oh, I guess I have no health. That's like 3 dudes there, I'm good. I'm gonna do the 3 guys right now. Could you kindly go away? Oh shoot, that's a wall. That is a wall, do not boost into the wall. Okay, I understand why they would never do it, right? Hear me on this. Could you imagine... Sorry, let me start my thought over here. Has anyone in chat ever played Red Faction? If you haven't, it's a shooter game that has a very big focus on terrain deformation. That is to say, you can literally blow holes in walls and, destroy the terrain. Could you imagine a game like this if it had that? Like, don't get me wrong, I understand they have to design the maps to be, playable and fun and whatnot. But could you imagine if you could actually destroy the buildings on these maps? That'd just be really cool.
2 minutes left in the mission. Bases are now more valuable.
That's the same one I played, actually, Vaylock. I borrowed that from a friend many years ago, and I finished it all the way through. I remember enjoying it okay. I don't remember much more about it, but I obviously liked it okay enough to finish it. Which for me is actually kind of a rarity. I'm very bad when it comes to actually finishing games. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Be a little pop there with the sword. That's like the second melee attack we've done it tonight. Through your legs! Oh, break his legs! That's what I said. Oh, all the him to into an enemy. Wait, what is an enemy? Who did hit us? What the heck? Oh! Oh, one tap, oh! Dang it! You know what, at least we got knocked down. We got knocked. And you, yeah, nice swing, dude. Next time actually aim at me. here. We are like one step away from our legs being broken, so I think we're gonna bravely run away and repair our legs. Even if we end up doing nothing else productive with this fight, at least we're not gonna give them more points. Sometimes discretion is the better part of valor, or whatever that saying is. Let's sit here and just weld the heck out of these knees by welding the calves or the thighs or... Oh, please don't target me with that. Good thing that's not on me. Can you turn it right? Okay, it's not on me. That's good enough. I mean, we're not going to do anything else productive now, but that's fine. We get ourselves fully repaired and we didn't feed them points. I don't think I did that well with this one. Not sure if the cold district type really shone with this match, but that's okay. It's a fun little robot either way. Good work. Look at all them gyms and then the ones that could flip on the side there. 7th? Yeah, that seems fair. I don't think I really did very much in that fight, if I'm entirely honest. You know what will do a lot? The gym cannon. I'll actually say, I'm getting a little bit tired. I'm not going to quit right this second, but this next one may be the last. We'll see. If I do one more, we'll see. If this one feels like a satisfying end, then this might be our last. So let's bring out the gym cannon. We'll see. We've been going for, what, about 4 hours now, I'd say? Something like, yeah, 4 hours, 4:15, yeah, give or take, so... Two more guys, come on, 2 more guys. Oh, excuse me, oh dear. Takes a bit slow. Just a single pull and got the double. Oh, nice. Very nice. We did a... Ooh, this map. Gym cannon could do alright on this. Screw it, we commit. We commit. If this ends up being my last game for the night, which it might be, it might not be. I might do one more after, we'll see, but if this ends up being my last one, we'll go out on our terms. We'll go out with the gym cannon. Don't talk yourself too much. Yeah, I'm very good about not pushing myself. The thing is, once I'm actually up and about, I can usually set for ages. Like, while I yawned there, when I'm done with streaming, I'll probably be awake for like a good 4 hours either way, just because that's how my systems work. I don't really sleep very easily. It's not really insomnia, it's just a weird schedule I've got myself into. But, yeah, once I'm up, I can keep going for ages. It's getting up in the first place that's the hard part for me. Yeah, we got a lot of gyms, that's what we like to see. Lots of gyms, we've got a flipper and a dom. Not a bad party comp, look at me. Not a bad team composition, honestly. We don't want too many backlight, which is great. I'm basically the only support unit, so we've got a good front line. This will all boil down, well, not all boil down, but a good chunk of this is going to boil down to whether our front line is not afraid to be a front line. Because if they play defensively, that could be bad. We'll see, we'll see. Alright, potentially last match, we'll see. Can we make it again? Oh, we got the list to meet use, that's the important thing out of the way. Alright, so of course it's this map, so we have to do the traditional dance around the middle of the map because that's just what we do on this map for some reason. I don't know why this happens every single time, but every single fight on this map starts with everyone boosting around the left or the right hand side of the rocket relative to their base. Don't know why, just always happens. Well, that's a bad start. Oh, that's, oh no, no, thank you. They're following me, aren't they? Yes, yes they are. Ah, shoot. Oh, they got my shield at least, that's okay, I might survive this. Oh, that's nasty, that is really nasty. I'm just gonna back out of this situation, I think. Oh god, there's a guy behind me. Ah, shit, missed that shot. Damn. Okay. Well, at least that's fine. The game state is now stabilized because, again, as I said, we always do the little do-si-do around the middle of the map in this map for some reason, which means that it's hard for me to get entrenched in. But now that now we've got past the initial everyone hold A button part of the game, maybe now I can actually be a cannon and support from range rather than have to go mid-range. There we go. See, much better. Immediate results. I mean, this thing is basically a tank on legs. It's really slow. It's really clunky. It's not designed to go fast, so that little do-si-do at the beginning is really kind of brutal for me. Ah, yes. Oh, I dodged it. Dang it. Dash down new attacks. Oh, is it like new? Oh shoot. Like no HP using that attack. There we go. I literally using the attack for the cannon. Oh shoot, ran right into that guy. I think he wins if I trade that. Yeah, he definitely wins if we trade that. And he's definitely wins if we trade that. I really just exhaust him. Sorry. Not that I don't care, of course, but I should not let myself get distracted at this exact moment. Ooh, that's not good. Oh, we're actually doing terribly. Our team is doing really bad on score. That's mildly disastrous. Ah, good shot. I was like that the other day when I got off work and watching a stream in the evening. I was like, I'm good, I can step and watch her and pass it out. Oh gosh. As I always say, you know, take care of yourself as well. I'm sure I speak for any of the other streams that you might watch when I say, you know, your favourite streamer loves to have you there. Or every viewer, every lurker is always appreciated, but at the same time, none of us would want to see your health or work or school or whatever suffer as a result of you, you know, bending yourself over backwards to be there. But every viewer is of course appreciated. Yeah, this is going extremely awfully actually. Oh, that was just sloppy. I help me resist though. I dropped this painless in the S. I dropped army even again. Oh, damn, I see how much take of that guy. Okay, I'm gonna make a prediction here, guys. My prediction here for this game is I predict we are losing this game. However, I have a feeling that my score is going to be the best on my team, but it's going to be a pretty bad score. Hazy! Welcome in, Hazy! Hope you're doing well this evening. Yeah, back on the Gundams. Back on the Gundams. Not going so well this time, unfortunately, but... Good day. Sorry, I went to the convent store. You mean convenience store, right? Not... I'm assuming you mean convenience store, not convent store. The convent is where nuns live. Unless maybe you live near a convent and they have a store. You know what? Who am I to judge? If the nuns want to branch out their ventures a little bit, you know, more power to them. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get you right. Condom store. Oh, dang it. welcome in though, Hayden. You're having a great evening. Yeah, I'm leading the charge here, lads, and I'm not a frontline. I need my frontline in front of me, but they're all hiding or getting killed, one or the other. Oh, one of our guys DC. That's wonderful. Okay, you know what? I'm already declaring this is not going to be the last game because this game has gone terribly. It's not about the fact that we're losing, it's about the fact that we're playing 5v6. I don't want to end on that kind of game. That's I can deal with a loss, but the fact that we're losing and we're down a man, that's just kind of no. That ain't happening. We ain't accepting that one. But a burrito. Ah, awesome. Awesome. Funnily enough, maybe this is a weird thing. I've actually never had a burrito. Mexican food is not particularly popular, or I say popular, it's not particularly common over here. In fact, I only saw a Taco Bell for the first time like 2 or 3 years ago. And the problem is that every time I see it, every time I pass by it, I think to myself, oh yeah, that Taco Bell opened up. I should try that. I've never tried it before. The problem is that the Taco Bell is like 5 minutes away from the Wendy's, and I really like Wendy's. So it's like I could try the Taco Bell, which I may or may not like, or I can go to Wendy's, which is one of my favorite places. Yeah, never really. I've never had a blender. Oh my gosh. Stratos, I know what you're getting at. I know what you're getting at. Wendy's nuts! Okay, we're fine. You will not get me with that, Stratos. I get Jeremy with that far too often to fall for it myself. Exactly, yeah, because I'm a robot. That's why I always fail No Nuts November, because I'm made with several nuts. It's kind of important to keep my arms from falling off, you know. Yumi falls from these. She does. It's great. I love it. I love how one of the clips on Yomi's BRB screen is me getting her with the special CDs clip. I'm not gonna lie, it's one of my favourite clips. Well, we'll win next time, and we're gonna do at least one more. This next one might be our last one, but this one we don't count. We were 5v6. We were literally one man down. It's possible to win one man down, but wow, I actually did terrible. You know what? My prediction was wrong. My prediction was that my team lost, but I did okay. No, I just did bad. Yeah, that's fair. That's entirely fair. We have to let my bed duct tape several dead bodies. Hello, Stratus, is there something you tell us? Wait, why are there dead bodies beneath your bed, Stratus? Explain yourself immediately. Because last time I checked, Stratos, you only had 1800 attack, and that's not enough to beat over anything, apart from maybe a Traptrix monster. But how are you accumulating dead bodies, huh? Alright. We may end on the gym camp. If we get that map again, we will do something different. We might do the gym cold district types. I'd like to end on the cannon, but we'll see. We'll see. That map definitely does not favour that map also, that's for sure. You know what, while we're waiting, I'll show you guys some art and things. So, I don't have anything else interesting to show you guys. I mean, I've got a lot of art, but we use mask change. What do you even mask change into? Does Stratos have a mask change target? I'll be real, I don't know anything about, like, the heroes apart from the really popular ones. Gus? That's a thing? I've literally never heard of this hero before. The news of Dragoon, as in the Final Fantasy XIV class? I haven't heard anything particular about that, if that's what you're referring to. Oh, I've got a funny image to show you. Okay. This is a mild spoiler, but it's a spoiler for something that is almost, like... How many months away is it? Like, an awful lot... It's an awful lot of months away. So, this is just a funny little image I made a while back. So, I don't particularly like April Fools on the internet because a lot of April Fool's stuff is very obviously false. And the stuff that isn't very obviously false is usually stuff that's kind of mean to lie about. I remember 1 year, the worst April Fool's joke ever. This was genuinely the worst April Fool's prank ever. Hudson Soft, who used to make like the Bomberman games and Bloody Roar, they announced they were going to do a new Bloody Roar game, and that was an April Fool's prank. And I'm like, that is not cool, because that game is dope, and I would love a new one. Anyways, I was going to do. I had an April Fool's prank for my Discord account. Obviously, this is one of those ones where it's like, it's definitely fake, but I had fun with it for the concept, which was a new body for myself, which is Bonnet-Chan. So you can see here, compared to myself, where I am mostly, where at a glance I look mostly human, apart from my head, I decided, what if we reversed the design and made one that looked entirely robot, but then had a human head? So every April Fool's Day, I always change my Discord profile and icon to this. It is cute. She is really cute. I like how she turned out. Like, don't get me wrong, she is very cute, but yeah. So this is it's not one of my best artworks. I haven't polished this as much, but I like her. She's cute. I was going to do a drag on these nuts, but going to do Fun Messy. I was going for Red Eyes Dark Dragoon. Okay. Yeah, you have to wake up pretty early in the morning to catch me with the old these nuts jokes. Here's one that not necessarily artwork, but here's one I've shown off before. But this was part of my inspiration as well, actually. My original design, my original Helm-Chan concept, the one you saw earlier, was inspired by my Final Fantasy XIV character. My Final Fantasy character is called Ironworks Helm-Chan, because in that game there is an item called the Augmented Ironworks Helm of Fending, and it is my favourite headgear in that entire game. I wear it on every single class I am able to. And for reference, here she is. Here's my beautiful, perfectly normal maid. Obviously, her head's a little bit more obviously robotic than mine, but I still like her. I think she's still pretty cute. Again, her dress was also an inspiration for mine, particularly with regards to the shoulders. And, yeah. Just like to show you guys some of the little behind-the-scenes bits here. And work these nuts to man. I do have some artwork that is not purely self-indulgent. Let me see here. Which one could... I have to show you this one, so... Okay, so one of my favourite things to do is to take characters that are not anime girls, in fact, ideally characters that are as far away as possible to being anime girls, and then turn them into anime girls. It's just a fun character design exercise, and sometimes these one-off designs go a little harder than expected and they get developed. So, behold, this was my Ripperoo waifu girl from Crash Bandicoot. I heckin' love Crash Bandicoot, and I've always liked Ripperoo, so I wanted to make a crazy Ripperoo waifu character. Her name is Sylvia. I actually used her as an NPC in a tabletop game that Yomi was playing in, and Yomi took a bit of a shining to her. She liked Sylvia quite a lot. So I'm like, you know what? That's fine then that you like her. I will use her some more and develop her a bit more into her own character. And I then used her again in a modern game, and bear in mind it's not quite as polished, but this was the more polished design, which took a little bit of hints from Yuriko from Bloody Roar. I really like this design for her. I've since changed it ever so slightly. Her current design is basically the same as this, but I gave her wolf ears to go with the tail, because I thought it just kind of balanced the design a little bit more. But she's a lot of fun. She's a big ball of crazy and manicness, and she likes to eat coffee. Not drink it. She eats coffee. She gets the instant coffee, pours it in a mug, lifts the mug to her lips, and you just hear crunch, crunch, crunch. I love that. Yeah, I love her head too. It's one of my favourite parts of it. It was originally blue, but we decided to go back to... I decided to make it black and red, which is funny because I have a few other characters that have similar hair colours, actually. So, some of you guys may have seen this character. You may have seen this character appear in Yomi's pre-roll slideshow. And this is one of my characters called Katsumi. She is, I've used her in a few things actually. The very first incarnation of her was in a modern game. It was actually a Persona roleplay, where she was a hardcore gamer girl who deliberately styled herself and carried herself in such a way to try to nerd bait a little bit. This version of hers is quite different. This one is a pilot. She was a gunslinging pilot from Pathfinder. And you may notice one small part of her design is her boots. So Katsumi is not entirely a gag character. She's not like a joke character, but she is a character that is comedic. Now you might notice that the tip of her boots are metal. Katsumi is the obligatory comedy pervert. And I will leave it to your imagination why she keeps the tips of her boots to be a mirror sheen. And I'll leave it at that. We're in the lobby! We're gonna go for the Cold Districts type here. Because much as I love my gym cannon, I don't think he will do much fun. So G, unfortunately, Zordon, I don't think you're quite her type. Katsumi has a very particular type, and it is that has 2 X chromosomes. Yeah, she's a character I've had for quite a while, and I had a lot of fun playing her. I'm gonna be like, bro, he's playing hopscotch on your side, oh my gosh. Yeah, I have quite a few characters I've made for Pathfinder over the years, and I'd like to share them all with you at some point. But hey, if nothing else, yeah, screw it. One more while these guys are taking a while to do their thing. One more character. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Here she is. So this one's not very polished. I haven't shaded this. But this character was another interesting character. Oh, let me flip that's the thing. This is a character called Ethida. She was a doctor character. I built her in a very weird way in Pathfinder, where she was a healer that had she had magic, but her healing did not use magic. As part of my ongoing kind of quest of mastering Pathfinder, there's a selection of feats called Healer's Hands, which allow you to use the healing skill to do an absurd amount of healing. And it was a small point of pride that in that entire game, for what we did play, it was I think it was kind of like level 3 to 6, we didn't go too long. Through that entire game, despite being a cleric, she did not cast a single healing spell except to damage undead. She never once used a healing spell on the party, because she did not need to. Oh, that guy did not do the do-si-do. Oh, sir, you're going to regret this decision. You always do the do-si-do or you suffer for it. Oh, that's a gog. Oh, that's a gog. That is scary. Gogs are scary, but gogs are in bright neon colours. That's even scarier. That is saying, I do not take myself seriously and I'm going to destroy your team. Okay, well, maybe not. Okay, it didn't work out that time, but I always am scared of the neon gogs. I fear no mobile suit, but that thing, it scares me. Take these! Hey! Here we go. Praise the god, yeah! That's not good. It's like, no, this is Patrick. Oh, you know what? You could probably paint the god to look like Patrick, actually. That'd be very funny. Oh, wait! Hold on! Shoot, you're right! Dang it! I didn't even process. Wait, yeah, it is pink and green. That is Patrick colours. Shoot, you're right. My processor took a moment to catch up there. I'm going to pay closer attention, see if that is deliberate. I think they're more just going for neon. I think the green was in the middle rather than the pants, but let's see. No, wait, oh my gosh, yeah, that is Patrick. Oh my god, that's incredible. That's actually incredible. And we got the raid. Oh my gosh, that is wonderful. I'm not thinking of better use for the painting tool in this game. Oh no, there's my legs gone. Dang it, we're dead here. Yeah. That is pretty nice. You know, if we get destroyed by Patrick the Gog, I won't even be mad. Because that's great. This one is an ag running around. Is that ours? That is our ag. Unfortunately, we're getting pushed in. Don't think we're winning this one. No, we could put it back. I'm being a bit pessimistic. It's not necessarily over immediately, but comebacks can. Oh, actually, maybe. I was going to say comebacks can be hard in this game, but maybe we'll get away with this. Okay, never mind. We've just equalised. Sure. Okay. That will teach me to be too pessimistic. Lose your iframes. Remember that I thought that was called you, but it looks like it's Yoli. Oh, no dog, no dog. Oh, we got the magic read again. Yeah, this dog is very predictable, I feel, but unfortunately my legs are broken almost, and his are probably not. Okay, yeah, ignore me. Go for that guy, go for that guy. Oh, I should not be jumping, I'm gonna break my legs. Oh, that was bad. That was so bad. Oh wait, thank you, thank you. Oh, shoot. Yeah, this is why having your legs broken is really bad in this game. But you know what, we're back at base, we can maybe find opportunity. Maybe squeeze in a cheeky little repair here under their nose. Quickly, repair the legs. Okay, that's good enough, good enough. Just enough so we can boost without falling over. Oh, that guy knows my head. Ah, dang it. He recovered from his boost just before I could recover from the stun. Unfortunate. Although, this is pretty close. This is pretty good. Oh, yeah, sorry. I saw you saying this one. Sorry. I saw an indie game that's in the works. You may have some like themed elements. Have you heard of Babylon 3? I have not actually heard of. Is it a video game? Or like a tabletop game? Because yeah, I'm curious. Sounds interesting. Here we go. Good enough. Good enough. Okay, so hold on. That was a reach. That was a reach, but you know what? I'll take it. I'm a little mad because as you all know, I am nothing if not willing to. I'm nothing not appreciative of really bad jokes or jokes that are torturous reaches of a jokes. Something doesn't matter. Reach for these nuts. Okay. Alright, so Stratos, that one's better. Ah, dang it, legs are broken again. Someone on their team is really out to break their thing on legs, and you know what? It's kind of working for them, which is unfortunate for me. For some reason, yeah, I know that feeling. I did used to suffer with it. For me, I found having just noise in the background helped a lot. I usually fall asleep with putting on YouTube and listen to like the dual logs or something.
2 minutes left in the mission.
I'm sorry, Ham. Sometimes I refer that to it. No, Zolan, you're perfectly fine. I'm not mad. You are 100% fine. You are 100% fine. I like dumb jokes. You know I like dumb jokes.
An allied unit has been destroyed.
Fortunately, this is kind of a one and done kind of suit. Like if you blow your load, and that's kind of it, you know. Give him the grenade and the machine gun, and it's like a then what? Oh, that was a misclick, sure. Miss button input, I suppose. This ain't great. Like 5 guys down there. I don't want to fight 5 guys. But I don't have burgers or fries. Look at Gog, he just doesn't care. Gog just goes like, wandering down, just going down to the shops. Gonna pick up some feddies. Look at that, shoot the man with a grenade, in flight, does not care. Gog is just so resistant to any sort of stagger, is absurd. You know what, I am very glad that I'm not on the gym cannon though, because if I was, this dog would be making my life a living hell right now. We can probably finish up the dog actually. Ah, dang it. You've got me. Oh shoot, missed that. Oh, that's disastrous. Wait, we got the lead. Okay. No, I'm not. I'm dying here. Yeah, legs down. Dang it. Truly small playing Patrick. That's unfortunate. No, that's alright though. I think I am gonna make this one my last one. This was a decent match even if we lost it. I can't be mad about this kind of loss. Especially because, I mean, we have Patrick in the freeze cam at the end. Don't sweat it. We'll win next time. Oh, that was a fine battle. Where is Patrick? Ex-Potato! Fantastic. Good job, sir. We did alright on damage. That's about all we did, but we did alright on damage.
Rewards from this battle.
Yeah, we'll take that. Okay, performance. Oh, okay. Alright, hold on. Okay, replay. A man was speeding. He started at 100 miles an hour. Soon a cop came on his tail. 110. 120. At 130, the man decided he was too old for this and slowed down. The officer approached and said, "Look, buddy, it's Friday. I'm 10 minutes until I'm done on my shift, and I'm going on vacation with my family. Give me one good reason, and I won't write the ticket." Okay, so hold on. Waiting with bated breath. This is your moment. Also, Stratos, rather. The two greens in chat for me. Hi, Stratos. This is your moment. What did he say? What was the reason he gave? No pressure, Zordon. Sorry, I keep calling you Zordon. Stratos. Sorry. Again, the two greens are throwing me off. On the edge of my hypothetical seat. My man sits and thinks for a moment, and says sharply, "My wife ran away with a cop. I saw you on my tail and ran thinking you were trying to give her back." Okay, that's pretty good. That was pretty good. I like that. Alrighty guys, well, I'm gonna go and cut my rewards real quick, but as I said earlier, and as the stream title does suggest, I think we are probably gonna... We're not gonna say we're never going back to GBO2, because I'm sure I'll get the itch eventually. But I think we're gonna be just temporarily shelving GBO2 for now. I've been enjoying playing it, but I think it's one of those games that runs the risk where if you play it too much, you start to get a little bit bored of it, you know? Maybe bust it out for an occasion here or there, but... So, for now, I'm going to just sign off from GBO2 by giving it... Where is it? There you go, we'll just salute. Take care, GBO2, we will see you again at some point. Alrighty guys, I'm going to take us over to our game screen. We're going to have a little, just a small chat before we wind down as we always do. So I'll catch you guys there in just a second, okay? Keep your hands clear of the door, you know how it goes. Alrighty guys, I hope you guys have had a great time tonight. I've had a lot of fun. I'll be real. I've enjoyed playing the game. I've enjoyed more just chatting with you guys. The game was kind of secondary to just enjoying the conversation we've been having, and we talked about all kinds of stuff. We talked about tabletop games, we talked about, Gundams and Warhammer and all kinds of things, laugh, role-playing. Just had a good old talk tonight. But I wanted to say, so, as we said earlier, and I just said in fact, I am going to be putting just a little stop to the GBO2 streams for a little while. I do want to have it as just, I might do it again in the future as a little occasional thing, but I think it's going to be just kind of retired from the regular rotation. I'm also excited, I think it will also be good because it will then open up another day when I can regularly stream that we can do something a bit more variety with. And, well, I've got a few of my lovely regulars here actually. I can even ask your opinions. There's three things I've been thinking of for replacing this at least for the next stream, I don't know for the long term, but there's 3 games I was looking at playing. And I just figured I'd ask to see if any of you guys had an opinion on this. It's funny, Zordon got me into your channel with Gundam. Oh, I'm sorry, I hope you enjoyed being here despite the lack of Gundam in the short-term future status, but you are always a delight to have around. Yeah, so I have 3 things on my plate that I'm thinking I might play next. And I can go with any of these. I am not like super strict, super worried about any of these in terms of like one more than the other. But if anyone in chat has any preferences at all, or if you'd like to make a vote, vote might be a good one. So I'll run you through the options first, and then maybe we'll do a little poll. It's not, I will say, the poll's not going to be like super official. I'm not guaranteed to go with the results, but it would be nice to know what you guys think. So the 3 options I'm thinking. The first is playing something else that I'm very familiar with. Specifically, one of my all-time favorite franchises, Crash Bandicoot. I have played that series multiple times, completed it multiple times, and it's one of those games I can always play and always enjoy. And while I'm not going to go into a long spiel about it here, because I probably will do Crash Bandicoot at some point regardless, the series does have actually a bit of significance to me in quite a few ways. So it is a series that's very close to my heart. The second option is series that I like or have nostalgia for, but don't necessarily know mega well. And what I'm thinking for this one would be is Ty the Tasmanian Tiger. If you guys remember that game, it was an old mascot platformer from kind of that era. Which so it's actually, it would be the Insane Trilogy, 1, 2, and 3. We'd start at the beginning and go to the end. But yeah, so Ty the Tasmanian Tiger was another one of those mascot platformers. It didn't really get as much hype. Rare made it? No, Rare did not make, Rare was not this one. This was Chrome Studios, which was an Australian development team. It's an extremely Australian game. In fact, there's one line in it where there's some slang that I've never heard of. Because, even if you're outside Australia, you might know some of the slang like, oh, you ripper, and, all that stuff. There's one slang term that Ty says, that I've never heard of. So I had to actually ask an Australian person I know, is this a real Australian thing, or did they make this up? No, it was real. But yeah, so Ty the Tasmanian Tiger, I have nostalgia for the series. I'm quite familiar with Ty the Tasmanian Tiger 1. I actually did finish a replay of that game not that long ago. Ty 2 I did play when it came out, but it's been a long while since I've played it, so that one, although I remember it, I'm not very familiar with it. And then Ty 3, that one I have no experience with. I didn't even know that there was a Ty 3 until probably 4 years ago, give or take. So that's my second option. And my third option is playing something completely new. The game I have in mind for, at least for the first try of this, would be, I've mentioned it a couple times, a Mega Man game. Specifically, Mega Man X-Dive Offline. This was the Mega Man gacha game that they cancelled. Well, I don't want to say cancelled, they ended it. They ended the service. And they decided after the end of the service, rather than just, say, okay, that's it, game's over, that's it, bye, they took all of the game, compiled it into a single-player experience, and put it on Steam. It's a one-time purchase, no gacha elements, no, what's the word I'm looking for here? No microtransactions. There's literally no microtransactions available in the game. There might be like a soundtrack microtransaction, but that doesn't count. But all the characters, all the weapons you can unlock through playing the game. Not got anything to do more offline service like this. 100%. But the game's kind of crude playing though. I don't know, that's the thing. I've watched a friend play a little bit of it. And I deliberately did not watch too much because it's something that I am interested in playing. So I'm gonna do a quick little poll, guys. Again, this isn't like, this isn't necessarily, this poll that I'm gonna do now, isn't something that, this isn't a hard rule. This is just something, this is just kind of, just see what you guys, if you guys have any opinions. If you guys don't have a strong opinion, then I'll put an option for that even. sorry, just pardon my loud clickety clacks. My keyboard is quite loud, and I also do tend to hit my keys quite fierce. Here we go. We'll just do a quick little 2-minute poll. That seems reasonable. There we go. What type of game next? And again, this is not necessarily. I'm not going to necessarily like bind myself to this. You know, I'm not necessarily going to tie myself to this too strongly. But I just wanted to see what you guys thought. See if there was any strong opinions one way or the other. Even though I love Mega Man, okay, I come here not for me but for you in the chat, and also because I don't want to listen to me do a tap tape. Yeah, anyway, I just want to see what you guys think. I'm not binding myself to this poll particular, and it might not even necessarily be these games. It's just the ones I have in mind for the short term. Although that being said, Crash could be one that could take us a few streams. I am pretty good at Crash, so I do know pretty much that game inside and out. But Crash 1 is kind of annoying. If you've ever played Crash Bandicoot games, they have lots of boxes that you are meant to break throughout the stage, and in every single game, you get a gem for completing the stage while breaking every box. In Crash 1, you have to do that while also not dying. And Crash 1 also has the longest stages out of the whole trilogy. If it was Crash 2 and 3, honestly, Zorn, that's fair. That's fair. If you had asked me about 5 years ago or so, actually, when did the Insane Trilogy come out? I'm curious, because I got the Insane Trilogy basically launch day or shortly after. I can't remember the exact date. Let's see. It came out on 30th of June 2017. Wow, I did not realise it had been that long. But yeah, so 2017, so I got it around that time. If you had asked me before then which Crash game was my favourite, I would have definitely have said Crash 3. Wow, the poll is literally split 3 ways. But you know what, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. I didn't have a strong opinion one way or another, and it seems like you guys don't either. Oh man, Taz, that's fine, honestly. That's fine. It means that you guys can be surprised. Yeah, I think I might know which one I go with. But yeah, when it comes to Crash, if you'd asked me before the Insane Trilogy came out, I would definitely have said Crash 3 was my favourite. If you ask me now, I would definitely say Crash 2 is my favourite. Oh, a 6-sided dice and gambler, be Joey. Alright, hold on. No, that's a D20. Doesn't really work. It's a D8, doesn't work. Hold on. That's a D8. Dang it! Why can't I not find my D6s in my dice bag? Hold on. We're emptying the dice bag out. We're emptying it out. There's a D6. Alright. You know what, Stratos? You've goaded me into it with your ability, with your reference to classic Doomons. Oh yeah, gamble time. Alright then, time wizard, time roulette, go! Okay. You know what? I didn't declare what the size of the dice meant, and I didn't tell you guys what I rolled. Deal with it. I'm not telling you guys. I rolled something. I rolled a number between 1 and 6. I'm not telling you guys what it is. You'll just have to wait. You'll have to find out next time on Helm-Chan Z. Will Vegeta power up to his next form? Probably, because that's generally how it works. I know what we're doing. I know what we'll be doing next. And I hope whatever it ends up being, which I judgment and change it after. No! I will imperm target Judgeman response. Actually wait, Judgeman's not a bad target for imperm because he's a normal monster. Or is he? You know what? Compulse target Judgeman, there we go. That does it. I just talked for 3 minutes. Oh goodness. I don't mind Dragon Ball. I'm not really like super into it these days. I watched it back in the day. I remember back then it was what's the word? It had the same issue that like Digimon had, where they would air it. You'd get halfway through an arc, and then out of nowhere they would just reboot it. Oh, right, yes, it's right, the big five in the virtual world arc. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, but I know what we're going to be doing next. And I'm not going to tell you guys. If you want to find out what we're going to be doing next, then follow me on twitter.com/Helm-Chan and see my schedule when it goes up, either tomorrow or Monday. Probably tomorrow. It's usually tomorrow. It's usually Sundays. But that will, well, suffice it to say, it will be one of the things that we saw tonight. If we're going to find out. Exactly. I know what we're going to be finding. It'll be fun. And yeah, I think it'll be good. So guys, it's been I don't have Twitter. Well, you can still check my Twitter. You don't need to necessarily have a Twitter. You know, you can still check it. But I will be making a Discord at some point soon. I said before, it's going to be either, if it's not before the new year, it will be the New Year resolution. But I do want to get one sooner than later because I've had people asking me about it, and also it'll just be a good way of keeping up with you guys and sharing the old schedule and whatnot. As like a plan, regardless of whether you issues are. Well, thank you. You guys are wonderful. It's always a pleasure to serve you all, and I've always said it's always just nice to know that you guys are just enjoying yourselves just being here. I'm not going to pretend that it's not great when people send bits or subs or whatever, but I don't do it for that. If you guys want to do that, wonderful. So no one should feel obligated. I'm just happy that you guys like being here and that we've got our own very little tight-knit but nice little community of people that just show up from now and time and again, and we can just do some card games and talk nonsense and just have a good time. It's always just nice to hang out with you guys. You guys just make it worthwhile. But for now, guys, it is that time of the evening again. We're going to be wrapping it up. And you know what? We rated her last week. But you know what, we're going to raid her again because I have no other loots online, but also she is playing Gundam Evolution, and we're going to be raiding Sylvie again. Sylvie Close. Because, honestly guys, Sylvie, Gundam Evolution here, it's going to be going offline in, I think, less than 2 weeks. So, this is going to be a rare opportunity for you guys to enjoy some gameplay of that before it goes away forever. So, you guys all know how it goes by now, I'm sure, but we'll do our standard raid message. Perfectly normal maid raid. And of course, if you don't happen to have the emote, perfectly fine. You can always just throw in a heart or even just leave it out. You guys know how it goes by now. Be sure to be nice to Sylvie when you get there, and well, I don't even need to tell you guys to be nice. My chat's always lovely. Webcam was out for a month, I know. It's so sad. I'm not gonna lie, Evolution was not my kind of game. I don't really like the Overwatch style of gameplay, but it deserved better than this. It deserved better. But it looks like she's playing some Ashimar right now, so that's kind of exciting. She's got the little transformable guy, so... Alrighty guys, you've got the message, you know what we're going to be doing. We'll be raiding Sylvie, and I'll catch you guys all next week. First stream will be on Wednesday for certain. We're going back to Final Fantasy 3. We may not finish it, not sure. We've got a decent chunk of the game left, so if we don't... Totally not ball. No! Not the ball. But we've got a decent amount of the game left to go. We may not finish it in one stream, but that's fine. Honestly, if we're gonna keep the little FF marathon going, they're gonna get longer. And I am concerned how that's gonna go when we get to 10 and the likes. But you know what? We'll see how it goes. But now guys, you've all been an absolute pleasure to serve. It's been a delight to have you with us. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Be nice to Sylvie, and I'll see you guys all next week. Have a wonderful evening.